Get strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Emotions, then that's not going to eliminate truckers. Truckers are going to have issues with it as well. So I just want to kind of put this stuff in the front end. So we're going to talk about this. We got some solutions and some hope, but I want to make sure we mention those things. And then again, truck drivers can take a major toll on your physical health. You know, that's things like heart disease, obesity, hypertension, sleep disorders, and more. And guess what? With those things, and we're going to talk about this in the presentation too, those things are comorbid with, guess what? Depression. So just because you have heart disease and obesity and hypertension, you're more likely to have depression. So it's very important that you're here today or that you get this presentation, because I'm really going to offer you some hope and some things you can do about what's likely to be, you know, your condition at some point in your life, even while you're a trucker. So let's just think about the last few years that we've been through. We've been through so much. We've been through a pandemic. We've had relationship issues. We've had things that just go wrong in our life. Just we've been through a lot of different things. So with that, with relationship problems, with the pandemic, mental health issues come along with those things. Family problems. We have issues with families. You know, not all of our families get along, and even the ones that get along, we still have issues sometimes. So realizing that over the years, we've had issues with families, especially with the distance and the pandemic and the losses. It's just made a different dynamic with families. So again, that would affect our mental health. Let's think about trauma. Abuse, child abuse, alcohol abuse, things that happen in childhood, maybe an accident as a trucker, maybe having something major happen to you while you're driving, PTSD, all of those things are factors. So if we've had some major trauma in our life, then we're more likely to have anxiety and depression, which are mental health things. So we've got to think about what's happened to us. Have we been a victim? Do we have nightmares? Are we on edge? Has something happened that caused us trauma? And then I use this picture to kind of represent mental health in general. You know, we've got anxiety, depression, we've got suicide thoughts, schizophrenia, just so many emotional things. We've got negative thinking. We're all over the place sometimes, ADHD. All of this can be kind of represented in this slide. There's a lot going on, and most of us have been affected by something, one thing or another, with the things that are going on. General anxiety. Let's talk about what that is and what it looks like. You know, you've got restlessness, fatigue, excessive worry, increased muscle aches and soreness, impaired concentration, irritability, difficulty sleeping. All of those things come with anxiety. Many of those come with depression as well, but all of those come with anxiety. And so anxiety is on a spectrum. In different circumstances, or because of different, maybe the news we watch, because of our lifestyle, because of what's going on in the world. Even with, I know you're a trucker, so maybe some of you are in Pennsylvania. They just caught the guy.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach. While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
about counseling. I'm a counselor, so I'm going to be an advocate for counselors, but they're coaches, they're counselors, they're social workers. There's a lot of different practitioners that are available that you can reach out and you can talk to. Psychologists will fall in that category, psychiatrists. You need to reach out and get help. Psychiatrists and psychologists fall under doctors as well. So they're both PhD or doctorate level, but they're here to help and support your mental health. So they're all mental health providers that are here to help. Grief share. We talked about grief and loss and over 1 million people that we've lost during this season. I had a personal, let me give you a little personal testimony. I had personal losses back in 2020. I lost my mom, my aunt, and uncle, and several cousins to the pandemic. And so with that, it was devastating. I mean, it just broke my heart. I'm one of those people who believe everybody was going to survive, and they didn't. So, and I had one aunt that survived out of the 4 that were really, really close. And so that was just devastating. I mean, it was 3 sisters, 2 of them died, 1 survived. And so, and one of them happened to be my mom. And so with that, it just broke my heart. And so I had to go get my own help so that I can help you. And in the beginning, when I had my own mental health struggles back in the day, over 25 years ago, I had to get my own help. That's why I'm such an advocate for mental health and for help and being available. But Grief Share is a program that's available through churches. You just look up this word, Grief Share. It'll show you what programs are available in your area. They're usually available via Zoom as well. So you can either log on or you can go in person. Fantastic program. It's really amazing and really, really helpful. So I'm definitely advocating for Grief Share. And while I've got that, I don't think I have a slide for it, but Celebrate Recovery. If you have substance abuse issues, Celebrate Recovery is very similar. It's available to help with substance abuse. So, and it's also available online and through churches. So Celebrate Recovery is another resource that's available. Prayer. Let's talk about prayer, because prayer works. A lot of times people try to separate church and mental health. I believe they go hand in hand. I believe I can't do anything without Jesus. He does all of the work. So prayer is important. You know, you praying for one another, praying for each other, praying for yourself, going to God, asking for help. Whoever your God is, I call him Jesus, but whatever you call him, go to him and he can help. So prayer is definitely a good resource when it comes to mental health. God understands it. The Bible talks a lot about mental health. There's a lot of issues that are mentioned in the Bible and that are very, very clear that there would be mental health issues, but God healed them. And so just like he healed back in those times, he can heal us. So I just want to say prayer works. You can't pour from an empty cup, so take care of yourself first. If you're on an airplane and you're sitting next to your kid, the pilot's going to come on and or the flight attendant is going to say, put on your mask first before you help somebody else. That's because if I don't have my oxygen on, how I'm going to help my baby, how I'm going to help my children, how I'm going to help anybody else. So we have to take care of ourselves first. From a biblical standpoint, it says, love your neighbor as yourself. So how am I going to love my neighbor if I'm not loving me? I've got to have something in me to give to my neighbor. I've got to have something in me to help somebody else. So that's why we have to take care of ourselves first. And that's why self-care is so important. And we take care of ourselves so that we can take care of other people, not just to take care of ourselves all day, every day, and don't do anything for anybody else. We still have to give back. We still need to help. We still got to live in the world, but taking care of our health ourselves will equip us to take care of other people. So let's look at types of self-care. We've got physical self-care, sleep, stretching, walking, exercise, yoga. I walked this morning. My husband, my daughter, and myself are walking. It is so cool to have a whole crew getting out every morning and walking the neighborhood. We have a steep hill, so we hit the hill every day, and we walk actually 2 neighborhoods, but it's pretty cool. I'm going to look and see what my stats say about how many steps I have already. And if you have a Fitbit, I would recommend that you use it and that you record your steps. So this morning, as of the time of this recording, I have 7,477 steps. That's pretty cool. But just do what you can, but using a Fitbit will help you record those steps, or using your watch, or do something like that, and try to get 10,000 steps a day. That's usually what's recommended. Emotional self-care. You've got to recharge your battery. That's what that little symbol looks like. We got stress management. We got to have coping skills, compassion for one another, compassion for yourself, going to therapy, journaling. I recommend journaling highly. A lot of people won't journal because they say, well, I can't journal every day, or I get distracted, or I can't keep up with it. That's okay. I recommend PRN. Just journal as needed. When something's going on and you got an issue, then journal then. So just journal what you can, and maybe journal your emotions. What are you feeling today? I'm feeling sad. I'm feeling angry. I'm feeling upset. And then, why am I feeling sad? Why am I angry? Why am I upset? Journal that. If you've got a loss, write a letter to your loved one. That's a type of journaling. There's lots of different things you can do with journaling, but it's very healing therapeutically and emotionally. Socially, set boundaries. I have the privilege to go into my Sunday school class this Sunday, this Sunday coming up, and teach, not this Sunday, next Sunday, teach about boundaries to kids. How cool is that? Well, we all have to set boundaries, and boundaries start with us. We try to set boundaries and decide what other people are going to do. We can't control anybody else. We can only control ourselves and what we're going to do. So setting boundaries means deciding what I'm going to do if somebody else does something else. So that's the thing about boundaries. You need a good support system, recognizing your support system, recognizing your circle, who's in your circle. Try to make that circle positive as much as you can. And I will put this caveat. I know we all want positive circles and we all want to be around happy, healthy, whole people, but then nobody's out there helping the depressed or the sad or the person who's anxious. So we have to be open to helping people who are not okay so that they can get okay. If we cut all the people off that are not okay, guess what? They're out there struggling by themselves. So we do have to take care of ourselves so that we can help take care of our friends who may be struggling. Careful. I love social media. I'm a fan, but there are some negative things about social media and positive things. So you have to balance it. But if social media is overwhelming to you, then cut it off. You don't have to have it. It's not something you have to do. So you can do without it if you have to. But if you can use it and you can use it in a positive way, then it's okay. But if it's taking all of your time and you can't write your book or do whatever it is you want to do, then you might have to cut it out for that reason. Communication. I love to teach about communication. I love to help people have healthy conversations. I like to help people slow down and listen and hear people's hearts. It's just so important. Friends and relationships, having those social friends, having relationships is critical. We really all need that. We all need a great circle. So, nurture your friendships. Spiritual. Take time alone. My quiet time is my favorite thing. Just going quiet. Sometimes I walk with no headphones. All the time I walk with no headphones on because I have my family with me. But if I'm walking by myself, it's just me and God. We have a conversation. I love to listen to things. I like books. I like listening to things. But I really have to take the time and just have that quiet time between me and God. So it's very, very important to nurture that. Meditate. Meditate on scripture. Pray. Spend time in nature. I love getting out and going to a waterfall. Riding my bike. I like to ride my bike in the woods. I don't really like to be out in the city where everybody is. I got like some nooks that I kind of sneak away and ride in. But it's so meditative and it's so contemplative where I'm just alone with God. It's pretty awesome. And have a sacred space. Have a sacred space in your house. Have a sacred space in your office where you just go and be alone with God. It's important. Personal hobbies. I love this. I really didn't understand the link between, I knew it, but I didn't know it until I went through my own grief and loss and trauma experience and realized that having hobbies and creativities and goals and things that are your own personal things, having fun and creating things is very therapeutic. Painting. I like to paint, dance, doing things that you enjoy really help you heal. So traveling, there's just so many things you can kind of add into that. space, having a healthy space, a safe space at home, a safe space at work, a healthy environment, stability. Nobody wants to go into a place where it's always chaotic. So try to make sure your home is not chaotic. Try to make sure your business is not chaotic, because that makes for a healthy environment, and make it a safe place is a healing place. So you want to make sure that your environment is safe as possible. Financial. Now this is funny. I love that it's on here: saving, budgeting, money management, paying bills, boundaries. I like that it's here, but I refer somebody. I have a friend. I'm gonna give a shout out to my friend that I refer about it to. Bernice, man, if you're having trouble with finances and you can't save, you can't budget, call Nisi. Nisi will get you right together. And so sometimes our mental health is off because our finances is off. Sometimes our mental health is off because our relationships is off. I do a lot of relationship work, a lot of family work. I get that relationship better, that family better. Guess what happens to the mental health? It gets better. So I love working through those kind of things. And then work. This is so important. If your work environment is stressful, then you have to find ways to set boundaries at work, use time management, take breaks. I know the trucking industry is very, very complex. And there are times when you have to drive, but you can't drive but so far, or you have to get a job done at a certain time. But on those breaks, those mandatory breaks, then that's when you can do your self-care. Build it into those times. You're going to have the break anyway. Build self-care into that. And I know you have to have sleep as a part of that, but sleep is a part of your healing. Sleep is a part of your self-care. You see how on physical, it was the very first thing it said is sleep. The number one thing we can do for our mental health is get enough sleep. And 8 hours is what's recommended. If you're getting 6 or less, then try to increase it maybe 15 minutes a night till you get it up to 8. But 8 hours is recommended. And your Fitbit will help you measure your sleep to see how you're doing in the area of sleep. So very, very, very important. Okay, do what you love. I know some of you are in trucking because that's what you love. That's wonderful. But doing what you love will help you heal, will help make your life better. I love speaking, teaching, sharing, counseling, all of it. And I get to do what I love every day. How cool is that? That is just the coolest thing. So do what you love. Find something that you can do that you really love and enjoy doing. I have an acronym for you to think about. I'm coming toward the end. So this is the acronym I want you to think about. And it's called, and I learned this in Grief Share, so I'll give a shout out to Grief Share again. But they called it My Dear, and I added an S to it because I know dear is not plural, but I added an S just because I want to add the spiritual. But the M is for meditate or mindfulness. Spend some time, learn mindfulness, meditate, spend some time just quieting yourself and centering yourself and being quiet. Yoga. Learn yoga, do yoga, get out, stretch. Stretching is so good for you. It also teaches you to relax. Relaxation is a very important part of your mental health. Drink water. We don't think about it. One of the things when I first started working out, guys said, "You're not drinking enough water." He reminded me to drink water. So I have a big old water cup that I use. I don't have it ready, but I'll go get it ready today because I'm reminded. But drink enough water. Talk to your doctor about how much is enough. I try to get about a gallon in a day, but get enough water every day. Eat right. Eat healthy. I like to eat to feed my brain. So I like to eat salmon, avocado, nuts, beans, legumes. I'm vegetarian, except for, pescatarian because I eat salmon and fish. But I try to eat healthy because the more healthy I eat, I know that I'm feeding my brain. And it helps to balance my mental health. It helps to make my mood flatline, and it's so important. So look into eating and pay attention to what you're eating because it's where you get your energy and your food. So make sure you're putting healthy things inside your body. The next E is exercise, move. Our physical reminding us to walk, ride a bike, exercise, do something fun, do things you like to do. I like hiking the waterfalls. If I want to be out there hiking, I might as well find something great at the end, right? So I always hike to waterfalls. My husband took me to like a 700-foot waterfall. It was the coolest thing ever. And it's close to here. It's called Amnicola Falls. It's close to where we are in Georgia. It's in Georgia, close to where we are in Tennessee. Beautiful, beautiful. but just find, do something you love, enjoy. The R is for rest. I mentioned sleep, get enough sleep, take a nap if you have to, but rest is a part of your healing. It's where your cells grow, where your brain regenerates. All of the healing in your body occurs while you're sleeping. So if you're not getting enough sleep, you're not healing. You're not growing. You're not doing better. So you have to get enough sleep. And then spiritual. You have to nurture your spiritual being. Nurture who you are. Nurture your insides. Spend time with God. Slow down. Read your Bible. Study. Pray. Meditate. Take care of your spiritual self. Because if you don't, you're not going to have a relationship with God. If you don't spend time with that relationship, you're not going to have a healthy relationship. I want to put this number in here. This number is your friend. If you got a pen today, write this down. 988. It's a suicide and crisis lifeline. This may be for you, but it may be for a friend. It may be for a trucker friend. It may be for some family member. 988 is a number that you could text, call, or chat. So one number, you could do all three. It's easy to remember. There used to be an 800 number. I still don't remember the 800 number, but I remember 988. So 988, if you've got a friend in crisis, that's the number you want to call. If you're in crisis, that's the number you want to call. If you know a trucker in crisis and they're telling you about all their issues, that's the number we want to call, because 988 is there to support us. So you definitely want to learn that number. Again, text, call, or chat, and it's 24/7. It's nationwide as well. So it's a great support. It's a good place to go if you're in crisis. You can call with any mental health information. They'll redirect you to where you need to go. So let's talk about it's okay to be yourself. Sometimes we have trouble with mental health because we're in spaces that are not safe where we can be ourselves. And so I've kind of committed to myself that wherever I go, whether it's online doing a webinar or whether it's church or wherever I go, I'm going to be me. I'm going to be my best self. And you know what? I feel so much better when I do that. It's okay to have slow days or sad days. It's okay to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. I make them. Everybody makes them. And we can learn from our mistakes and grow from our mistakes, but mistakes are very, very normal. It's okay to not be okay. There are days when I'm not okay. As a therapist, there are days when I'm not okay. Sometimes I'm in the bed. Sometimes I'm dragging. Sometimes I'm stuck. Sometimes I struggle. That's a real thing. And it's okay to struggle. It's okay to ask for help. A lot of times when we're the helper and we're the person who's always helping and giving and doing, well, we don't want to ask for help. Well, why not? I talked about prayer. Prayer is going to God and asking him for help or thanking him for whatever he's done. But it's okay to ask for help. And it's okay to ask people for help, not just God. You can ask God who to ask and who's a safe person to ask. But it's okay. There are people out here who want to help other people. When I talk about the providers, the counselors, the social workers, the doctors, the psychiatrists, we all have one thing in common. We want to help. We're here. It's an industry full of people who want to help you get better. So it's people, so ask for help. It's okay not to know things. I had to look up truckers' information this morning. I didn't know that depression is a disqualifying diagnosis. I did not know that until today. Stunned me to see that. So it's okay to say, I don't know. So I came on and said, I had to look up your industry to help you. And I'm happy to be able to say that, because it would not have been authentic to pretend like I'm a trucker and I know everything about trucking. I don't. I have to own that. It's okay to be imperfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect, and that's okay. There's a book called The Gifts of Imperfections. I love that. I love the concept of just being myself and telling you about my imperfections and my flaws and the struggles that I have personally, because it lets you know that everybody can struggle. I talked about your industry not being able to be depressed. What if no counselor could be depressed, or no counselor could have anxiety or have psychosis or take medication? That would rule me out. I wouldn't be able to be your counselor. So it's a sad industry that doesn't recognize that everybody struggles at some point and that we all need help. Again, I can see why we wouldn't want you depressed on the road. That makes sense. But the fact that you have depression shouldn't be disqualifying. It should help you there should be a place where you can go and be safe and get help. So hopefully we can help facilitate that for the trucking industries. And it's okay to feel unhappy. We're not going to be happy every day. I want to be happy every day. I'm happy today. I like being happy, but we're not going to be happy every day. That's just the reality. And so we just need to own that reality and realize that some days are going to be harder than other days, and that's okay. So this brings us to our end, and I want to open the floor for questions, comments. I'm going to stop sharing just so I want you to make sure you take down my phone number, 423-505-5475. Although I'm not an active counselor right now, I am available to point you to other resources in the community, or maybe even tell you where you can find resources in your area. But feel free to call me. I'll still help, even though I'm not an active counselor right now. So I'm going to stop sharing and just open the floor for any questions, any comments, and just kind of, make it available. And Sheree, if you've got any, if anybody's sending any questions that you have, you can kind of let me know.
Strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the She Trucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guests today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. The market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed. And she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. My show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. This year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators. But even those of you that are carriers, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles. And we really just got to work smart these days. Trucking is very cyclical, so we have our up times and we have times where, we're all rolling in the money. And then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful. And it feels a little bit more the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make the opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, and a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and she is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going, or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts, or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. At She Trucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them, and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, what we'll probably get into later. Um, so the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL, and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually, I spent a lot of my younger years, I mean, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented, and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, So I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, someone sees us, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
that. I don't want to pass this up, because I think you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things. Yes. You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner-operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, I just got one truck, and I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do. And it really helps, because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss. And so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce, and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so You might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
You know, a lot of, I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible, and you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I run a trucking company. So don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so valuable. You just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That, I didn't even know you'd interested in a new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does it, when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge. And I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately, especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes.
Yes.
So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD, meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or up front, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
That you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their, business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I'm always say, just ask them you can do a credit check. And
there are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research. And, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. How do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You'll hear things if you're in and out. So
yes. And Google, even just a Google search in itself, because people are going to write reviews. If they're not getting paid 100%, you're going to see reviews there on Google. So that's great. Okay, so now tell me, you said you transitioned into the brokerage because you were getting more customers basically than your own carrier could handle. So can you tell us about transferring into that, and when did you move from the truck to really focusing full time on the brokerage? Could you tell us a little bit about that transition?
Sure. So in 2017, we started the brokerage, and I guess if we can backtrack just slightly, in 2015, Kenny and I had started to bring on our first owner operators, meaning that we brought on some other drivers who had their own truck, but we did this the right way. We added them onto our insurance policy, our auto liability and our cargo insurance. Our company name was on the door. We were responsible for safety. They were part of our drug consortium. So we added on these owner operators. And so I would say Kenny and I were still driving in the truck 2017, but it was probably 2019, 2020 when we started to get out of the truck more completely. So even in 2017, even though we'd started the brokerage, it was very slow. It might be 1 or 2 loads a month, to be honest. It was definitely a challenge in the beginning, starting the brokerage. I remember, we decided not to factor from the get-go with our brokerage. And I remember there were so many times that, I would find the right carrier for the load, I thought, and they would say, well, my factoring company is not going to approve you. And, you need to be able to have money set aside then to either do like a 50% upfront and 50% on delivery, or some other sort of payment arrangement. I remember one time though, in the beginning where I had this small load, I think it was like a short little partial going just across town. And I don't know what it was. It was a couple $100. And I said to the carrier, I said, listen, I said, I'd like to work with you on this. I will pay you up front. I said, just show up there to the shipper. I will pay you. I'll give you an EFS check. And then, I trust that you're going to pick up the load and handle the load for me, and they decided, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I don't know what to do. So there was definitely, that was probably the first 2 years of the brokerage. There was a lot of struggles with that. And I had to work very diligently to make sure that I paid my carriers on time. So it was a lot of really being on top of things to make sure we build our credit in the beginning. And fortunately, when we started out,
that's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you say that that's the biggest challenge in starting a brokerage because you don't have established credit, and so the carriers don't? I mean, I know I wouldn't run with the new brokerage that didn't have established credit, because I'm like, I'm gonna spend all that money on fuel, and I'm gonna spend all that time, and then you might pay me, you might not, or when. Would you say that not having established credit is the biggest challenge of starting a new brokerage, or something else?
That's a good question. I think not having established credit, and then also cash flow can be a big issue that small brokerages might have when they're starting up. Both of those, I think in the market that we're in now, a brokerage starting up might have a little bit more of an advantage because there's less loads than there have been in the past. But when the tables flip, which they will, again, it'll definitely be more in the carrier's favor, and a newer brokerage is going to have a heck of a time trying to get someone to take their shipments. So
yeah. I think that's the other thing. I hear a lot of people going, I'm just going to start a brokerage, and all I got to do is buy my bond, and the bond is actually not that expensive.
No, it's not.
You have to have $75,000, and depending on your credit, that you have your personal credit, it's really not that expensive to do it.
No,
so do that. Get your website. Get a TMS system set up, and everybody thinks that's it. I could start. Some booking my own freight. So what I love about your journey and the way you did, I think it's so smart, is you had more customers than your own personal trucks could handle. And that was the time where you started to make that transition, because you weren't starting the brokerage with needing to go for customers.
Correct.
You were already having customer relationships started. And I think that's so smart. And I think many people don't do it that way. So I've heard Kenny say that before. When do I know it's time to start a brokerage? And you'll say, well, when you have more freight than your own trucks can handle, that's the time where you want to branch out. And
yes,
that's it, like getting new customers, Elizabeth. Everybody acts like that's
well, it's not as easy as most of us, as most people might think. And that's probably the reason most carriers don't have a lot of their own direct freight. It takes a lot of calls. Kenny and I actually at one point had hired someone that we had known. He worked with a different brokerage, and we hired him on salary just to do outbound calls to try and bring in new customers. And we paid him for an entire year, and he did not bring in anyone at all. Yeah. So I don't know if it was his methodology that, just wasn't working, but it's really not that easy. It comes to acquire someone who wants you to handle their shipping. It really comes to being at the right place at the right time, and you have something that solves their problem, and a lot of times, business owners, unless there is an issue, unless they're not happy with what's happening with their current service provider, they don't want to have to switch.
Right.
You know, they're comfortable with the status quo, and unless they're unhappy with the price or the service, or something major has happened. So sometimes it means following up for a couple years until someone might be ready to switch.
Okay, listen, everybody. Did you hear what she just said? The time that it takes of so much wooing and wooing and wooing, trying to really build that relationship and keep putting your name and your face in front of that customer. It takes so many times of calling and building those in. And then the market is so fragile right now. The rates are so competitive that shippers, their phones are blowing up all day with people saying, I could beat their rate. Give me a shot. Just give me some loads. And, they're trying to just get the freight as what they can. And, carriers, we're feeling that, we are. You're feeling it too, carrier side. So, but when the market is so competitive like this, then it's just, how low can we go? And, then try to provide good service, provide a good carrier when the rates are, skinny. That's a good.
And to be honest, I don't think, when you're looking for shippers that you want to work with, if the shipper tells you that really price is the only thing that matters to them, sometimes you have to listen to that. I actually met someone the other day. Kenny and I were at an event, and we were actually at an event for one of our other customers. We were making a delivery and a pickup for them. And I got to talking to someone else, and he was telling me about how he can ship a pallet anywhere in Florida, one pallet for $165. And I said, wow, that's pretty awesome. I'm not going to be able to beat that for sure. And he let me know, that, really the only thing that matters to him is price. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to give you my card anyway. I'm not going to be able to beat or match that rate for one pallet to go to Miami from Tampa. That's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you have something that goes wrong, or you need something last minute, or you need a full truckload, let me know. I'll be happy to help you, because even though you might not be able to meet their needs at that moment, you might be able to in the future. People's business models change. So
okay, again, another great point. I love what you did there. And I even do this as a carrier when I'm talking to a broker, and I will start talking about a load. I do the exact same thing. This is gold right here, Elizabeth. I love what you said right there. So you're getting a no, and and they know this is not going to work right now, but you continued to talk about opportunities for the future. And I'll even do that where I'm like, well, this load obviously is not a good fit for me, and I'll do a very similar thing as a carrier, and I'll say, if something else comes up, keep me in mind. I'm not going to do that rate. I'm not going to, I have no desire to be the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, right.
But you're right that things do change. And then also when I'm talking to a broker, I will also say, I know they have multiple customers, so this one customer, they're running all this cheap freight, but they do have some more specialized things. And I'll even take that opportunity and I'll say, this one's not a good fit for me, but I'm a great carrier. I mean, my goal is to be your favorite carrier. Every load I do, that's my goal. So, and they love that, and they're having a conversation with me. So even hearing you say that on the broker side, I think that's just a great way to network. And every no that you get doesn't mean it's a never.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Yes.
Great tip there, Elizabeth. You have so much wisdom. I knew you were going to be sharing some gold with us. Okay.
I really think it benefited me a lot to start as a carrier before I became a broker, because when Kenny and I were in the truck, we had our own authority. Both he and I would book loads. We were both on the load boards. We were both negotiating loads. And so I really had a lot of background in exactly what I needed to do to dispatch our trucks and stay profitable. And that really helped me a lot as I started the brokerage. I did not do any specialized brokerage training. I don't think you necessarily need to do any specialized brokerage training, to be perfectly honest. If you have that background as a carrier, you know what it takes to get the job done. You know the questions that are going to come up. You know, the pain points you've had as a driver of, you know, someone sends you in there and the appointment time, you know, they said the appointment time was X, but it's actually Y. And, you know, now you're sitting there for, you know, you've missed your appointment or something, you know? So, yeah, I think that there is a lot of benefit to starting off as a carrier first.
Well, and you all day you're talking to your competition, and I mean, you know, as a carrier, what things that they're not even asking the right questions sometimes.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you know that that's happening for the shipper as well, and you get a really a good idea how you can improve on that.
Yes. Yeah.
One of my favorite things that I've told you this story before, but Elizabeth and she called and offered me a load for my truck, and it was in Texas, but I was a little bit far. And I loved this conversation I had with her. I thought, you know, I wish every broker could talk just this frankly and honestly. You know, you offered me this load and I gave you my rate. I had a big Ted head. So the rate was just out of the market, you know, and I even told you, I'm like, I know this rate's not going to, but this is what I would need to do it. And you said to me, and I just loved your honesty. And you just said, you know, you paused for a minute, and I was like, and I was sitting there, she's like, you're crazy, girl. I ain't paying you that. But you know, I didn't know what you're gonna say because you know you get blasted sometimes. So
yes,
like, yeah. What is she gonna say? She said to me just so respectfully, and she said, you know, Cindy, I know why you gave that rate. I understand that, but honestly, I could cover this load, you know, cheaper than that with another carrier that's closer by, you know, and the market's competitive right now. So I think we'll just pass on this one for now. And, you know, it was just straight up. And I was like, I loved it. I was like, I love this woman. I'm like, why can't we all just talk honestly? You weren't going, oh, I don't have that much in it. You know, that which
right.
About. It's like, you're just like, you know, just honestly, I could cover it cheaper. And if somebody that was closer, and I was like, we could just talk that honestly instead of all this, you know, crazy lines we feed each other.
Yes.
You know.
Well, I respect you so much because I've called you so many times on loads. We've done so many loads together. And, you know, if I ask you what you need for this, you're not afraid to give me the rate that you actually need. You're not afraid to give me an offer. Yeah. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll match up on it, right. But you're not afraid to quote something. Yeah. And I can't tell you how many carriers I've talked to, and they just won't give me a number. You know, they're
about what is happening when they don't give you a number? What do you think is
that's a really good question. So I can answer that because I've been on the carrier side as well of that. And I know that I've called different freight brokers before, especially some of the bigger ones where they have young people that are answering the phones and are disrespectful, and they will yell at you if you give them a number that they don't like. And I find that to be ridiculous because really, you know, this is still business, you know, and if you tell me you need $1,000 on this and because of X, Y, and Z, then that's what you need. And hopefully we can work together and work something out on that. But if we can't, then you're just not the right truck for this particular load. And that's okay too. And I think sometimes when carriers get put on the spot and asked for a number, they just freeze. They're not used to actually quoting something. They're so used to brokers just telling them, you know, this is what the rate is, and they're going to say yes or no. And they don't realize that there is a negotiation involved. It doesn't always mean that you're going to get 100% your way in the negotiation, but there's definitely different aspects that you can discuss. And this is one of the benefits for an actual driver, like a one truck owner operator like yourself, and like a lot of drivers out there. It's so important for them to be negotiating their own rates and not relying on dispatchers to be the ones calling and booking the loads. I will 100% give a little extra money to a one truck owner operator driver who is booking their own load over some dispatcher who has called in. They don't know the details of the truck. I've had dispatchers before book the truck, and I call the carrier, you know, on the number on FMCSA, and that carrier says, I'm not going to do that, you know, so that they waste my time. So when there's people like you that call and do that, it's Fantastic. And I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
No, it's good information. Okay, because I think a lot of people will say, I think there's some really great dispatchers out there. I personally never worked with one. I've always self-dispatched my own truck. I also have a background like you do. So that to me, I was like, I'm not going to do that. Nobody's going to represent my company. Nobody's going to come hard and say, wait, you can count on me. I know you're concerned. I know the timeline. This is where I'm at. I mean, I'm going to give that spiel. I'm going to run hard, and I'm going to ask for all the money, and I'm going to ask for, what I need. And this is what you need. I hear you. You're talking to the driver. So I'm going to be there. So I see how that works. I know how that benefits me personally. So I wouldn't do that. But so you've had problems. Like, what if you have, you're driving? What would you say? Carriers are driving and they're losing time because they can't be constantly looking for loads where they're driving. What would you say to that reason for that person that's never self-dispatched their truck? What would you say to, you're a carrier, you knew how to do it. So
I think if you're going to be dispatching yourself, I think it's important to work on pre-planning your week, and don't just deliver a load and then look for your next load. It's a great idea to pre-plan and be looking ahead, and make sure you're establishing relationships with brokerages. Some of the smaller ones like myself, but also some of the bigger ones like CH Robinson or Coyote or Landstar or even TQL. When you start to have a rep at one of those and someone that knows you, they can also be looking for stuff that might go well on your truck even when you are driving, and they can offer things to you. So that's a good tip. But also just kind of plan your week and plan your day. When you're getting loaded and unloaded, you normally have a little bit of downtime there where you can take a look at the load board and see what's out there. On your 30-minute break, check that out. And I think some place where carriers fall short often is posting their truck. And in this market, especially 100%, you need to have your truck posted all of the time. As soon as you book your next load and you know where you're going to be available next, post your truck. They're in this market.
Say that. Tell us why you say that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll give an example that you were a part of, actually. So, in this market where freight brokers are not struggling to find trucks as much, it is super important for them to be able to go onto DAT load board or whatever load board you're using, and be able to see, okay, well, this carrier has a posted truck there. They can look up your MC number, see your safety score, see you don't have any freight guard reports, and say, okay, I'm going to call them. Instead of having to post their load and deal with the hundreds of incoming phone calls that they can hardly even catch their breath in between, it's so much nicer to be able to pick and choose who you're going to call and try and work something out with. It also puts a little bit more control in your hand as the carrier, though, as well, because you know that the broker has hand selected you, picked you out and said, I'd like to work with this carrier. Yes. Yeah. So they've already kind of looked you up a little bit, most likely, before they've called you. So you do have a little bit of an advantage there, so don't be afraid to, even if you can't, let's say you're driving when someone calls you, don't be afraid to say, hey, I see your number that came in. Let me get your extension. Let me look this up, and I'll call you back in just a few minutes with a number. And, it's not terrible to do that, so.
I love that what you're saying so much, because I find when a broker calls me and they've seen my posted truck,
yes,
the conversation is so slow. Well, for one, they're super respectful.
Yes.
It is a whole different thing. They're like, hey, I saw you posted your truck, and how are you doing today? And I'm like,
yeah,
I'm doing great. How are you doing? And it's this slow, casual pouring out of the details. And let me tell you what I've got and why I want you to look at this. And I see you're ready to go into this area. And that the conversation is so less aggressive.
Yes.
It's
such yes. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. And I'm really glad you said that, because it's a totally different energy. Yeah. If you and I were even in that position, because if I post my load, I'm stressed. I'm getting a lot of phone calls, and a lot of those phone calls are unfortunately double broker guys who are trying to like take my load and trick me into giving them the shipment, and then so they can steal my freight. So it's very stressful for me to try and weed through everyone. And, I have seconds to get through a phone call to determine, is this someone I even want to work with, versus someone calls you and they can actually have a conversation with you. And it's so important. And the example I wanted to give was that one time this past summer in Chicago, and I had a truck driver. I don't know how this happened, but he lost his key, and he called me at 4:00 in the morning, and he said, "I'm not going to make the 8:00 pickup." And I said, "Oh my goodness!" So, we had an 8:00 pickup in Chicago or something like that, and I had just a couple hours, and it's the middle of the night, 4:00 in the morning. So how am I going to find a truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked on DAT and I could not believe, I looked for available trucks. I could not believe it. Here is Cindy with Achieve Trucking is posted there. And I've said, this can't be right. This can't be Cindy up there. That's not normally her area.
Right.
And I looked and it was Cindy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I'm like, this is going to be amazing if she's available. And I probably waited an hour because I didn't want to wake you up at 4:00 in the morning. Yeah. And I called you and, you helped me out with the shipment, and I paid you more than I was going to pay the other carrier. I think I paid you excellent for that market. And, but I was so happy to see a carrier that I knew and trusted that I could rely on to get the job done right. And I think most brokers probably feel like that when they're looking for something more than just the cheapest truck, which we are oftentimes. It's not always just the money, really.
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a little commercial break, but you shared some fantastic information, and I still have a list of questions that I want to go through because you're so much information that you have in that beautiful brain of yours, and I'm so grateful. So we're going to cut to commercial, but we're going to be right back. If y'all have any questions, we got a broker in the hot seat here. So if there's anything you wanted to know about the other side, this is the time to ask. And she's an experienced carrier with a fleet of 10 trucks. So she's run all kinds of freight. And so if you guys have questions, pop those in. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back. Well, Elizabeth, okay, you have my brain going in a million different directions. I want to talk a little bit about double brokering. Okay, sure. I know for me as a carrier, I noticed that they're really being careful when they book a load with me. There's a lot of things that are happening. Can you tell us a little bit? Maybe there's a new owner operator out there, or maybe somebody even thinking about becoming an owner operator in the future, or maybe even open a brokerage. Can you tell what's happening in the market today about double brokering and how that impacts all of us? And then what you as a broker are doing to prevent that fraud, basically. Can you give us a little summary if somebody's not really familiar with that side of the?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing happen now is there are a lot of shell carriers. And what I mean by shell carriers is it's someone who has opened up a carrier and maybe they have one truck on their policy and then they are accepting freight from a legitimate broker. And then with their shell carrier, they get the load information, they have the rate confirmation, and they have that load secured. They then hand that load off to maybe a sister brokerage company of theirs, which is a scam brokerage company. They do have a legitimate MC number, but usually they're set up that they don't care to pay any carriers, so that brokerage then will post the load or call trucks and get that load moved with another legitimate carrier who doesn't realize that this has been double brokered. Did that explain that part of it?
Very helpful.
Right? Okay.
Very helpful.
So
what are you as a broker doing to prevent that from happening? So we as carriers can understand how to overcome,
Sure, what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that I do now is when I am booking a new load, and if I'm having to take incoming phone calls, or if I am looking to work with someone new, I have Carrier 411 up, and I use that every single day. I'm checking every new carrier in there. I'm checking to see if they have any freight guard reports, meaning that someone might have reported them for double brokering. I think there is an unfortunate thing with Carrier 411 that sometimes they've gotten a bad rap because brokers will threaten to file a freight guard report for this or that. And it's, a lot of times it's something that, it stinks, something went wrong, but, it's not the end of the world. And there are brokerages like me that will look past some things like that. I mean, if I ask you about it and you have a good explanation, and it wasn't, yesterday, a lot of times we can move past it and we can still work together. I'm not against that. But if you've been reported for double brokering, we're not working together. So,
right.
So that's probably my first check. We have a couple other resources that we use. One of the other things that I'm always doing is calling the number that's listed on FMCSA for that carrier to confirm that I'm booking the load with who I think I'm booking it with. A little side note with that, there is something that had happened with FMCSA was allowing carriers to be able to change their address and their phone number by sending in a copy of their driver's license. And what was happening with that is some carriers were actually having their identity stolen, and their phone number and address was changed by sending in a picture of their driver's license to one of these scam brokerages. So I would really hesitate to send a copy of your driver's license, your CDL, to anybody at this point.
Okay, everybody get that? It's to prevent somebody else from impersonating your company and your MC. So
yes,
it's a big scam out there. So
there's other ways that you can still verify who you are, and maybe that means, having your insurance agent vouch for you, and so, there's just different things you can do. I would always be ready to send pictures of your truck, your company name.
Tell us why they're asking that. Just in case you're not put together. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, even beyond just the double brokering, there are a lot of companies out there who might only insure one or two trucks, and then they hire on what they call owner operators. And these owner operators are not on their insurance policy. They're not on their cargo. They're not on their liability insurance, and they're sending them in to pick up freight. And it really opens myself as a broker and my customer up to a lot of risk because that truck might not be properly insured. I haven't vetted them. And so as a brokerage, I want to see the actual truck that you're going to be sending in there to the shipper to pick up the load. If there's going to be any changes in the company name, I need to know, from the get-go. If you're dispatching for someone else, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but you need to give me the DOT number of the truck that's going to actually be doing the shipment. And that's who I need the insurance for. That's who I need to be able to check out.
Okay, and tell me another, explain to carriers this, because I know that there's new owner operators that are hearing you don't have any inspections on your truck. Why is a broker saying that to a carrier, and what is that proving if I have an inspection? What is exactly are they looking for when you say you want to see a inspection on there?
That's a really good question. So the reason that brokers are looking for that is they're making it, and especially because the market is so lean for carriers right now, it's just a black and white way for brokers to filter out carriers that don't have any actual trucks. And so it filters them out, but it also does filter out some of the good carriers that are newer that just don't have any inspections yet. And so that's unfortunate. There are ways to overcome that. And that really comes into, I think, when you are calling on a load and you're going to be dispatching yourself, if you really represent that this is your company.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can talk to a freight broker and be able to explain to them what the situation is. And through other documentation, such as showing pictures of the truck, it might even require like a FaceTime call. I worked with a carrier recently that, I just really wasn't sure, and he didn't have any inspections, but he seemed like a good guy. And so I said, listen, we're going to do a FaceTime call. I need you to do a walk around the truck with me. I want to see the company name on the side. And so, it really There are brokers out there that are willing to go that extra effort. If you sell yourself, if you, help them understand that, where you're at, you're trying to make a living here, you're trying to get your business established, and you're a good carrier and you're going to take good care of their freight, we will go above and beyond.
Okay, I want to park here just for a minute because I don't want everybody to miss this. So the reason that they need to see inspection is because the brokers are trying to rule out that you're not one of those shell carriers that's going to send their freight off. They want to make sure you're a real trucking company that's not going to double broker their freight. So that's
Yeah.
the main thing. And then also I loved what you shared as a way to overcome, it's an objection, in sales, there's an objection and you overcome that objection, so understanding why you're asking is teaching the carriers how to respond to that quest. They're really just needing to be verified that you are an actual broker, you're an actual carrier with a legitimate truck. Double brokering is a real scam out there that's costing the industry thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we can just sit back instead of getting frustrated and say, they needed, I just hung up. They said I needed inspection, but you kept talking. And that's for whatever the objection is. We need to keep doing that. Well, why do you need that? What can I do to overcome that? And again, another feature and a benefit of being the actual one calling. Because you're saying, this is my company. I'm brand new. I'm not brand new, but when I was doing all this, and it wasn't even a big a deal as it is now. But I was saying, I'm going to do a great job for you. I know you're nervous. I know I don't have a proven record, but I want to grow my business and I'm going to work harder than anybody else you're going to put on this load. And, so I was just going at it hard. I was saying, give me a shot, put me in there. But understanding why they're asking for that inspection. How else can I prove it to you? Let me go on FaceTime. Let's take a picture of my truck. What can I do to overcome that concern? Because I want to work with you. I want to build a relationship. So, coming back over those things. So I love it that you shared that. That was very helpful information. Anything you want to add about double brokering?
There's two other points I want to make about this. I think that carriers can also do a better job of really taking a close look at the paperwork that they're given and, catching some of this stuff before they deliver the freight. So whenever you're given a bill of lading, it's really your responsibility as a carrier, number one, to make sure everything matches, make sure, the date matches, make sure the shipper and the receiver matches what was on your rate confirmation, make sure, this is super important, make sure the quantity of the freight that they put on your truck matches what you actually have. Heaven forbid you get there to the receiver and they say, well, it says that they loaded 4 pallets on here and you only have 2. What are you going to do? You signed for that you received 4. Check the name on, the third party bill to information there. Sometimes that can be a clue. And I've talked to a lot of newer carriers who were picking up and delivering freight to places that did not match the bill of lading and did not match the rate confirmation. And I'm finding this out after the fact because these are carriers that I've been trying to mentor a little bit as we work together a few times, and I want to see them succeed. And they haven't gotten paid for this. And as I look back through their paperwork then, and we can take a look at that, and things don't match. So when things don't match, you need to stop and you need to take another look at it. And it might even mean that you need to ask the shipper, and say, what's going on with this here? Is this the freight brokerage that you're working with? And I just want to make sure that this is the location it's supposed to go to. Now, obviously, if it's a blind shipment, that might not be feasible, but take a moment to really look into things. Don't be so fast to just sign the paperwork and run. And the other point I want to make about double brokering is there's a lot of carriers that think that it's just a broker problem, and it's not. One of the big factors that is driving down rates, especially if it's in the case that the shipper might still be paying the same rate, but the broker's rate seems to have dropped to the carrier, it's because so many brokers have ended up double paying for loads, meaning they paid the scam carrier and they've paid the legitimate carrier that actually did the load. And so if you think about that, like let's say you paid $1,000 for this load, but you had to pay it twice now. I guarantee the broker did not have $2,000 in that load to begin with. Yeah. So they're at a deficit. And so they're a little bit more hesitant, I'm sure, in some cases, about throwing out bigger numbers because they might have to double pay if they if things don't check out.
Yeah.
So
Okay, Elizabeth, I want to first jump on here, talk a little bit about She Trucking. One of the things I love about the She Trucking Foundation is we are bringing on quality people like Elizabeth Long, who's dropping all of this valuable information to help empower and equip you to do the things that you want to do. Our goal is to help you to thrive in the industry and bringing on great guests. So if you are not a part of the She Trucking Foundation, I encourage you to join and is to sign up so you don't miss out on all these opportunities. She Trucking has a Facebook group, and Joy in Life OTR also has a Facebook group. So join in both of these communities so you can get exposure and get to learn and thrive in the industry from people like Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, I want to thank you for sharing all those things. So I think you dropped so much great information. One of the things too I want to share, my show is Enjoy in Life OTR, so I can't have you take off on me and not tell me a little bit about what it was like team driving with your husband. So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you guys really took advantage of the opportunity to travel, and many of us don't ever get out of the truck. I mean, I do. I care a lot about that. But
yes,
you've done some great adventures. We have just a few more minutes before we have to shut up the show. But could you just tell us a little bit about how you and Kenny team drive, how you made it take advantage of the opportunity to travel while you guys were out there?
Oh, definitely. Kenny and I had such a great time going over the road together. And I think really, because I came into this as I'd never been a company driver, so I'd never had that experience. But I thought, man, I mean, I always loved to travel. And I thought, this is a way for us to get paid to travel and see the country.
Right.
And so, we started doing that in 2012. And when we started out, I think we had inflatable stand-up paddle boards on the truck with us and bicycles. And so we were like well equipped to go do, anything, any kind of adventure. I had hammocks on the top bunk, and, we were set. So, a couple of the things that we've done that have just been spectacular is, we've been to Niagara Falls, and I found a casino that we could park that was close to the falls. We could park at the casino, and we walked to the falls and went exploring there. We went to downtown St. Louis one time, and, we've never been afraid to just get out and go and walk. And so I found this little truck stop. It was kind of close to downtown, but I think it was, 5 miles from downtown. And we said, all right, well, we're going to walk it. We did it. And so we walked into downtown and explored all day. And I think we did 15 miles that day, but
wow.
we had a great time. We went to this, we went to the city museum, which was this jungle gym type thing for adults, and played all day there. We had, I guess, one of our longest trips that we did, which was really neat, is we went out to the state of Oregon. We were kind of near Portland. I don't remember exactly which truck stop it was. I think it was TA Portland South, probably. And so it wasn't anything special. But I looked at the hotels in the area, and all the hotels were about $200 a night. And I said, that's kind of expensive. We have a perfectly good truck right here. And so we slept in the truck, and we showered at the truck stop every day. And then we spent our money on a rental car and went exploring and had great dinners out. And I think we were honestly there for about a week, maybe even 10 days. But we did a lot of hiking up there, and just, really enjoyed some downtime after we delivered our load up there. And, it's pretty awesome that we can have everything we need in the truck with us. We have all of our clothes, we have food, we can cook, it's comfortable. And so as long as you're there at a truck stop and you can take a shower, you could stay there indefinitely and kind of go explore. And I don't know, there's so many neat opportunities. And to think it would have cost us, $1,400 a night, or $1,400 for that week, if we were there in hotels, and we got to just stay there for free. So that was pretty neat. We've gone and seen the Grand Canyon, which I don't know that this was entirely okay for us to do, but we were going. So I don't necessarily recommend this. You could do this at your own risk. But we were going past the Grand Canyon at night, And I said, well, when are we going to be out here again? We were ahead of schedule on our load because we'd already done some team driving and this was a solo load. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to pull into where the tour buses were. There was no one there to stop me. And I said, I'm going to park there. And we watched the sun come up over the Grand Canyon in the morning. And it was really neat. It was so cool. So
I love that when you said too that you were team driving, but you would take a load that was booked for they had the time frame of a solo driver, and y'all took it as a team load, and then you freed up some time to have a little extra cushion because you guys were driving around the clock to get it, so you freed up some time in the weekend or whenever you were.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we worked on doing, is just, hey, let's team where we can so that way, we can have some downtime where we want it. And that was also, it was a slightly different market there in 2012, but I also really enjoyed, I'd look at the load board and I'd see, well, where do we want to go, and sometimes book loads to take us to areas that we've never been to before.
Yes.
And so sometimes, it might not be the best paying load, but maybe it takes you to some place that you've never been before. And if you think about, well, I could buy a plane ticket and rent a hotel and do all these other things, or maybe I take a load there and take a couple of days off and explore and, I have my fuel covered and have a place to stay. So
great. I think that's even great for company drivers to do that. Team, the company driver just runs them around the clock, and it's understandable, but I think even a way that they could work with their dispatcher and go, okay, we need to have a little downtime. Just a load that's a single load, we're going to run it fast so we have free up a little bit of time so we could, have some beach time, so communicating those desires to, and Grant, you're not going to do that every time. Team drivers, they're going to, company driver, they're going to run them. They want to keep those wheels going. So anyway, that's great. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I want to take just a minute before we wrap up, and I want to thank our sponsors because we have so many great sponsors in She Trucking, and they allow us to be able to do the things that we do. They're supporting the things that we passionate about and equipping, empowering people to come into the industry and really thrive in the freight transportation industry. So GLCS, this is a fabulous company that helps trucking and logistics companies achieve their growth by taking overcoming their technology challenges. So doing so much for the industry. So if you're a trucking or logistics company, please check them out. So many great resources available and really helping companies to thrive. Another one is True TMS, My Guardian Doc. I really love both of these companies. The True TMS is a transportation management system that's actually designed from the ground up with the small carrier in mind. So if you have a small fleet, 1 or 2 trucks or a handful of trucks, this is a great company for you to check out. They have a free trial that you can check out. So that's a great opportunity to give them out just to play around and see all the tools that they provide. But they are designed for the smaller fleet. The other sponsor I want to mention is My Guardian Doc. For drivers, we're on the road and, I've been sick this last couple of weeks and I thought, I can't get to my doctor, but My Guardian Doc, they have a small monthly subscription and you're able to have a virtual counselor with a doctor. They're able to diagnose and write prescriptions for you while you're on the road, or maybe you're a broker or dispatcher and you're in an office and you don't have time to get into the doctor. So this is a great opportunity for somebody at a very low monthly cost to be able to get medical care while we're on the road. It really fits the lifestyle of a trucker. I mean, it's so brilliant, really. So grateful for these sponsors that help us to continue to do the things that we do. Legal Shields is another one of our sponsors I really like. Sometimes in trucking, we come up against challenges and, we wish we had an attorney. They offer a small monthly fee, and then you have access to a legal attorney that can look at contracts or help you fight a ticket that you got on your CDL. And I mean, so much more. So even if you want to do a will or, they have so many resources. So check them out too. Legal Shield is a wonderful sponsor offering great products that are really helpful for our community. So I want to give them a shout out. And Elizabeth, I just have to say thank you so much. I could have you on again. I think I could talk with you for another hour because you have so much wisdom. And maybe next time we'll get Kenny on here too, because you guys just have just so much that we could take away and learn. I thank you for taking the time to do this because
Absolutely.
I
I
know.
really enjoyed it, and I do hope you have me back on here. I would love to do that.
Yeah, so grateful for you, and you guys check it out. You guys be sharing this out with other people, and because Elizabeth dropped some great gems here. Whether you're a carrier, a company driver, or you're thinking about starting a brokerage. So she's got some great information, and we're so grateful that you came on. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. You know, our show is Enjoying Life OTR, so we always want to hear about the ways that you are enjoying life on the road, and I think that comes with work-life balance. So you've given us some great information that'll help us continue to thrive in our business. And I love your stories about how y'all travel and take advantage of the opportunities. So thanks so much for coming on. Elizabeth, and your link is on the show, patriotstartrucks.com. Is that the brokerage website?
That's actually for both.
Okay.
But you can find us on there. We're also on Facebook, Patriot Star, and feel free to reach out. And I always love to connect with great carriers and build relationships. And, I hope that, when I work with carriers, I want to see them grow their business with me so that way we can both continue to be successful and make money together. So
yeah, I love that you're into partnerships, and you're such a blessing. And I'm just so grateful to have met you and get to work with you and Kenny regularly. So it's so great. You guys be sure to check out all of the ways that you can find Chic Trucking and Enjoying Life OTR. We're all over social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're at YouTube, Facebook groups, Facebook Lives all the time. We're on Instagram. So many ways for you to connect with us, and we look forward to seeing y'all next time. Thanks again, Elizabeth. I sure appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a good evening.
My name is Sherdon Reynolds. As he said, I am the self-proclaimed CEO of She Prints It LLC. We are a fiercely female promotional products company that focuses on helping women-owned, led, and operated businesses stay top of mind with phenomenal branding. Now, that's my normal elevator pitch, but we're going to have a real conversation today because a lot of times in business, the last thing that we focus on is branding, marketing, and promotional products. We don't see the value in it, or we think we should start a t-shirt line for everything. How many people done started a t-shirt line up in here? Don't be ashamed. Put your hand up. I know y'all out here trying to start t-shirt lines. I ain't judging. I just want to help you do it the right way and understand how to implement promotional products in your business. So one of the most common mistakes that people make, or missed opportunities, I should say, when it comes down to promotional products and branding, is that they're trying to create multiple businesses with the promotional products and t-shirts. So what does that mean? During the pandemic, especially, a lot of us had some tough times financially. And so everybody wanted to open up a Shopify store and do a print on demand, printful fulfillment, trying to get some extra money in their pocket. But if you have a service that you provide, say, for example, you coach truck drivers, right? Or you teach logistics, you charge $500 for that class. It's not beneficial to you to then turn around and sell a $25 t-shirt. That's your impulse buy item, right? The focus is selling that $500 course or coaching program. So what if you, instead of trying to sell that $25 t-shirt, sold your coaching program for $550, and it came with a free t-shirt, a free download, a free checklist. Now you really made $50 on that t-shirt instead of $25. You added value to what you offer because your program had free gifts associated with it, and people are more likely to do business with people that they receive free products from. The truth of the matter, statistically proven, people do business with companies that they've gotten promotional products from by 83%. You increase the likelihood of business by 83% if you give away promotional products. So if you spent $2 on mugs and you came here today, everybody, I think a great example is that company right at the front, Prime Line. They're giving away free bags. They got tote bags. They got goodies inside those tote bags. I bet you all went and got y'all a bag. I see the bags sitting on top of these tables. Y'all will never forget that company. I assure you that what they're gifting you versus what they're trying to lure you to buy is probably 300% more in value. But you're going to remember them because they gave you those pretty pink and white bags, and they had that pretty pink truck over there, and it had some little goodies inside, and you guys were excited because they gave you something for free, and you didn't feel like you had to pay for it. But you will pay for it when you do business with them. If they come across 1,000 people and 10% of those people buy something, do you think they made their money back on those promotional products? Y'all a quiet crowd. You know, I'm a turn up queen, but it's okay. Y'all conservative. That's okay. Needless to say, the goal here is to focus on the investment of your business. As you guys came in, you see She Trucking everywhere. She's selling the products. It's featured on other people's banners. She has tents, tablecloths, t-shirts, hats. All of that is going to keep her brand top of mind. You need to figure out how do you duplicate that behavior, but still maintain the core focus of your brand. You have to understand who your target audience is. What is it that your target audience desires from you? And how do you get your target audience to buy into your brand concept and also appreciate the products that you have to go with it? So because I want to get some engagement going, I will ask if anybody has any questions about promotional products, branding. If you have a scenario, I'm happy to role play with you on a situation as it relates to your brand, how you can introduce promotional products to your company. Nobody had no questions? Y'all just too chill for me. Okay. Well, I'll continue on. Let me look on this side because I miss y'all over here. No questions? All right. Well, I'll keep on my spiel. As it relates to nonprofits, because I know there's a lot of companies here that have nonprofits or people who are working in the nonprofit space as well. That's another area where people struggle with branding, presentation, and marketing. And in that space, it's not just the products, it's the verbiage. A lot of times we don't know how to talk about what we're selling, and we don't know how to encourage people to purchase at the value that we defined it as. So in the nonprofit sector, it's important that you understand that your words matter. People will spend $100 on a t-shirt if they're getting a free t-shirt for $100 donation. But when you sell them the t-shirt for $25, they're less likely to buy it because people want to feel like they did something right and they want to get a gift for it, right? So they still want something for their money. But you have to know how to have that conversation with them. It's no different than with the courses. You're giving them something for free. As a promotional product, you're doing it as a donation, and every donation level allows for you to increase the value. And as we're talking about value, another area of opportunity in promotional products and branding when it comes to selling is that people don't understand profit margins, markups, their target audience, and value. If anybody is still in here trying to sell a t-shirt for $10 or $15, you really need to reevaluate what you're doing. Supplies cost more than that, labor costs more than that, but most importantly, the value add that you have for your product is worth more than that. So if your presentation is great, when you guys walked in again, Sheree's presentation is amazing. So when you see it, you see that she's invested money, time, and energy. And so when she tells you that a hat is $30, you don't really flinch about it because you can see where that came from. You see the presentation, the investment. She's invested in her. In turn, you're willing to invest in her. If you guys don't have a presentation that looks like something that people want to be a part of, they're not going to invest in it. But you also have to understand that at minimum, you should be doing a 40 to 60% markup on your cost. And that doesn't mean the cost of the one shirt that you got printed at the mall, okay? It's about bulk pricing. You have to understand that you have to start with a certain number of units before you can start to mark up. And the more that you spend, the great thing is that if you buy 24 shirts and you're spending $8 a shirt and then you decide to mark it up to $25, now you can buy 1,000 shirts and you're only paying $5 per shirt, but you still selling it for $25. Just because you saving money don't mean you're supposed to drop the cost of your product. And my last bit of advice to you in pricing, you need to price so that you can offer a discount. Do not price your products at the lowest possible price because you're afraid that people won't buy it. The people that don't buy your stuff don't want your stuff, and that's okay. Thank you. Okay, I woke y'all up. I should have said that in the beginning. I sure wish somebody would have gave me that tip. You have a question? Yeah, so profit margins, like I was saying earlier, at least starts at 40% at the bare minimum. And it depends on who you're selling it to. But when you go deeper into products and placement, if you decide, and to my point when I was talking about making sure that you price it accordingly so that you can discount it, say at some point you decide that you want to sell your products to a major retail store, right? It looks really pretty, but that's a really expensive game to be in. These major retail stores, they want 40 to 70% off the rip of your costs. So that's why it's important that your prices are high enough that you can reduce it down. It's a lot like when we go into the mall and they got the 70% off of MSRP rack, and it's always 70% off of that MSRP, and you get excited, but that they never plan to sell it to you at that $115 mark. That is the suggested market value for that item, so they can list it as that. But they never have any intentions to sell it at that point. But everybody wants a discount, so you want to mark it up. Don't be ashamed to take it up because another piece of pricing your product, you have to include all of your overhead and expenses. So if you're only charging for the cost of goods solely based on what you pay for the products, you're pricing it wrong. You have to price your products to include the cost of your employees, the cost of the building that you're operating out of, the cost of lights, utilities, whatever overhead that your business has. You have to incorporate all of those things. And then you take that and determine what the profit margin is. You have to consider what are you spending on ads and other marketing material, right? Because if you pay $5 for the shirt and now you selling it for 10, but you want to run Facebook ads and you want to run Instagram ads and you want to hire a marketing person, that extra $5 ain't gonna make it. So, and that the goal is at the end of the year that you should have seen at least a 20% at stay in your pocket profit, right? Which means after you've covered all of your expenses, that the business should be able to retain about 30% is really good. But that's including everything. So don't just focus on the cost of the good. And if you don't have overhead right now, you still have to prepare for the future. So eventually you will have overheads you need to forecast accordingly. I don't have a team now, but when I do hire a team, I want to be able to pay them $10 an hour. They can work this many hours a week, part time or whatever. factor that into your cost. Because if you charging just based on what you do as a solopreneur, and then when it's time to hire a team, you cannot afford them, and then you change your price from $15 to $35 because you're trying to pay for the team, you're gonna lose your audience. Any other questions? Okay, well, that's my time. I hope.
To say, first of all, thanks for She Trucking and Sheree Moore for allowing us to be here today. Also, everybody else here for making this event such a success. I am Donna Finney, and this is Tanner Massengill. We're with Commercial Insurance Associates here in Chattanooga, and we're here to talk about insurance. Insurance is one of the leading expenses for trucking companies today. And when it comes to insurance, it can be a little difficult to understand. During my years of working in the family trucking company, I know firsthand how confusing insurance can get. So today, we would like to review some of the most common areas of confusion. Tanner?
To begin, we'd like to discuss why insurance coverage is so expensive. In 2019, the commercial auto segment saw underwriting losses of over $4 billion. For nearly a decade, the commercial auto segment has been an unprofitable segment for insurers. For this reason, we expect to see rates continue to rise to compensate for these losses. Well, one may ask, what's driving losses? One factor is claims frequency. Based on findings from the National Safety Council, the number of large truck fatal crashes has increased by 40% from 2010 to 2019. Another factor is nuclear verdicts. A nuclear verdict is a jury award that is beyond what most would consider rational or reasonable. While there's no defined amount to be deemed a nuclear verdict, most would consider it to be a jury award above $10 million. These nuclear verdicts have been increasing at a staggering rate. Over the last 5 years, there have been nearly 300 nuclear verdicts, compared to just 26 from 2006 to 2011. Not only has the frequency of nuclear verdicts been increasing, but so has the severity. One study found that the average verdict size for a lawsuit over $1 million has increased by 1,000% from 2010 to 2018, rising from 2.3 million to 22.3 million. This has caused a number of large trucking operations to shutter their doors. But these verdicts aren't just affecting large trucking operations. RCX Solutions Incorporated is an example of a mid-sized fleet that was forced to close after a claimant was awarded a $23 million verdict. In lawsuits that went for the plaintiff, the most commonly cited factors were hours of service violations, lack of clean driving history, and driver fatigue. This leads us into our discussion on what insurance companies are looking at when they're quoting your insurance coverage. Behind me, you'll see the 7 most commonly used resources by underwriters. While all of these resources are important, today we're bound by limited time. So we'd like to focus our attention on a specific portion of the CAB report, because this is an area trucking companies can exert control over and see a direct reflection in their insurance premiums. First, what is a CAB report? CAB stands for Central Analysis Bureau, the name of the company that produces reports. You can think of a CAB report as essentially a credit report for a trucking company. These reports include comprehensive, up-to-date information on any motor carrier and their safety, finances, and overall operation. Some of the most important information that's found within these reports is taken directly from the FMCSA, and it includes calculations similar to your CSA score and the same 7 basic categories. Underwriters take violations in these basic categories very seriously. For some insurers, if you have more than 2 alerts, they will not consider quoting your company. For them, it's an automatic decline. While it's certainly debatable whether a cab alert actually deems the trucking company unsafe, it's not debatable that a plaintiff's attorney could attempt to use this against you in court. An attorney could attempt to convince a jury that a cab alert is the federal government certifying that your trucking operation is unsafe. The plaintiff's attorney could attempt to use every violation that your company has received in an attempt to elicit an emotional response from the jury. This is known as reptile theory. Reptile tactics are also a reason that we see so many nuclear verdicts today. Insurance companies take violations so seriously because it makes it difficult to defend your company in court, often resulting in higher payouts even when the verdict doesn't reach nuclear status. Unfortunately, this disproportionately affects small trucking operations more than any other category. Large trucking companies tend to be inspected often enough for good inspections to compensate for poor ones. And they also tend to have the financial resources to more regularly maintain and replace their equipment. For this reason, it's imperative that trucking companies keep a watchful eye on their violations and alerts. Every penny spent preventing violations through properly maintaining equipment, training drivers, and challenging inaccurate violations via the data queue system can reap major benefits on your insurance renewal. Like all commodities, insurance is heavily dictated by supply and demand. By getting preventable violations, you are reducing the number of insurers that are willing to look at your insurance coverage, reducing the supply of insurance that's available to you, and increasing your prices.
Okay. So now let me tell you why it's good to pick a good broker. Any broker can give you a quote, but not any broker is going to be able to understand your industry, is be able to help you manage violations and safety. They're also going to be able to help establish practices and procedures that will help prevent the violations in the first place. A good broker is going to know the type of coverage that you need. For example, what's the difference between trailer interchange and non-owned, and what's the best situation for you? They're going to have a dedicated team that understands the industry as well. At Commercial Insurance Associates, we have producers and teams that are specialized in the trucking industry. Not to mention, we are one of the top 100 agencies in the United States as ranked by the Insurance Journal. And just recently, we were featured as the Agency of the Month in the magazine Rough Notes. So today, I know that we're kind of limited on time and we don't want to take up that much. So we have probably just enough for 1 or 2 questions if somebody wants to ask any. Otherwise, if you would like to come to our booth, we're at booth 44 and we'll be more than happy to discuss insurance with you at that time.
Be strong.
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. Ah.
Hi, welcome to She Trekking Podcast Show. I am Melinda. I'm going to be your host for this episode, coming to you live from my truck. We are going to have a fantastic show. A little bit about me. I am a health lifestyle coach that has been certified in health, life, and nutrition. And I've also been working in the medical field for over 25 years. And I want to empower drivers to be healthy on the road. And I am passionate about everybody getting it together and just knocking it out. I drove for almost 5 years now. Not too long after I started driving, I was overweight, and I got a prediabetes diagnosis, and it's what scared me healthy. I tried the traditional medical methods that we would always teach patients to do, and they would not work for me. So that's why I went to health and life coaching school, so I could figure out what works for me in the truck. And I just want to share all my knowledge. If you have any questions while you're watching this show, just throw the questions in there and I'll answer as we're going. Hey, how you doing, Joe John? Thanks for coming. And so I am so excited about this. A couple things, just a little bit about trekking and how it affects our bodies. It is saying that it takes about, if you do a full career of trekking, you can lose about 16 years of your lifespan because of the sedentary driving that we do all the time. And we just need to incorporate a little bit more movements. And one of the biggest issues that I know I had was that I would try to, it's kind of like getting a load. I would try to get to the destination instead of trip planning. And when I learned that to trip plan and break it up into small segments and just do one little thing at a time, it made a world of difference. So, anybody have any questions? I am. Nope, no questions yet. Okay. Let's see. We can start with nutrition. So, on nutrition, there's a lot of controversy about nutrition. Anywhere from vegan to carnivore to fats are healthy, fats are unhealthy, carbs are bad, carbs are good. So I want to try to do a little bit of clarification on the nutrition portion. Carbs, carbs have gotten a really bad name lately, and there's really a lot of good carbs. And your fruits and your vegetables, those are carbs. Your breads, your pastas, those are carbs. Then you got your sugars and your sweets and your desserts, and all those are carbs. And everybody just lumps them into one big pot. And I like to do the fruits and vegetables and actually count those as fibers, because they got a lot of natural fibers in them. And then your breads and your pastas and all that would be your regular carbs. And So you want to try to have as much of your good carbs and with your fibers and everything, and just minimize those other carbs that really can do some raise your sugars up and down. Kind of like going up the mountains in our trucks. You know, you get, if you're fully loaded and it's really slow, but it's going up, and then you just come down and crash. Just like we want a light load and we just want to have straight road and just have it nice and steady. That's kind of how what we want to do with our blood sugars. And that's why nutrition is so important on knowing how to do that. And, you know, if you have a food that you just absolutely love and that's what's keeping you from dieting or finding what works for you, that's where you find ways to incorporate it or try to find ways to make it just a little bit healthier. Your fats, there's a lot of healthy fats. There was a really bad study back in the 50s, and that is what started the whole health craze. And fats are bad. And then they started making all the margarines and adding sugars into all of our food. And that's when the health of America just started really declining because of that one bad study. And they're finding out that fats are actually good and they're essential, and we need to incorporate them. So if you like fried food and you just don't want to give up fried food, you know, just find a small change you can do is don't get rid of them, because you're not going to stick to anything to getting healthier. You find a healthier oil to cook it in. So two of the really healthier oils is your extra virgin olive oil and your coconut oil. Coconut oil you can actually cook in a higher heat than the extra virgin. So that's just some of the little tricks that you can do. Resistant starch on your rices and your pastas and your potatoes. Mainly your rice and your potatoes, not so much your pastas, but it's still kind of out and to do that. But if you cook it and then you put it in a refrigerator and then you reheat it, that's what's called a resistant starch. And when you throw in that resistant starch, so instead of making your sugars go up and then crashing, it actually just goes up just a little bit. And so it's not as effective to those blood sugars, because you want to try to keep them, you know, pretty steady. If you love I like a lot of salads. I love salads. A lot of people don't. Um, your meats, you got really 5 proteins, different types of proteins, and you want to kind of increase your proteins. None of us really eat enough protein. You pretty much want to eat one uh, protein gram per ideal body weight. So that kind of gives you an idea. It's quite a bit of protein that we should be eating. But you have your red meat, which is your cows, your porks, and all that. You have your fowl, which is your birds, your chicken, your turkey, and your duck, if you eat duck and all that. Eggs also fall into the fowl. Then you have your fish, uh, your hard shells, your regular fish, your sardines, all that good stuff. A lot of, not a lot, but quite a few of protein. There's that is vegetarian protein. So you do have some of those. And then the last one is what I call high processed protein. That's your protein powders, that's your protein bars. All those are really high processed proteins, but I use them quite a bit because it's easy in the truck. But you definitely want to increase your protein. And another trick that I really learned on nutrition, hey, my protein drawer, yes, it is. Another really good trick to do is, you know, before you start changing your whole nutrition value portion, you really need to know where you are. So at least 1 week, do nothing but just track of where you are. And the reason why I say that is because this will get you to know where you need to start your trip planning, where you start figuring out how many miles you're going to do in a day. And you can't do that until you know where you are. And if you track all your food for a week and do it just for knowledge base, not for judgment base, because you want to be able to gradually decrease your calorie intake. And so if you find out that you normally eat about 3,000 calories a day, you don't want to go to 1,800 calories a day to lose weight, because your body's going to be like freaking out saying, oh my God, what's going on? And it's going to start sending you all these hormones and everything and saying, you need to eat because you're not eating what you normally eat. So if you decrease it 15, 20%, it's not an exact science. You just play to see what happens. I have no idea. Yeah, I know it is quite a bit of protein. What you do is so if you find out that you're doing 3,000 calories a day, you don't want to cut it in half. You want to do it in baby steps. So maybe do 15, 20% decrease. So 3,000, 10% be 300. So just about 500 calories less a day. And do that for a while until you get used to it and you're not like hungry all the time. And then, maybe the next week or 2 weeks or maybe even the next month, then you take another 400 or 500 calories out and gradually work your way down to where you want. You really don't want to get below 1,800 to 2,000 calories. That's what your body needs to do all the digestion, the breathing, just your normal day to day. That's your calorie intake. If you get below 1,500, that actually is where it starts messing with the hormones and everything. And your hormones is what communicates with, so your organs communicate with each other with the hormones that they produce, and it communicates with the brain, and it sends out the signals to say that you're hungry or you're full. So that's really like nutrition in a nutshell. I don't know how deep to really go into. Does anybody have any questions? Sodium, salt. I like to eat daily salads. That's actually put it in a cup, and I keep it in so I can eat it while I'm driving, or instead of having a bowl, I just keep it in a cup. I add eggs and chicken to my salad to have that protein in there. And I actually eat my salads in the morning because salads have, they are higher in carbs. That way I can burn those carbs throughout the day. Carbs is like a gasoline engine. So you burn through them pretty quick and your body will use those first because it's easier for the body to process it. Whereas fats, they take a little bit longer and it's a slower burn, kind of like a diesel engine. It burns slower. So it takes a little bit longer, and that's why it's good to eat those later in the day. So it will hold you over until your breakfast the next day. I do a lot of meal prepping, freezer meals. When I first started, actually, let me grab something real quick. When I first started on my healthier journey, the very first thing I got was a freezer. Hold on, let's grab this real quick. The very first thing I got was a freezer and a Hot Logic Mini. And the Hot Logic Mini is like a little warmer cooker. And I started with freezer meals that you buy at the grocery store. They're healthier than fast food. And it's one thing I really firmly believe in is that, you don't have to be healthy. You don't have to do the healthiest thing. Just do one little thing a little bit healthier, and then after later on, maybe incorporate something else that's just a little bit healthier. So freezer meals, according to the gurus, are not healthy, but compared to fast food and compared to truck stop food, they can be very healthy. So it just depends on that perspective of what you're comparing it to. I have what's called a Hot Logic Mini. And if you're watching this on video, this is what it looks like. And the ones that's not watching it on video, it's just like, it looks like an insulated bag. And what it has on the bottom of the bag is a warmer plate. And then you just plug it into an inverter, and you can put it in, dry for 2 or 3 hours. You can dry for 5 hours. It won't overcook it. And it would just keep it in there. It'll warm it up, cook it up. So I'll put it in, I'll dry for 2 or 3 hours. And then when I stop, my food is done. It's hot, it's ready, it's fresh. I don't have to stand in line. I don't have to spend $15, $20 a meal. I only spend $5 or $10 a meal. So it's a lot more cost effective. It's quicker. And then you just throw away the trash and you have a hot meal. And that's the way I started. And now I meal prep. And when I go home, I will cook several meals and then I freeze them. With that freezer Ziploc bag, you can actually stick it in the Hot Logic and it will not burn the bag. So I have hot home cooked food without having to cook. And it just takes a couple of hours, which I'll be driving while it's cooking, and it's really good. So that's nutrition. A couple of things. Is there a particular salt? Yes. So Himalayan salt. I was actually fixing to get into that salt before I got distracted. Squirrel. Himalayan salt and Celtic salt. Those are the two best salts to have. The reason being, if you can get the Celtic salt, that's actually the better one, because it has, don't quote me on the number. It has like 89, I think it is, the minerals that we need for our bodies, for everything to communicate with each other, to help those neurons talk better, and to help go into the cells and to bring in the nutrients that the cells need. So the Celtic salt is the better salt to have, but it is harder to find. The Himalayan salt is good. It has 72 or 73 of the minerals. So you see, it's just missing just a few, not as much as the Celtic, but it's still really good. Table salt, the typical white table salt that we grew up with, that has been ultra processed, and they take out so many of the nutrients in the process of it that they had to put something back in. And where do you find Celtic salt? Right now, it's been really hard to find it. Usually like health food stores or Amazon, you can find them there. You used to be able to find them in Walmart, but I haven't been able to find it lately in Walmart. So Trader Joe's, maybe Aldi's, those healthier food chains, you can probably find them in there. But the main key is, it's not so much as, potato chips. I used to have a hard time dieting because of potato chips and because of gummy worms and ice cream. Those are like my 3 weaknesses. Thing I learned about potato chips is you want to try to get the least processed as possible. So Lay's Original is a really good one. It could be cooked in a little bit healthier oil, but you still get, all it's got is the potatoes, the salt, and the oil. So it's only got the 3 things. So it's closer to, and it's not ultra processed like, say, Pringles, which is so processed they can't even put potato chips on their on their containers, they actually have to put crisp because it's so processed. They're not even really potato chips. So it's just finding the healthier option, and you don't have to do it all at once. So go ahead. We're going to take a break real quick. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Throw on any questions that we can touch on. And we'll be back in just a minute. And I'm going to go over a few more things.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Hey, welcome back. Yay. Okay, so we left off on nutrition. I just did like a really quick overview onto the nutrition portion. We can definitely go much deeper in a few future zones. Just let me know what you want to know, and we will definitely go that route. I do want to touch a little bit on exercise because, that's what we're supposed to do. And exercising I had a very negative association with the word exercise. And because I had to do it. And my inner rebel was like, no, we're not going to do it because we have to do it. And once I realized that exercise, it's not as simple as calories in, calories out. It's so much more complicated than that. But you definitely want to have purposeful movement daily. Some simple tricks that I like to do is I keep my water way down low. And the food items that I normally do, I'm going to tilt if you're watching. So up there is my upper bunk, and I have a freezer over there, and I actually have a freezer on the other side. I have 2 freezers in my truck now. But so the foods that I normally need, or the items that I use pretty regularly, I keep in the middle of the topper bunk, and I keep my water down low. And the reason being is because I want to be able to have to climb up there to get what I need daily, or I have to bend and squat to get my water that I need daily. And that incorporates more movement throughout my day that I would normally not have if it wasn't within easy reach. So that's one easy way to add into purposeful movement into your day. I like to go hiking whenever I get a chance. Tia and I, my puppy, we walk several miles a day. So the rhythm that I really found that has worked for us, and I highly encourage you just to experiment to see what works for you. But we will get up, we'll walk a couple miles, do our pre-trip, get on the road, drive for about 2.5 hours, and then we'll take a 15-20 minute break, whether it would be at a shipper's, dropping and hooking, live unloading, whatever the break, your fuel stop, we will do that and walk around for at least 15-20 minutes. Then we'll go and we'll drive for another 2.5 hours, give or take. And we will do that multiple times throughout the day. And then we stop post trip, and then we'll walk for another 20-30 minutes. And throughout just that day, we usually get in about 5 or 6 miles a day. I love taking pictures of our hikes. So I do a lot of photography, which really helps bring a lot of joy to me and being able to share our journey. And then, so it gets me out of the truck, just finding little things to get out of the truck, take pictures, get out of the truck, walk, just walk around the truck. When I first started, before I got Tia, because Tia makes me get out of the truck, I would have a portable stepper that I would keep in the passenger floorboard, and I would use that to get my steps in, especially when I didn't feel safe. So that was a really big help. I've heard people having the kind of like a elliptical, but it actually folds up really small and it fits behind the seat. So there's a lot of different little things. Just, what activity do you like? It doesn't have to be anything that is strenuous. I mean, a lot of us, we think when we want to get healthy, we have to work out an hour or two a day. And it's not, it's just incorporating a little bit more movement throughout your day. And that little bit adds up, just like with the nutrition, just don't do the whole 3,000 calories, just, cut back just a little bit. It's just like when we get a load that goes from East Coast to West Coast. We're not going to try to do it in one day. We're going to do a little chunk, and then we're going to rest, recuperate, and then we're going to do a little chunk, rest, recuperate. And it's the same thing when you're trying to get healthier, especially here on the road. And experiment, because after you want to try something, you hear someone, let's just say, okay, say the keto diet, because a lot of people had a lot of good things about keto diet, and you want to try it. Well, try it for a week and then do an after action review. What did you like about it? What did you not like about it? What can you adapt to keep the parts that you like? Or you can just throw it away. And just say, oh, yep, that one's not for me. And then just keep experimenting, and you make your own rules to find what works for you in your truck on the road that you can stick with. And that is what healthier is. It's not being the best of the best. It's what works for you in the truck that's just a little bit healthier than what you were doing yesterday. And that is like the biggest key. Some of the questions that I came across in the Facebook group is a lot of people was asking about blood pressure, high blood pressure. One of the main things about high blood pressure is that it's actually your kidneys that regulates your blood pressure. So, and your kidneys also filter out your water and what you drink, and filters out your waste. Kidneys are also in charge of your adrenals, which we get a lot of little mini micro adrenal rushes throughout the day when people cut us off and our heart stops, like, oh my God, I can't believe I almost hit them. Or when you're pulling into a customer and you're like, oh, am I going to be able to make this back? And you feel your adrenaline kicking in. All that is on your kidneys, and your kidneys' best friend is water. But none of us likes to drink water because we're constantly having to use the bathroom, or it's just boring, and a lot of health gurus don't think you should do additives in your water. I believe if that's what it takes to get you to drink more water, put it in there. Just try to minimize the sugar. But the easiest thing with the water, it usually takes your kidneys 30 to 40 minutes to filter a bottle of water once you drink it. So it's about timing. So if you know you're going to be on the road in about, an hour, go ahead and drink a bottle of water. Yes, kidneys do regulate your blood pressure. It's fascinating how that works. Your heart actually pumps it through there, but the enzymes that tells your body to have your blood pressure higher or lower is actually produced through the kidneys. And that's why we want to take care of our kidneys. It's a lot more important than what, besides just filtering out waste. And, but time your water intake. And if you don't want to get rid of your soda because you love your soda, trust me, I used to drink 18 Dr. Peppers a day. I was a Dr. Pepper addict, and I never thought I would never drink Dr. Pepper. And I can't tell you the last time I had a Dr. Pepper. But when I first started, I would actually, on my healthier journey, I was not getting rid of my Dr. Pepper at all. And, but what I did is I started incorporating a water in between my Dr. Peppers. And then just gradually over time, I just kind of increased the water and decreased the Dr. Peppers without even realizing it or making a conscious effort. It just kind of evolved naturally. And then, so that's one way to regulate, because the water also keeps your blood from getting too thick. Just like exercise and movement, it has a lot to help with your happy hormones in your brain, and your calves are very important also in your circulatory system, because gravity and your heart will get the blood pumping out and down, but your calves help get that blood and everything back up because it's fighting gravity. So a couple movements that you can do while you're driving and you have your cruise control on and you're not in the middle of the city, you always practice. I've never have tried sea moss. I am actually looking into that right now. Lots of fascinating stuff with that. Very, very good. But skin healthy. Yes. So you definitely want to, I shower in the middle of the day, and I shower usually every other day. And that will, because showering every day, you actually strip your body of natural oils. So I shower every other day, and then I keep chemical free wipes in the truck just to freshen up at night before I go to bed. And your sunscreen, if you want to use sunscreen, use sunscreen. I typically will put a shirt over my arms while I'm driving to keep the UV rays off of me. The windows that we have sun exposure through, it actually is made, and there's two UV lights. You got your alpha and your beta. And right now, I don't want to get misquoted. One is good, one is bad, and I can't remember which. I think the alpha is the good one and the beta is the bad one, but I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. But the windows are made to actually filter out the good UV rays, and the bad UV rays are actually what comes through. So you want to try to keep those rays off of your skin as much as possible through the window. Now, if you can get it through just actual real rays, it won't be as bad because you'll have both of them. So that's one really important trick, because we have those windows on us all the time, and that's what filters in and out those UV rays. Some people like sunscreen, some people don't. It's really your preference. It does help. But if you don't want to, you can always just put something over you just to help protect from those UV rays. Avocado is a very good healthy fat. I love avocados. Glucose equals weight. Carbs does not equal glucose. No. That is one of my big pet peeves. Because carbs it can be fiber, and glucose is essentially sugar. And so there's good carbs, which has a lot of fiber and which is natural. And then you have your high processed. The main thing is just stay away from the high processed stuff as much as possible. So the more processed it is, the unhealthier it can be. But you got to remember, just everything is processed. You get organic food and you cook it in the kitchen. Well, that is a process. You are processing the food. So, but when you start using the super high heat to process, and you start throwing in a whole bunch of chemicals to process, or you take out nutrients to process it, and then you put nutrients back in, that's where the health issues start coming from, because it has so much high process in it. Then another question that I really saw with the blood pressure and then obesity is alpha can't penetrate beta, hence the name beta burn. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I always get them flip-flops, so it's good to know. Another good one is calcium and vitamin K2. K2 actually helps you absorb that vitamin D in, which the vitamin D helps with. It's all very interlinking, and but those are some really good supplements to take if you take your vitamin D. You want to take it with the K2, because the K2 helps you absorb that vitamin D in. Another reason why exercise is so important is not because of the calories in, calories out, but when you use your muscles are connected to tendons, and the tendons are connected to bones. And that's what allows you to bend your arm, is the muscle is constricting, which pulls on the tendon, which pulls your arm into you, and then it'll relax, which relaxes that tendon, and it relaxes that arm. That pulling and constricting on your muscles on that bone is actually what strengthens your bone and helps prevent osteoporosis. And so that's another reason why exercising or purposeful movement is so important, is to keep your bones strong too. Let's see. So the three main health concerns that I noticed in the She Trucking Facebook group, that was going to be the high blood pressure, which I kind of touched on. And please comment, let us know, and what it's going to be, what more information you want on, because I can go so much deeper on these. You got your blood pressure, obesity, and diabetes. So we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to touch on diabetes when we come back.
Electricity is cheaper than diesel fuel, and charging overnight means you never have to stop at the diesel stations again. Maintenance costs are lower because EVs don't require oil changes or replacements of high-cost combustion engine parts. You'll also be eligible for tax incentives and grants funded by programs like HVIP.
Like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby's, you about to get on the interstate.
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. Slow, for real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Go faster, faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And now we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
Hey, I'm Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA. We're here at the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. Want to let everybody know that OOIDA is started by truckers 50 years ago this year, started by truckers to give them a voice in Washington, D.C., and in other places as well. We have members that are drivers, members that are owner-operators, members that are small fleet truckers, and some members that are just supporters of the industry. But you're all welcome. If we work together, we can address some of the serious issues in trucking. And believe me, we have some serious issues that you know all too well. So, hey, we are stronger together. Be a part of what we do. We have an office in D.C. We know how to communicate with the lawmakers. Just need the support of you all. So join, please.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. We have been having a lot of good conversation coming in, and I'm loving these questions. We have talked about, touched on nutrition. We have touched on purposeful movement, aka exercise. We have touched on high blood pressure, and now I kind of want to go over diabetes. This is actually what has scared me healthy. Diabetes. My aunt was diagnosed with diabetes in her 30s, and she died at the age of 48 due to complications of diabetes. 1 in 3 Americans will be diagnosed with diabetes, and they say 2 in 1 Americans have pre-diabetes that's undiagnosed and just don't know it yet. I had the pre-diabetes diagnosis, and with my aunt happening, I was like, no, we are going to find something. We are going to get healthy, and we're going to stop playing. And I was able to lose the 60 pounds during the year I was going to health and life coaching school. And through that process, I drove almost 130 miles that year, lost the 60 pounds, and lost my pre-diabetes diagnosis. And I was able to keep it off 3 years later, and I'm still working on it. And I just watch, and that's the reason why I watch so much with my sugars and try to keep that steady level as much as possible instead of those huge roller coasters. And I saw statistics. There is 3.2 million semi-truck drivers, and they're saying 70% of truck drivers will get diagnosed with diabetes. So this is like really, really important, and it can be very scary diagnosis. A lot of doctors or modern medicine will say this is a progressive disease and it cannot be prevented or it cannot be reversed, which has been proven false. It can be with hard work. One of the main things that worked for me was I would learn to look at labels, and I would not tell myself I couldn't have something if it had a lot of sugar in it. I would ask myself, is all this sugar worth it? And does it meet what goals I want? Or am I just wanting it just to have it out of habit? Or am I wanting it because I'm an emotional? And I've just learned to figure it out. And one of the main things that I look at the nutrition labels is I look at that one line that says added sugars. And if it had more than 6 grams of added sugars, I didn't pay attention to total carbs. I didn't pay attention to any of the other stuff. Only thing I paid attention when I started out was just that added sugar. And if it had more than 6 grams of added sugar in it per serving, I would question myself if that's what I wanted. That was the biggest key for me to help with my weight loss journey. Diabetes is, I don't know how deep to get into this because this can get pretty deep. Your pancreas is what sends, whenever you eat a lot of sugar, sends out hormones and insulin to say, hey, we need to bring those sugars down. When my aunt had diabetes, she said that the doctor explained it to her that when your glucose levels or your blood sugar levels get so high, it's like having shards of glass just floating through your bloodstream. And that's what makes it so dangerous, because it can, sorry, it's really emotional. But it can wreak havoc on your body inside. Water does help dilute it. So when diabetics come into the hospital with super high sugar levels, they will hook them up to IVs to help dilute it. So that's another reason why water is important. It does help dilute it some. But the main thing with it's just 70% of truck drivers can have diabetes, y'all. That's just such a scary number. And it's just so easy to find ways not that. There's different little tricks. So obviously watch your sugar intake. If you had a long night of driving and you just want a bowl of cereal, there's nothing wrong with having a bowl of cereal. Just add some fiber and add some protein to that bowl of cereal. And what that does is it helps the body not absorb it as fast. So if you add some fiber and add some protein to a bowl of cereal, it would actually keep your blood sugars from going way up and going down. It would just spike it a little bit. So that's just some of the little tips on the diabetes to keep in. If you want great questions. Am I hungry or is it emotional? Well, for me, and this is where you start learning how to pay attention to your body, because everybody's different. For me, when I'm craving sweets, I am emotional. I'm bored, I'm tired, I'm emotional, just along those lines. When I'm craving something salty like chips, I have found out that I am dehydrated. So I will drink more water. So that's kind of what has worked for me. And it's just questioning what works for you. And that's the hardest thing. Fiber suggestions for cereal. Fruit will work. If it has a skin, it has more fiber. If you peel the skin, it has less fiber. So that's one way to kind of keep that in mind. But yes, actually eat the fruit first and then eat the bowl of cereal, because that fiber will get into the system, which will help the sugar when you eat the cereal. Because we all know at the end of a long drive day, we don't want to do anything, and that's just quick and easy. But we are going to go ahead and wrap up. We are almost at an hour, y'all. You can reach out to me on Facebook Messenger. If we're not friends, it's hard for me to get the messages. So send me a friend request and then I can get your messages quicker. You can reach me on She Trucking. Facebook group. If you have questions, that's actually the best place to ask them, because if you have the question, another driver will have the question, and we can help each other out in the community. She Trucking has been doing this wonderful thing where we're having different hosts and to help all of us be successful in different areas. Cindy is doing the introducing all the moderators and everybody, and she's really big on that work-life balance. So she's going to have a lot of great tips with that. John, she is really helping out with other aspects in the transportation industry, and she's really big on trafficking, sex trade. So tune into her shows. And then me, I'm doing the health and wellness segments. So please send questions to all of us. That way we can get these shows geared towards what you need, so you can be successful in the transportation industry. And that is what She Trucking is all about. We do want to mention this is the end of the truck driver appreciation, and just thank everybody for their donations of everything that we've been doing. And She Trucking is handing out gifts to drivers. So if you haven't received yours yet, it's coming. It's coming. Just give it a little bit longer, but we got you. And y'all have a blessed night out there. Bye.
For all my ladies out there trucking towards they goals. Let's go. She gon' take care of her biz. She trucking. She trucking. She a woman with a rig. She trucking. She trucking. She gon' take care of her kids. She trucking. Yeah. She a boss. She do it big. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. She a boss. She do it big. She trucking. She trucking. She a woman with a rig. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. She trucking. Often hated, never duplicated. We underestimated cause it's male dominated, but we getting payment like it's money motivated. Our clientele rated while they dragging, we gon' slay it. By the hour, we them girls and we got power. Haters everywhere like some patches, they be sour. Dropping lows on the road and we be runners. You could never do it like us and that's a bummer. They got my back, so I got my girls with me. I can't be like you cause the shoes just won't fit me. All these moves and we make it all happen. We just show and prove while the rest of y'all rapping. Clocking in and making ends when them racks up. Focus like the lens, we don't focus on the trends, nah. Like the truckers pulling in, told them back up. Focus and pretend we don't notice who they is. She gon' take care of her biz, she trucking, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking, she trucking. She gon' take care of her kids, she trucking, yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking, she trucking. She a boss, she do it big, she trucking, she trucking. She a woman with a rig, she trucking.
Become an exclusive member of She Trucking. Benefits include sister chat and mentorship, online trainings and workshops, Audible Book Club, exclusive meet and greet events, and community mobile app. Plus, get a free life planner when you sign up. Don't miss this opportunity. Go to www.shetrucking.com to join.
Be strong.
Doing today? Anybody want to know about the world's largest customer? I can't hear you all. Anybody want to learn about the world's largest customer? Right? Anybody know who is the world's largest customer? The who? I can't hear y'all. Why? Because they spend over $7 trillion a year. My name is Hamza Sabri. I'm the CEO of Global Connects. We are the world-class government contracting consulting firm where we engage with small businesses and create a bridge for you to cross over into the government world, knowing how to do business in the public sector. Anybody want to learn how to do business in the public sector? Say, let's go. I can't hear y'all. Are we woke? All right. So the world's largest customer spends over $7 trillion a year, and 23% of it has to be set aside for small businesses. This is a law that's mandated under the Federal Acquisition Regulations. What is the Federal Acquisition Regulations, as I like to call the FAR? My saying is, if you understand the FAR, you will go far in government contracting. The Federal Acquisition Regulations, all the laws and clauses mandated for government contracting. So that's like the Bible to government contracting. 2,038 pages. My crazy behind read and studied every last page. That's why I'm on this stage, to give you the short version. Right? So your customer spends trillions of dollars on all different services, of course, freight, hauling, transportation, moving, supplies, janitorial, cleaning, engineering, data analytics. The list goes on of this world's largest customer that has to spend $7 trillion plus a year, right? 23% of it set aside for small businesses. What is small business under the FAR? Small business is having less than 49 employees and or generating under $25 million a year. In most net coal industries, that's small business. Don't sound like small business to me, but if that's what the government says, I'm with it, right? So we understand that our status as small business gives us the opportunity to create opportunities for our businesses to scale, right? That's the whole purpose of government contracting, why it exists. It's to help stimulate the small businesses that reside in the United States of America. Our way of stimulating small businesses where you're scaling your business, creating more revenue, that allows you to create job opportunity, job employment, right? Anybody want to create more employees? Anybody want to have more payroll, right? Anybody want to scale their business up and generate more revenue? This is how you do it with doing business with the world's largest customer. How much it costs to do business with the world's largest customer? Absolutely nothing. What I call free 99. The process is having your articles of organization, whether it's an S Corp, C Corp, joint venture, LLC, partnership, however you organize your business, right? Then you have your employee identification number, EIN, Dun and Bradstreet number, business bank account. These are the most important things that you need to register your business on sam.gov. I need y'all to write this down. sam.gov, SAM.gov, System Awards Management. That's what it stands for. This is the process of you registering your business to get your cage code. Your cage code can only be issued by the government, a specific agency, actually, which is called DLA, Defense Logistics Agency. This is the agency that issues you out your cage code as a database for you to be able to do business on a federal level. Once you fill out this process, it takes about 10 business days for you to get that email saying, congratulations, you're now a federal contractor. Anybody want to get an email like that? Let me hear you say, we global. I can't hear you. All right, so fun facts and data, 93% of government contracts go to companies that are actively marketing. Do I need to say that again? I might need y'all to write this down too, please. 93% of government contracts go to companies that are actively marketing. The next question should be, well, Hamza, how do you market your business to the government? All right. Capability statement. What is a capability statement? It's a statement of your capability. You're stating what you're capable of doing with your business. You're articulating your strengths, your core competencies, your differentiators, what sets you away from the other competition, your values, your team members, your past performance, your ongoing performance, and all of your social economical status, aka certifications, such as women-owned business, veteran-owned business, minority-owned business, disadvantaged business enterprise, maybe hub-zone certification, AA certification, right? You're marketing your business all on one page, this capability statement. It should be on one page, not 2 pages, not 3 pages, not front and back. One page. That means that it needs to have micro content, right, with macro impact. Do y'all understand that? That's important to be able to articulate your business very well on one page to where that For contracting officer or government agency or procurement officers looking at your capability statement, they understand exactly what you can do. And we're not going to lead our business with certifications. We're going to lead our business with actual niche, our actual service. For example, we're not coming in and saying, hey, I am a woman-owned business. That is not a business. Your service, your products, your goods that you offer, that is your business. That is what you're selling. That is what you're presenting to your customer. Your certifications is like icing on the cake. It creates you more opportunities as a set aside. So you have opportunity that's set aside for only women-owned businesses, which means that government agencies can only do business with this particular contract for women-owned businesses. If it's set aside for minority-owned business, it's the same thing. Disadvantaged business enterprise, veteran-owned business, disabled veteran-owned business. These are all particularly set aside that creates more opportunities for your group. Do you all understand that? All right. So now we understand how to market our business to the world's largest customer through a capability statement. You know, in the private sector, non-government agencies, you know, marketing is billboard, banners, commercials, Facebook ads, Instagram ads. It's a lot of overhead. It's an expense. I just show you the most minute, cheapest way of marketing to the world's largest customer is through a Microsoft Word document you created, like a job resume, it's a business resume. So you're saving actual money when you're actually just focusing on this one particular customer that all you have to do is secure one contract and change your life. This is the power of doing business with the world's largest customer. So now we understand the capability statement side, marketing, and things of that nature. Let's get to some more fun facts and data. Write this down. 76% of government contracts have 5 or less competitors. 76% of government contracts that get awarded, 5 or less companies were competing for it. This is for people that are thinking this is a competitive market. This is very competitive. Bidding. I have to submit in the bid, or I have to be the lowest price. No, your price can be so low you scared the customer away. That's not the evaluation of who's the cheapest price. It's who presents the best value to the customer. For example, I can have a 2021 Rolls-Royce Phantom, probably about $400,000 car, clean, have the title and everything. But if I pointed directly to you and said, I'll sell it to you right now for $7,500, you'll run away. Like, that man trying to sell me a lemon. Right? So it's the best value you want to present to your customer because that's what they want to purchase off of: honesty, integrity, and smart work. That's how we operate. That's how you stay in business. That's how you get business. That's how you never go out of business, when you operate off those 3 principles. All right? Do you all agree? Honesty, integrity, and smart work. Within the Federal Acquisition Regulation, they speak on this. Companies of good character and having integrity and having honor. Because the government don't know who you are. They just know what you submit in. So make sure your paperwork is on point. T's crossed, I's dotted. When you're doing business with the world's largest customer, we are signing those contracts, proposals with blue ink. Why? Exactly. Cannot forge blue ink. Small things like that make you stand out as a government contractor, right? Now, let's go to more fun facts and data. We said 76% of government contracts had 5 or less competitors. 36% of government contracts that get awarded only had 1 response. I don't think y'all heard me. 36% of government contracts that get awarded only had 1 response, which means only 1 company submitted in a proposal, quote, bid, or whatever it may be. I've secured government contracts not because I was the lowest accepted price. It was because I was the only price. That means it's not enough of small businesses participating in doing business transactions with the world's largest customer. Here's another fun fact and data for you. By September 30th, 2021. That's about 12 days from now. The government has to spend $1.2 trillion. The fiscal year for the government is October to October. They have to spend this money in this time frame in order to get a new budget or a new increased budget for the next fiscal year. So why not do business with someone that essentially has to do business with you? Does that make sense? Anybody want to learn more about government contracts? Let me see here say We Global. Text this right now to this number right now. I want to text We Global to 404-737-1503. Guess what you have access to once you text that to that number? You have access to an awesome bundle pack. You get How to Win in Your Own City, How to Secure Government Contracts in Your Own City, the ebook, and also in chapter 3, it breaks down how to secure no bid contracts in your own city. And you can actually wash, rinse, repeat this same method in any city, county, state, cross this map. Also, in that ebook, you get a bonus 3-hour webinar, me breaking down the ebook to a T. Last but not least, you also get the world-class bid workbook that allows you how to dissect a contract, do bid analysis, be organized, knowing exactly how to pull all the important things out of 100, 200, 300 page solicitation. It's a lot of reading. So we use the bid workbook. You can all get that together when you text We Global to 404-737-1503. I also offer a 5-day boot camp, live training, virtual, where I teach you all the ins and outs of how to procure government contracts. Because that is the most important part, is knowing how to aggregate the important information to write the effective proposals, effective bids, and effective quotes. Is anybody interested to do business with the government? Let me see you say We Global. I can't hear you. I want you all to meet me in the back. I have a booth from 4 to 7. Booth 47, excuse me. Booth 47. I'm right here in the back. I'll be more happy to do more one-on-ones with y'all, break down everything within government contracting. I appreciate the opportunity for me to come on the stage. She Trucking. Trey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for allowing me to come on your stage. Once again, my name is Hamza Sabri, CEO of Global Connects, world-class government contracting firm. Y'all have a great day.
Be strong.
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', she truckin'. Ah.
My guardian doc. What do you feel about that, and how do you think that it'll help people? Well, I think it's, one of the great things, again, is people talk about the best thing since sliced bread, because the need for someone to be looking over, um, and being readily available and able to provide some help is indeed what many people need these days, because it's become a more complex system to navigate, both for the doctor as well as for the patient. And so having a tool or like that is very much needed this day and time.
Hello, everybody. I am Dr. TNJ Ramsey, the host of the She Trucking Podcast, and I am absolutely honored to be hopping on over to this amazing platform headed by the amazing Sheree Moore. And what we're doing here is bringing you some of the best, not only in the trucking industry, but the individuals that's also helping to make sure to keep our truckers, as well as one in the transportation industry, healthy. So today we have an amazing guest in the building. Yes, his name is Mr. Scott. He is a true embodiment of the American dream. Over the past 4 decades, he has empowered many individuals with life and business success principles, propelling many of them to become thriving life insurance agents and agency owners. He is also the CEO of My Care Click Inc., based in Florida. Mr. Scott is a pioneer in accessibility and affordability healthcare through My Garden Doc. So without further ado, I want to bring on Mr. Scott.
Well, thank you very much, Tina. Am I here? Can you hear me? All right. Hi, Tina. Thank you very much. Great.
Welcome.
Great introduction. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, hey, you lived it. I just read it.
All right.
Well, you know what? Speaking of, I was very impressed with how the longevity of your plight with helping individuals in things that we need. We know that they're essential to life. Maybe we don't always want to talk about it, such as life insurance, but it's essential. We need it. But I love the way you transition or you pivoted into the arena of healthcare and the unique way that you are bringing healthcare to everyday people who need it the most. And so what made you decide to spearhead this? Because you are already making so much like impact in other areas, right? With entrepreneurship. So what made you say, hey, I am going to figure out how I can make healthcare accessible, but not only accessible, but affordable?
Okay, I'm going to give it to you pretty straight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
With the life insurance piece, I saw a whole lot of people that were just like me. Not so much that they looked like me, but they were in the same kind of a situation, meaning that they wanted a better life. I in particular wanted to take care of my mother. I happen to be a Black guy, so I wanted to see, how should we say? I wanted to see the image of African Americans improved. I wanted to end the cycle of poverty for my family. And when I started out, I found that there were a whole bunch of people that were just like me. They wanted some of the same things. So segue into this, and now we're talking about health. And I don't think there's a person on the planet that doesn't understand, or at least if they're not feeling well, they're going to understand it, that health is extremely important. And so I found myself in a position, actually, I was looking for ways for our guys to diversify their income. And something that wasn't fortunate for us happened and turned out to be fortunate. And so what I did was I went looking for another company, and I ran into telemedicine. This was over a decade ago. And so I developed a relationship with Dr. Karanga, who can't be here tonight. Guess what? Sunday evenings, these guys, all of our guys work very dedicated. We work really hard. And so, Sunday evenings are normally sacrosanct, but I'm intrigued with the She Trucking folks. I grew up in a town where everybody that was driving a truck, and they were the most economically powerful people in our community. I'm in a rural area, but I've never, and I used to go out into the yard and I'd do this, like this. or that you tell the guys that, and when I say, I've never seen a woman doing it, but okay, here's the deal, guys. When I noticed the business of medicine, when I saw what was happening in the field of medicine, and I found myself in this position with CareClicks, I'm like, whoa, maybe I can do a direct to consumer deal that people like me would really get excited about. And when I say people like me, I mean, I'm just a person. I'm just a regular person. I'm not a doctor. I got a body that is probably going to need a doctor. Is probably going to need to go into the healthcare system. It scares the hell out of me. I can tell you all kinds of stories. And so when CareClicks was just dealing with the company was just dealing with large corporations, and organizations. So I thought that if we took these incredible docs and brought them into the household, that and got them these docs to agree to a set of principles where they were committed to delivering compassionate care. I think health begins with compassion, world-class care at a price that everyone can afford. I'm like, who in the world is not going to be excited about that?
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you, Mr. Scott, for the simple fact that I love how you kind of brought us on a journey with what you just said with your story. You spoke about your need. You spoke about your mom's need. You spoke about how can I transfer this information that I already know from my decades of experience in CareClicks, but how can I love when you said this, which is compassionate care. And I know personally, I have had to be at the leisure of going to the emergency room 1 or 2 times or more times in my life than I wanted to. And I have had different experiences, such as some not so compassionate. So I feel that the combination of what you're doing with the compassion, affordability, and also providing accessibility is very powerful. Sheree Moore, she actually, the founder of She Trucking, she actually was able to experience using My Guardian Doc just recently. And she had an amazing experience. And you just never know on those moments when you feel your worst and you just need to call someone. You need to call a doctor. And so with that being said, the compassionability, the way that you said you needed it for your mom and in the future, possibly yourself. How would you able to get the doctors together to come on this amazing platform? Because what you created was so powerful. It's very powerful.
Well, many of the doctors, listen, guys, the people that are listening, we're not going to be able to get into all of the down into the weeds of the business of medicine.
Yeah.
But most doctors started out just like all of us. They were born into the world. They were babies, and something in their world, in their experience, said, "I want to be a doctor. I want to heal people. I want to make people feel better." And I think they go into medicine with, really very idealistic. And then the business of medicine comes. And that's a different story, folks. It's an entirely different story. And even though we have the most incredible healthcare system in the world here in the US, our results are pretty, it's very expensive. And our outcomes are not nearly as good as we think they should be. So when I looked at this, I'm thinking, okay, how in the world can we get better outcomes? How can we make this system what it can and should be? There's not a doctor worth their stethoscope, that's just off the top of my head, that is probably not going to say, let me hear more. So we're taking the doctor directly into the household. where he and we're not cutting out the payors and the regulators, except up front. Up front, it is just between the doctor and the patient, or what we call the client. Now, if the doctor says that certain things need to be done, then the payors, or they can use their insurance and they can use Medicare and Medicaid or whatever. So, point is that doctors are generally extremely good people. They are very compassionate, I think, just by their nature. And so it's not hard to get a doctor to buy into something that they think is going to be good for their patients if they can do it without creating, issues for themselves. So it's not hard to get the docs. The docs are all on board. Trust me.
Oh, that's good to hear, because they're under a lot of stress now with how the economy is right now and how much sickness as a nation we have been experiencing. So just as it's hard for regular everyday people, it's hard for them as well. So and they're tired. So I'm so happy that you was able to find some doctors that was willing to take up this great initiative, because we definitely need it. And so let's just do an example. Say, for example, I wake up and I feel like I may possibly have a cold or the flu, right? Can I call, or how easy is the process for a regular person to be able to set up? Because you said that this is putting the doctors into your home. So how can I, without getting in my car, getting dressed, bring my gardening doc inside my home?
Well, it's just one of these, or your computer or whatever. When you engage the doctors virtually, most people probably already have some level of telemedicine or something like that. So when you engage the doctor, they're going to it's pretty much two things. They're either going to treat you and that'll be fine, or they're going to tell you that you need to go someplace else. You need to go to the emergency room or something like that. Sometimes they can treat you and as well as suggest that you go into the emergency room. And so when people contact our docs, it's a little bit of a different deal. See, our docs will treat you as just like any other doctor would. They may suggest that you go to the emergency room or go to a clinic, urgent care clinic. But our doctors, because of the guidance that we provide, our doctors will go with you virtually. So they go with you to the emergency room or to the clinic or to wherever you need to go. They hold your hand throughout this entire journey. For the people that for the she truckers, yeah, I've got to say that I'm really just before I got onto this call, I got to thinking about the she truckers, and oh my God, they got to be some really strong people that do this kind of work. And they leave their babies and they leave their husbands, or and some of them may be senior citizens, and so they leave their partners. And when something happens, they're out on the road. It would seem to me that what we're bringing here in my Guardian Doc is something that it would be yes, because all they've got to do is make a call, and they've got a medical expert that is in sync and following the guidelines of what we call our Patient Safety and Care Equity Council, that is committed to delivering compassionate care to their family. And so, what an amazing product to have at this price for them, where they feel a certain degree of, maybe a great degree of peace of mind while they're out on the road doing this job. And our docs will go to the hospital or the clinic virtually with their loved ones. That's pretty strong stuff.
That That is powerful. I mean, there are so many people that know they need to seek medical assistance, but it's the fear of, right? And so the fact that what you're doing with My Garden Doc is powerful in multiple ways. What I'm hearing is telehealth. Number one, meaning that you can log in from your cell phone. Everyone has a cell phone now, so it makes it very accessible. Or your computer. Just have to have Wi-Fi. But you also can get in contact with quality doctors on your platform. And then if they decide by doing their assessment virtually that you may need to go to a doctor office, emergency room, or whatever the case may be, they're there to walk you through wow. That's that compassionate care that you were speaking about. That is like bringing the values from the past when the doctors used to come to your home, but bringing it into our century, tying in the digital world. That's powerful.
Yeah, we think so.
No, you can think so. I know so. That's
And it would be, I think it would be good to add that we don't know of anyone else that is delivering this level of service in terms of the guidance. And you may know, I don't want to really call their names, but there's some huge companies that are coming into this space direct to consumer. And we're all for it. We are not disruptors. We are enhancers. We are not, we bring compassion and care and harmonious cooperation with the system. We think the American healthcare system can be incredible, but we also think that it's missing this guidance piece, and we think we can deliver that at a price that even a homeless person could afford.
That's powerful because when I think about healthcare, that is the topic that's of discussion in America a whole lot, because we have some countries that have universal healthcare, but in the United States we don't. And the cost effectiveness of what you're providing, not only on an individual basis, but on the household. So it was just popped up on the screen about $27. $27 per month includes your entire family. I mean, is that like, wait, your entire family for $27?
Yes, and we're very excited to be able to bring that. We had a lot of meetings, and we did market surveys, and in the surveys we did, ordinary people thought that we could charge more for that, just for that access. But we're committed to the highest quality and medical care and the lowest cost. You got to be reasonable. Yes, that's the entire household. Most households in the U.S. have about 3. If you round it up, it's 3 individuals per household. So that turns out to be about $9 per person. There are other households that may have 10 people. They do not have to be related. They can be, as long as they're living in that household. We got you. We don't care about anything except taking care of people. We don't care where they come from. We don't care what their age, their gender, any of that. None of that matters. We think that healthcare should be a zero tolerance space. That when you are not feeling well, you need, number one, you do need competent medical care, expert care. But the compassion has to be at that same level. The moment you contact us, we expect our team, all of our team, to treat you like we would want to be treated. And that they're not doing that, then we have the Patient Safety Care Equity Council that you guys will be able to, whoever, our subscribers rather, will be able to text or email and say, well, we have some issues here, and we'll follow up on that.
That's powerful. When I think about the fact that I know you said that you're not a disruptor, but you are you're enhancing the process, which I really like the way you put that. We have medical care, but we need some improvements. And I see this as a great improvement on our medical system, in the fact that you said another thing that was very powerful. One of the main problems, whether you are a trucker or in the transportation industry or not, you can just be a regular everyday person doing extraordinary things. That's how I describe everyday people. When you think about the structure of how to set up insurance, usually everyone has to be a part of that family. I heard you say something that I thought was very unique and very much needed, that if they're living in your household, they are considered part of your household, living with you, then that's part of your family. And what I love is that you're forward thinking, because we're living in a world right now, due to the economy, where more people that are not related are staying together in order to make ends meet. And so the fact that you are so forward thinking with what the family is, okay, what it has become, I should say, with everything that's going on. You just got me in awe. It's not very often that someone makes me speechless, especially dealing with healthcare, because it's such a topic that need to be discussed, but it can have a lot of emotions attached to it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yes. So what we're going to do right now, Mr. Scott, we're going to take a commercial break from our sponsors, and we will be back in a moment. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe, and make sure to share this video.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
Now, those prices sound right, and those services sound, just being honest, like you know, like I know, specialty copays, primary care copays, urgent care, all that stuff adds up, and being able to access those services for a reasonable fee and have, closer to immediate access than waiting 3 hours in an ER or urgent care, that's priceless to a patient, who doesn't feel well. So, really interesting, I think, to consider this.
My name is Nate Johnson, and I'm the CEO and founder of GLCS. GLCS supports drivers by streamlining office processes, deploying and supporting company software, and connecting in-cab technologies to in-office technologies. I've spent nearly 30 years in transportation, starting my career as an over-the-road driver. Recently asked what was my favorite experiences as a driver. I recall waking up in the morning many times to a light fog, the sun rising, having a good cup of coffee, and rolling out of a truck stop, starting my day feeling rested and refreshed. Those experiences are something that I cherish and recall, and really only get to experience on long road trips now. Drivers, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Drive safe, keep up the good work. We're all here to support you. Thank you to all the millions of drivers that safely keep America moving. Happy National Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Okay. I'm in my car where I live most of the time. So, no, I was happy to hop in, and Marcus asked me if I could do just a brief testimonial. I think that this product is non-optional for every human being on the planet. I think the healthcare industry has been a disaster, much as my own credit card industry has been. And at least y'all are moving in the right direction in terms of repairing the problem. I wish I could say the same for other industries. But I had the opportunity to try the product myself when I was in Charlotte, where I am now again. I guess it was a couple of months ago. Very much by accident, I just sort of picked up a cold, started coughing. I'm on the phone pretty much just 18 hours a day, every day, 7 days. And so the idea of my having a cough and having to excuse myself every other minute was rude and annoying. And it was, it was tough because I didn't give my body a chance to get over anything, putting it under the stress of coughing. So, I had joined because I thought it appeared to be a great product. And I thought, well, this is kind of a no-brainer for the cost. And after a couple of days of coughing, because I wasn't at home where I normally would have picked up the phone and gotten something that I was used to taking so that the cough didn't turn into bronchitis, I didn't have that available to me. So I went ahead and called. Literally within 15 minutes of calling, not only did they find me in the system, connect me with a doctor, he talked through my situation, my history of what I had taken for this previously. Felt comfortable with that he was able to call in a prescription for the same thing. I was able to go down to Harris Teeter, pick up the prescription, and start taking it. I mean, that's ridiculous. And I haven't been able to shut up about it ever since. I mean, I have just gotten on the phone with colleagues of mine, new colleagues of mine, and said, I want to tell you about something. You are flat out stupid if you don't do this.
And just like that, we are back. I am Dr. TNJ Ramsey, the host of the She Trucking podcast for today. And we are sharing a riveting story along with access with Mr. Scott, who is telling us all about My Garden Dock. He is also providing access for everyday people, like I like to describe, doing extraordinary things, access, including putting a special interest here in the She Trucking community, making sure that our essential drivers and the ones in the transportation industry have accessibility when they need it most. And not only doing that, but making sure that it is cost effective and accessible. So before the commercial break, we were actually speaking about all of these things and so much more. So right now we have Mr. Scott back in the building, and we're going to continuously speak more about the power of My Garden Dock, which is a telehealth communications where you can control and get access through the power of your phone, your laptop. Listen, people, like the lady just said, I don't know her name, but I do know this. Ooh, excuse me. I had something that fall down. Live TV. Well, it's powerful. It's a no-brainer because so many of us right now have to watch everything that we spend. And so with My Garden Dock, it is really, really a breakthrough for everybody, including the ones in the trucking industry. So Mr. Scott, welcome back to the show. I want to thank you so much for taking the time. Taking the time. You could have had this idea, but then you didn't implement it. So thank you for taking the time to implement it and then taking the time to go and find like-minded professionals, doctors in the medical industry that can see the vision and providing such amazing care. Like I said before, you guys, Sheree Moore of She Trucking, the founder and CEO, she actually used it just this week. Okay, and she loves it as well. So, Mr. Scott, what type of services basically that they can come that a person can call in to get from my guardian dog, and how can they? I know that She Trucking and you, or I would say the company, have a partnership, and so I want to thank you for locking arms with the She Trucking community and keeping us healthy while we're on this road trekking, and the supporters of. So thank you so much for what you're doing for our community.
Yeah, I think that yeah, when the truckers are out on the road, their families are at home, and I'm very pleased to be able to help them. I can I know how important the work that they do is to the country and to their families, I imagine as well, and maybe they love what they're doing, and for us to be able to take some of the weight off of them, it does me well to be able to do that. Presently, there are probably just two services that are most important. The moment you call in, come in on your computer or call in, and you can use your home phone as well. The customer care center will take over from there. They will tell you what you should or shouldn't do. They will answer the phone. They're very friendly. We picked them. We handpicked them for their compassion for people. They already have the compassion for people. We've just put them in these positions. And though they know the doctors, they know the business of medicine. So as soon as you get there, they will take you where you need to go. You don't need to know whether or not you're calling for guidance or you're calling for urgent care. You just need to get to the call center, the customer care center, and they will direct you and guide you. Once they put you in front of the doctor will take care of you from there. We do not, I don't, nor do the customer care center. We don't see your medical records. Once you're hooked up with the doctor, that is between you and that doctor. I think it's important that people, fully understand that. So the urgent care, normally that's a cough, flu, colds, whatever. You need some prescription, etc. It's normally a very short call, and the doctor will call in your prescription, or they will tell you what you need to do. The guidance is a little bit more involved. This is what sets us apart, I think, from the rest of the rest of the industry. We are guidance. If you're a subscriber, when you see something or you feel something, or it can be you or one of your family members. Again, they don't have to be a family member. They can be anyone living in your household. It can be a guest that is just stopping by, and they're not feeling well. Or you see something. You call into the care center. They will tell you that this is a guidance call, and so we'll take care of you there. From there, whether it's urgent care or guidance, you may have a need for a full-blown second opinion, and so that's a whole nother animal, so to speak. We do take insurance and Medicare and those other payors for that, or it could be a need for a specialist. We'll take care of you there. We'll refer you to one of our specialists, or you may have a specialist that you need to go to. In addition to that, the mental health piece, our primary care docs are trained to work with you, whoever calls in your household, if they have a mental health issue. We're very proud of this. This is such an important thing because so many people are experiencing these issues with mental health. And so we're glad to be able to provide that. From there, you may go to a psychiatrist that may be our psychiatrist, or you may have one that you want to go to. We just want you to be okay. We want you to feel better. Uh, we're in business, so we need to make money. There's no question about that. But we believe, or at least I believe, and I think all the whole team believe, that if we bring a great service to the community, that we're going to do very well. It's a philosophy that I've used from day one. Take care of others, and others will take care of you. So there are so many services that are coming that I can't begin to tell you. All of them, mobile phlebotomist, prescription drugs. There's just when you join, you'll see probably every month more and more things will be added.
Well, I love it because you mentioned some great things, and I can see, because I have had some experience with telehealth, and I have never heard of a telehealth business that's this robust, have so many different options. And so when I think of My Guardian Doc, it really is a breakthrough in regards to what you guys are providing for the price point that you're providing access to everyday people. The fact that it's $27 a month and it includes the entire household that lives in your house, whether they're blood related or not, that's crucial. That's powerful. And then you also have the virtual medicine program. I love where you said these are the benefits for anybody that really wanted to know some additional benefits of why My Guardian Doc is the solution to your problem, is because they lower the healthcare costs, their on-demand access, they have fewer visits to the emergency room. It's immediately lower your counts or micro mark counts.
And your micro mark count. That's a very interesting concept there. Yeah.
Yes. And also, most importantly, it gives you the peace of mind. I mean, the mind is a powerful thing. And when your mind was not at peace, I don't care what's going on, you have to have that peace of mind. And the fact that you have so many different layers to My Guardian Doc that we need, it shows the amount of care you took. It shows the amount of forethought. And it also shows how passionate you are to make this available. I heard urgent care, guidance calls, full blown out second opinion, which means that if it's something else that you need to go, and we understand that. And also, this is powerful in the now, Mr. Scott, that you guys are providing mental health accessibility, because we're going through a lot as a nation. And the fact that you have this accessibility for this part of healthcare, which is normally not something individuals talk about as much. And so the fact that you have all these multiple layers. And so you guys, I really want you to check out My Guardian Doc. They have you have virtual access to doctors nationwide. You can, guess what? My Guardian Doc, not just sharing all this great information, they are supporters of the She Trucking community. They are officially affiliate partner to the She Trucking Foundation, making sure that while you're driving, honk, because remember he did this earlier, you're healthy, and you'll be able to have accessibility. Okay. So make sure to go to shetrucking.com and click the members, the partners, and you will see My Guardian Doc. You can sign up today for this service for you and your family. You don't have to wait. You can just hop on over to shetrucking.com and go ahead and get this amazing benefits for your family. So, Mr. Scott, Dr. Renee Allen from our virtual studio audience says, this is awesome information. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Take care of others and others will take care of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. And you're right, Mr. Scott. When you take care of others, it's just a circle of life. And if most of us got that principle, if we understood that principle, the world would be such a better place if we just understood that principle. And so with everything that you're doing with My Guardian Doc, the accessibility, and I hear that you said that you use these principles to help you, I would say, navigate towards this new healthcare arena that we have now. I'm just really, really impressed on the accessibility and the amount of premium care, that this is providing, and the fact that it's like you're so forward thinking. People, I don't even think you guys get like how forward thinking this is. Okay, for those of you who may not have transportation, this can be a breakthrough for ones who don't have access to transportation, because they can literally just speak to a doctor from their cell phone. So, Mrs. Scott, is there anything else you would like to share with us about My Guardian Doc?
Yeah, of course. For me, guys, this is I'm not from the healthcare world. I'm out of the financial world. When I saw what was going on in terms of the business of medicine or in the healthcare world, I was I was moved. Something needs to be done. And then, I looked in the mirror and I'm like, well, wait a minute, you're in a position to do something, because I was with CareClicks. So I feel like this is it's my purpose in life at this stage anyway, to do something about this. I've seen, I don't like it when I'm not feeling well. I hate some of the stories that I hear about people that, are screaming and begging, the docs sometimes, or for help. And the story of Serena, who, she finally got her help. And then there was the taper from CNN. His daughter was having issues, and he was able to call the hospital administrator. But for ordinary people, what do we do? And so now you've got My Guardian Doc, and so you can call My Guardian Doc, and My Guardian Doc will take care of you in that respect. These are licensed and doctors, board certified, many of them. And so I'm very pleased to be able to be a part of this and to bring this to the healthcare world. The thing that makes us unique, My Guardian Doc unique, is the guidance piece. The guidance is the compassionate medical guidance is what you want. That's what you need. So you can have your health insurance, you can love your doctor, you can have telemedicine already. I don't care if you have 4 or 5 telemedicine plans, 3 policies, and on Medicare too. At this price, and with how important health is, it makes no sense not to add My Guardian Doc to your program, because now you've got, let me tell you what we're trying to do, folks. We believe that we can institutionalize compassion. We can institutionalize friendship and the spirit of family. And so it's like having a doctor in the family, or a doctor that's a friend. If we can institutionalize racism and hatred and all that silliness, why can't we institutionalize the more positive aspects of life, particularly when it comes to something as important as health? There are no do-overs in health, man. There are no do-overs. You don't get it right, something goes wrong, your ass is grass. Okay, your family. $27 now plus a small fee, only on demand. Yeah. You'd be very smart, I think, to bring us on and let us walk with you through life, and everyone in your household, with our medical experts and the compassionate medical guidance and world-class care at a price that anyone can afford for you.
Yes. I 1000% agree with you, because there's an old saying that your health is your true wealth. And that has been so elusive, especially here in the United States, because of the fact of the healthcare being so expensive. And so it was you're only privy if you have a certain amount of income. So the fact that you're bringing this premium care, you're to everyday people. And you know, I love to say they're doing extraordinary things. I don't care if you're sitting on the porch making somebody smile, being positive. That's extraordinary in this system. that you're making it accessible. But I'm just really moved. So Marcus Williams from our live studio audience, he wants to know, is My Guardian Doc available in all 50 states? And he said, what if I'm traveling on a job and have a health issue? That's a great question.
Well, you know, that's what we're all about. I mean, this is virtual care. You know, you get to, yeah, we're in all 50 states. As a matter of fact, we expect to be in every country. CareClicks, the company that provides all of our medical services, is a 10-year-old company, and in 37 countries, and Fortune 500 corporations trust CareClicks to provide their care. So I don't know if I've made that clear, but all of our docs are provided by CareClicks. So yeah, that's it's available in all 50 states, and of course, if you're traveling and having health issues, and that's what it's all about. Now, some people will say, "Well, I already have telemedicine," and you know, frankly, you ought to have it. And if you got it with your primary, with your carrier, with your payor, that's fine. At your job, that's fine. So you've got your telemedicine. I would add My Guardian Doc, because when you're not well, another medical expert is just smart. And at this price, it makes no sense. I mean, don't debate this. Don't, this is don't play around with this. This is your health. Add My Guardian Doc now, and when you go to if you use telemedicine and the doctor says take this or take that, and you feel okay with it, fine. If not, call My Guardian Doc. If the doctor says you need to go to the emergency room, take My Guardian Doc with you. You're probably not going to have that service with what you've got already. We don't know of anyone that has the guidance. Guidance means that this doctor, our doctors, will go to the doctor with you. They're up in their rescue squad with you. They're down at the hospital with you, over at the clinic with you. They go to the specialist office with you. And when nobody's around at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, they're with you. Understand that if you're feeling just fine right now, you're like, I think I'm okay. Why would I need that? Guys, look, don't be silly, man. This is serious business. This health thing is serious business. It's very serious business. And if you do it for the people in your household, do it for you, and tell other people about it, and we'll take good care of them. I promise you.
Listen, you guys, it's a no-brainer at this point. We know how expensive healthcare is, and the fact that My Guardian Doc through CareClicks is making this available for all of us, and you do not have to be coming up under a tier of an employer. That's giving you power over your healthcare. So $27, I mean,
right.
Yeah, I mean, you can barely get bread, some milk, some eggs.
Oh, whoa. I think you're at bread and milk. It depends on how many loaves of bread you get and how many.
Exactly. You can barely get anything.
If you get 2 breads and 2 milks,
that's it.
Egg, you're done.
That's probably $40 right there. So the fact that you can get access to this type of quality care through My Guardian Doc, through their affiliation partnership with She Trucking, I need you to go right now to shetrucking.com and sign up. I don't want you suffering in silence anymore, because I know many of you reach out and sick. And now this is the answer. This is the solution when you're feeling bad, when you're in a no man's land and you in a different area and you don't know where you're at. I mean, who really want to go to the doctor without having the guidance? I mean, if I have someone going with me to the doctor that is qualified, that's compassionate, that cares, that's in my corner. And when I'm going for a health concern that I'm not even prepared for, that gives you peace of mind. Peace of mind. And that is priceless. Okay. And the fact that it's $27, I mean, you can't even fill up your car for $27 now. I mean, really.
Whoa. Fill up your car. What are you talking about?
I'm like, really? You can't even fill up your car for $27.
So one of the things I'd say is, you know, sometimes, you know, you may have a symptom, you know, something's not right. And maybe you got a tummy ache, or, you know, your lymph nodes is full, or, you know, whatever. And so many of us, what we'll do is we'll Google it, or we go to one of these online, you know.
Yeah, try to be a doctor.
Yeah, they diagnose ourselves. And I'm not against that. I think that, you know, whenever you're not feeling well, you should have all the resources that you can get. And, you know, if you got telemedicine, if you got your primary care, call them, do what you need to do. But this is such an amazing thing that you can just get on the phone and say, no, I don't know exactly what's going on. I'm just feeling a little weird. Or, you know, I saw my wife stumble today, and I'm just, you know, what should I do? This is guidance. That is, there are no codes for that with most of the payors. And so we're very pleased to bring that to the household, to the American public. And it is unique, and we are excited about it. And I think there are going to be other companies and other organizations that will do this, but we don't know of any that are doing it right now.
Well, right now, My Garden Doc is the pioneer. So yes, it has to always be someone that paved the way for new innovation, and My Garden Doc has done that. So whoever come after, you was the first. You was the first. And also, I want to reiterate that My Garden Doc also provide assistance in regards to mental health. Okay, so it's pretty much a one-stop shop. So maybe it's not a physical ailment, but you need someone to help you with mental health. Maybe you're depressed, or depression not going away. Maybe it's anxiety. Whatever the case may be, you just don't feel quite right, and you need to speak with a qualified person. You can utilize My Garden Doc in order to help you with your mental health. And that is powerful in itself, because usually that's not usually the case. And so you can get help in regards to your health and wellness, and also your mental health as well. I also want to make mention that we just have a new affiliate partner, which is GCLS. So thank you so much for supporting the She Trucking community as well. So what I want you guys to do is go ahead and do yourself a great service and go to shetrucking.com and get My Garden Doc. Start your plan today. No longer do you have to suffer in silence. No longer do you have to drive your truck feeling terrible. I know, I hear the stories. You're aching, you're hurting, you're tired, all of that, right? This is for you. In lieu of Truck Driver Appreciation Week that just happened in September, this is carrying on. We don't forget about you. Yes, we have our week of celebration. We're so happy for our truckers, right? But we at She Trucking Foundation, we make sure that we celebrate you every single month of every day of the year. And we bring in people like this in order to help make your life easier, so that you can remain in the truck and drive if that's what you want to do. And cost effective. And now you can take care of your family too and yourself for $27. I mean, come on. I don't have anything else to say. Go to shetrucking.com. Go ahead and click and get started on today. Mr. Scott, I want to thank you so much for coming on the She Trucking podcast, because I know that you're a very busy man. So I'm so happy that you took some time on this Sunday for me to chat with you a little bit, and for you to explain and share with us your passion, your compassion, and your amazing team of doctors and individuals who coming together to bring us this innovative way of healthcare that's foundation is compassion. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. So, this has been another amazing episode of the She Trucking Podcast. Remember to like, follow, share, and subscribe. I am Dr. Tina J. Ramsey, your host today for the She Trucking Podcast, hopping on over from the Tina Ramsey Show. I'm just so excited to be here, and our show is powered by CTR Media Network. Make sure to go to shetrucking.com. Let me say it again. That's shetrucking.com, and click on the partnerships tab, and you'll be able to see My Guardian Doc. And I want you to start taking control of the health care of you and your family. Remember, your wealth is your health. And now through My Guardian Doc, with the partnership with She Trucking Foundation, they're making it so easy for you to have the greatest asset in the world, which is access to keeping yourself well and your families and the ones that you love. It's been a pleasure coming over here today to just come over and host the She Trucking Podcast. Make sure to tune into all the different other hosts that host the She Trucking Podcast, as well as supporting the community. If you are a woman in the trucking or transportation industry, or we have men that support us like Mr. Scott too. Okay, so come on over, and if you are moved to be able to help us be able to keep our mission and our purpose going, then I want you to make a donation to the She Trucking Foundation. And remember that we are a 501(c)(3) nonprofit organization, which means that is a tax write-off for you. So it's the gift that keeps on giving. You help us be able to provide these resources for our members and our community, and you can get a tax write-off at the end of the year through our nonprofit. I am so happy to be here with you today. Thank you for everyone who tuned in live, and for everyone that will be listening on the replay. Have a great, amazing rest of your day. Go to shetrucking.com and sign up for My Guardian Doc. And it's been a pleasure hosting the She Trucking Podcast with you. I'll see you next time. Bye.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh, God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Go faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And now we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights. Hello, everybody. I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the She Trucking podcast powered by CTR Media Network. And today we have an amazing featured guest, and her name is Brooke O'Grady. She actually has a Bachelor of Science in Education from the University of Kansas and a Master's of Arts in the Organizational Leadership from Baker's University. She's also the COO of TAFS. Yes, TAFS Factoring. So we're going to get into some great conversation in regards to factoring. What is it? How can women find themselves, or do you see yourself in this lane of expertise, and so much more? So without further ado, let's bring on Brooke O'Grady. And guess what? They happen to be our platinum sponsor for the She Trucking podcast. So let's go ahead and bring her on right now. So hello, Brooke. How are you?
I'm good. How are
I
you?
am amazing. And I'm so excited every time I see another woman doing something in an arena that they didn't put it in the cards for us to be doing,
Right.
but we're doing it anyway, and also shedding light to give inspiration, not only within the trucking industry, but especially within our community of 30,000 women, so they can see representation and also widen their horizon. So with that being said, you are the COO of TAFS, and thank you so much for becoming our platinum sponsor for the She Trucking podcast. We thoroughly appreciate it. And so we're so happy to just be sharing our partnership with all of you.
Yeah. I mean, I first met Sheree in Tampa in October. And I mean, it was the Broker Carrier Summit, and she just came into the room and had such positive energy to her. Like, people are definitely drawn to her. She's so easy to talk to. She's so cute and personable. And we were like, okay, we got to figure out a way to connect here, because you can tell she's just a genuine person. And we're like, okay, how can we kind of team up together?
I love it because when you see other women in this male dominated part of the industry and you're equally doing great in your field. And Sheree, she is a trailblazer in regards to this, and was able to forge and bring all of us together up under one little hub. And so now seeing you, many of our viewers, because we have so many new women that are venturing into this trucking and transportation arena, or the industry, I should say. So with that being said, they may be wondering, what is TAF? What is a factoring company? So could you explain that a little bit for our audience so they can understand what a factoring company is?
Yeah. I mean, I think even in my interview here, they were like, do you know what factoring is? And I was like, yeah. I had no idea. I mean, I was like, I don't know, do they work in a factory? I just had no knowledge of it. I was actually a former middle school teacher. And so I was living out in Arizona when I got the job offer to move back to Kansas City to be with TAFS. And I knew, I had asked my dad, he's like, yeah, it has to do with buying receivables. And I'm like, what does that mean? I'm a teacher. I don't know what buying, receivables means. I've learned a lot now that I've been here 8 years. But basically what we do is we do financing and a lot of the back office work for small to medium to even some of the larger trucking companies out there. And that's really to help support the trucking companies, because there are long pay terms in the industry. So if you haul a load for a broker, you may not get paid for 30, 40, 60 days. It really depends on their pay terms. And it makes it really difficult for trucking companies, especially newer ones, to survive with limited cash flow. A lot of times they have truck payment, they have insurance, they have fuel, they have to send money back home. And so when it's taking 45 days to get paid, it just puts a financial burden on trucking companies. And so what we do is our clients, they submit the invoice to us as soon as they deliver a load. And then we pay them upfront, majority of the money, anywhere from 97 to 98% we pay upfront. And on the back end, TAFS is going to do a lot of the back office work. So we're going to do the billing to your broker. We're going to do the collections. And so just making sure that the owners or the drivers, whatever it may be, they can really focus on driving and staying on the road, booking loads. And that way we can just be a partnership and help them survive.
Wow. So basically you become that small to medium, or even in some cases, like you said, large companies, team. Right. In other words, you become their team because in essence, the fact that you all can do 97 to 98% with the bills that come in, that actually can greatly make the difference between a company staying afloat or going under. Because we're talking 30 to 45 days. And when we look at America in just regular terms, just from a standard job, usually you're one paycheck away from homelessness, or you one paycheck away from a situation that you don't want to be in. And so that can also be the factor into trucking companies, because we know things are more expensive. So the fact that you come in as that, I would say, anchor to be able to get necessary assistance. And also when you mentioned about the billing and collections and the invoices, I mean, let's keep it real. When you have a trucking company, you're thinking about keeping your truckers trucking, making sure they get the loads, making sure they get the right pricing. You're not really thinking about no administrative, secretarial, paper moving work. So the fact that you guys are here to make that easier and keep you on point. So with that being said, if you are a company right now and you need help with that, they just contact you and they be able to get signed on. How does that work? If they need
so currently, if you're looking for a factoring company, you can go to our website, tafs.com, and there's like a web form you can fill out to get signed up, and you'll get a call from us immediately. That's probably where, if anyone's just kind of searching, that's where our leads come in through. Our sales team, they're calling brand new MCs as well to try to say, hey, you probably need a factoring company, especially if you're new to the game. Because what we've learned is a lot of it is to just some consulting. You may have a newer trucking company, but some of these men and women, they've driven for somebody else. So they're not necessarily new to driving the truck, but they are newer sometimes to owning a business, which is totally different. There's a lot more at risk. And so a lot of it is, us helping them like, hey, this is some of the stuff you're going to be seeing, or when situations come up, how do they handle it? Right now, we get a lot of carriers calling in saying, hey, I just found out I took a double brokered load. I got scammed online. How do I hauled the load. How do I get paid? And so a lot of it is just us really consulting them. I mean, from a business standpoint, sure, we want to keep our clients forever. I want you factoring your invoices forever. But I think from like a moral standpoint, it is kind of bittersweet and a little bit heartwarming to see our clients at some point be like, hey, I've been with you guys 4 or 5 years. I think I'm ready and I don't need factoring anymore. The personal side of me loves that. Obviously, I wish I could keep clients forever, but it is, the goal is to one day, let them not need a factoring company and they know what they're doing. And they're like, hey, I've got this thanks to your support over the years.
Yes, ultimately. So it sounds like it's a little bit administrative, it's a little bit of consulting, and then it's a little bit of um giving them that needed support that they need, because like you said, you have some people that have may not necessarily be new to trucking, but they're new to trucking business, and that is two different arenas to be in, from independently or maybe driving for another company driving, versus now you have a responsibility not only yourself but everyone else that's in your business. So I feel that that is not only a good thing to have a factoring company, but it's necessary, especially with all the different rules and the different changes and the different things that you have to keep eyes and ears on in order to be able to stay trucking in this new season. I would say this new season of trucking. And so it's very, very good that that you guys are providing not just I hear from you that, which I feel that is very important and powerful. And you don't hear this too much from COOs. You really care.
Oh,
At
yeah.
the end of the day, you really care. So you have that moral compass, which is very, very important, because our truckers want to be knowing that they can trust the company that they're with, but also having that part where, okay, yes, we're here for support, but this is how it goes. This is how you have to stay within the requirements. We have to get XYZ done so that they can remain in the trucking industry. So I know that you say you do small to medium-sized businesses, and I know specifically right now we're talking about trucking, but when you get into the different fees and different stuff, do they have to worry about additional fees when they start with your company?
So it kind of just depends on sometimes too what type of freight. I know for box trucks, there might be a different fee than if you're doing just the reefer or flatbed. And that's a lot of like sales. I know that, when what we're, I think, really great about is keeping our fees transparent. So every time you submit an invoice to TAFs, you're going to get a batch. We call it a batch summary. It's basically like a receipt. It's going to tell you what you submitted to us, what the invoice amount was, and what the factoring fee was, and any other fees that could be associated. And then it's going to tell you where your money went. So if it went to, via ACH to Chase Bank. And so you're going to get that breakdown of every single load every time that we process your invoices. And then we also give you access to all your reporting. And I know that definitely comes in handy when they go to do their taxes at the end of the year, or just, for business reasons to see what they've spent on, X, Y, and Z. I know some of them have used it even for some truck financing to show like, hey, because they don't get a normal paycheck. And so they can show, hey, this was what our income was for January, February, March of last year. So if the bank needs it. So it does provide like additional reporting for our clients so that they can use whatever they need. But we do give a full transparent breakdown. We're really competitive with our prices. I mean, we have great competitors out there. And so we try to stay in line with them as well. So it's probably going to be pretty similar to what's out there in the industry.
Well, that's good to know that you guys have that transparency in regards to your pricing and everything. And it can be subjective, like you said, based upon what type of truck or what type of industry within the industry there.
Or how many trucks, right? Like, so if you have one truck, or somebody approaches us with 10 trucks, we could say, okay, well, maybe the 10 trucks also wants a fuel deal. So there's a lot that kind of goes into the pricing as well. But I would say majority of our clients have less than 5 trucks. So we really do try to cater to the smaller ones.
Okay, well, that's still, for a person who don't know quite what they're doing, you need help with 5 trucks, okay? Because
I think that's a lot. I'm like,
that's a lot to me.
To handle 5 trucks, I'm like, I mean, it's nonstop. I mean, yeah, I think it's a lot. So I don't mean to downplay 5 trucks at all, because it's a lot. Even people going from 1 to 2 trucks within their first year is a huge accomplishment. I mean, it's hard to keep up in general with 1 truck, and then you talk about adding another one. So that it's impressive.
I would say that too, because I hear everything dealing with the 1 truck, and then the ones who had 2, we like, oh,
I know.
That's a lot.
I mean, it's probably kind of like adding kids, right? Like 1, yeah, you have some chaos, and then you add 2, it's like, okay, now it's even more chaos. Then you add 3, you're like, wow, I'm way outnumbered, a lot of chaos. So it's probably, similar.
I would say so. And for every person, their capacity to be able to handle what they're handling is a little bit different for each person. But to me, 5 is a lot. So anything past that, however, everybody's capacity is a little bit different. So I love the fact that you guys have that good transparency. You have that good moral compass. You all also, I would say lay a good foundation so that if they need to get other financial help because of bookkeeping and all this, you guys kind of keep a record of transparency, letting them see everything and be able to have these documents that can go and apply for various different things, because you guys are so great with keeping up with the paperwork. And in the trucking industry with our truckers, one of the hardest things is keeping that paperwork. Because like I said, on most truckers' mind, they're not thinking about the paperwork like that unless you got to send this paperwork in order for you to get paid for your haul. Yeah, you're gonna think about it then, but other than that, your main concern is getting from point A to point B quicker and faster, right?
Yeah.
And so the fact that you guys are helping them on, which I think it should be necessary for everyone, for the fact that they don't have time to do all this kind of paperwork. It's a lot. It's a lot when you think about it. And so speaking about paperwork, we know that sometimes with factoring companies, they can do recourse and non-recourse on factoring. So do y'all have like a certain requirement where you determine whether they fall into that, and do y'all handle that?
Yeah, so currently we are a full recourse program. And so we will, call and email all the brokers all day long to try to get that pay status. I'm sure they just love it. But we gotta provide that service and try to fight for our clients. If TAFS strongly feels that the invoice is not going to get paid, we will recourse that. What I've really seen over the past year is more of the bankruptcies from some of the larger brokers, Yellow, Surge, Convoy, Meadowlark. I mean, the list goes on and on, which was a hectic year. I've never seen anything like that. And then I see it more in claims, brokers not wanting to pay because there's a claim, or they're holding everything in payables right now because there's a claim. That's majority of what I see. In those instances, especially for the bankruptcy, we did offer loans to all of our clients who needed them. And we do that just in general to our clientele. We offer business loans. So if they need help with fuel, payroll, anything that has to do with operating expenses, we, if they meet, the criteria, we do offer business loans. And we have some clients that get a new loan every 8 weeks. They pay it off, they get a new one, pay it off, get a new one. So for the bankruptcies, in that case, we did offer loans, even if they didn't meet, the normal matrix or criteria, because we said, well, this isn't their fault. We don't want them going out of business. We need them too. I mean, TAFS isn't going to survive without its customers. And so in order to assist, so that way, they weren't super negative with TAFS and they could continue submitting, and we would just take a little bit per invoice to go towards that balance owed for the brokers. But so we do really try to assist, because it does us no good if our client goes out of business.
Yes, I agree. We have a comment from good old LinkedIn and said Brooke is an amazing representation representation of our TAF's team members. That's Jeremy. And we also had a person. Yeah, so thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. So it's good to know that you guys take it over and beyond. It's not just about, it is about the numbers, but it's not all about the numbers. You understand like how the circle goes, like the circle of life, so to speak, within the industry. And in order for this to happen, it's a cause and effect of a chain of events that happens. And so the fact that in certain cases that you're a full recourse, meaning you'll do those calls if need be, if you see they go into bankruptcy or in a unfavorable, I would say, dealing with fund situation, you guys have something like a little safety net for ones who qualify, that they could be able to apply for a loan to be able to get them over that bad hump, because sometimes it's just a bad quarter. Okay. Yep. And they just need that push, they need that help so that they can get through that quarter.
Yeah. So, well, and sometimes with claims too, like the broker might say, okay, well, it's a 3-month ongoing claim. And it puts the carrier, the trucking company, in a really bad position sometimes. And so we try to help as much as we can, because if we can keep them afloat until the claim gets cleared up, because they're not quick on claims sometimes, insurance, everything that goes into it. So we really try to work together with our client to say, hey, I know they're taking a long time, the broker is, but we're going to help you out.
Well, I want to personally thank you for something that you guys did for one of our members in our community. Okay, there are some companies that say a lot of things, but they may not necessarily have the receipts on what they're doing. But I'm here to tell you that everything Brooke is saying is absolutely true. TAF is that stand by you type of factoring company. Matter of fact, now she might not say this, but I like to brag on our sponsors, because we do our little research, honey. They were awarded the best trucking factoring company in 2022, and they did not receive that. They was on this list, and out of all these factoring companies, they were listed as the best for trucking. So that should tell you what kind of caliber TAFs has. Also, I would like to thank you for helping one of our members in the She Trucking community who experienced the terrible thing of double brokering. And we know what happens with double brokering. And it's happening more and more, it's happening more often. So the fact that even before this partnership was solidified, you guys stepped in and you helped her with that double brokering. So I would like to just thank you publicly for taking the time, even before we had solidified all of this partnership with you guys supporting us. You went in to help. So thank you so much, because listen, we don't double broke. Ooh, that's a whole topic all by itself.
And it's crazy, because since I've been at TAFs, double brokering has always somewhat existed. Mm-hmm. You just didn't really hear much about it. It was kind of rare. And then in the past 18 months, it has just exploded. And I just feel there's nothing worse than when you're on the phone with a client and they're literally in tears for doing work and they're not going to get paid for it. And they've wasted how much time and money. And it's really, really sad how many people are getting taken advantage of, because scammers out there or people doing unethical things. And it is so frustrating. And I get so frustrated because I deal with some of the double brokers, and it's like nothing happens to them. I'm like, can't you get in trouble? But it's it just seems like nobody really is looking, or nothing ever happens. And it's really sad. It would be scary to be a carrier right now, and you're booking loads and then all of a sudden figuring out you got scammed, or is this real? Is this fake? And maybe I'm a bit biased because I see some of the worst case scenarios. But I just really feel for the carriers.
No, you're right. And the fact that you listened, and then not only did you listen, but you took action and did something about it, because it's happening. Like you said, it's happening more frequently now than ever. I mean, we're hearing more about it with people talking about it online, people talking about it all over the place, where you may not have heard about it as much on social media and all the places before. But now more people are coming forward talking about it. But the fact that when it happened within our community, you guys listened, you heard about it, you took action, and you helped them. Like you said, uh, the time it takes to do the jobs that the truckers do, and then to find out that it's been double broker and you may not get paid or don't get paid. I mean, that is,
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
I mean, it just hit you right here. And so the fact that you guys heard it, took action, and you made something happen. So we're just, we can't even express how, because we hear so many of the sad stories of the cases or the people who never received the help. They just become another statistic in this endless cycle of double brokering. So the fact that you guys did that, I want to just say that this is different. So if you guys looking for a factoring company that really, stand by what they say, they're not only just a company, they have what I call those morals, ethics, standards. And that is what you should look for when you are building your brand as a trucking company, when you're building your business. You want people that you bring into your business to do any type of help to have the same moral compass, right? They just want to, at the end of the day, do what's right. And so we love that Tabs have so many women, so many women in Tabs. So that beautiful photo that you guys had actually sent wearing the She Trucking shirts. Yes, there it is. I mean, the fact that all of the women. So we're gonna change the conversation a little bit in regards to when we think about trucking. Usually it's kind of linear in the fact that we just think about we're in a male dominated industry. If you're in the trucking, the transportation industry, you have to drive a truck, you have to drive a box truck, you have to do, a truck. You're not thinking about other layers of the transportation industry. And tabs just happen to be one of those layers in the trucking and transportation industry. So, what are some things that you have noticed, that you have seen in regards to, I wouldn't necessarily say the pivot, but the change in regards to how many women you see? And TAP is so different because it's so many women. So let's talk about how women can find themselves or build a career in logistics.
Yeah. So TAFs, I mean, at one point, I think it was like 70% of us were women. Yeah, it was like super high. I'm not sure what it is now, but we still have a lot of women. And I've really noticed that with a lot of the trucking companies, we are definitely seeing more like women owners, which is just awesome in the last 2 years, really since 2021. But we really see a lot of the women doing the back office work. So the owner, maybe the driver, and he's driving and hauling loads, but really the women are kind of doing that back office, all the behind the scene work that makes it all go round. And we definitely need that, right? We need both. I tend to see more of like the sales being more men dominated in the factoring industry, but definitely the women when it comes to operations, accounting. Some are definitely in sales as well. But I'm like, there's actually a lot more women in logistics, I think, than what people realize. I even look at like Trans Am, they're a sister company of ours. There's a lot of women in the office. And so it's really neat to see. And like, I'm not on TikTok, but I'm on Instagram. And the other day I was looking at like just reels, and obviously like my phone's listening to me or whatever, because it's now showing me like videos of like women out there securing their trucks, like out in the industry, and just like women in trucking. And I'm like, what? I'm like, this is so cool that there are pages like this and that more women are getting like exposure of what it's like in the industry, you know? And some of these girls, they are tiny. They're like, I mean, Sheree's tiny, right? She's like teeny tiny. Yeah. And I'm like, these girls driving these huge trucks. I mean, it's really badass. It's so cool.
I know. And the fact that March is International Women's Month, and we're going to be at MATS, the Mid-American Truck Show, which is the largest trucking event people come from all over to go to MATS every single year. And the fact that you guys going to be there too.
Yeah.
And so She Trucking as well as TAFS is going to be in the building. So we encourage all of you who have not registered yet to go ahead and register and get your ticket from for the Mid-American Truck Show. It's going to be March 21st through the 23rd, if I have my dates correct. So make sure to I was right. And go ahead and register today. We're going to be at booth 40652. That is booth 40652. And we would love to be able to see you. We're going to be podcasting. We're going to be meeting and greeting all of you. And also we're going to be telling you and connecting you with wonderful company such as TAF, because they are our platinum sponsors for the She Trucking podcast. But like you said before, when I think of trucking, what booth, before we go there, what booth number do you remember?
I can ask and see what they're for MATS.
Yeah, because we know we there, but we don't always remember the booth number. So many different numbers we have to remember. But anyway,
with our marketing guy.
Well, at some point when you get that, just let us know, and I'll make sure to say yours as well as we'll say ours again, because we want them to visit both of us at the Mid-American Truck Show. Just thinking about women in general, with March being the International Women's Month. And you just spreading this great fun fact, this FYI for our information or for your information. I had no earthly idea or never even really thought about it to that extent, thinking about, your booth 67124.
Wow, way to go, Yessie. She knew it.
Thank you, Yessie. And so to think about women in a male-dominated industry, but yet dominating in this area. I mean, we don't even think about women dominating in any area of trucking. But looking at TAF, that's a lot. 70% women. I mean, that's a lot. Yay, women, we do it.
I know. And really, like, it's something that's important to us, and probably just in transportation and with a lot of companies. We're not looking so much at your background. We're looking at, hey, do you do things with integrity? Are you a hard worker? And are you open to learning? Because most people, when they enter transportation, or especially the factoring side, they've never been in factoring, and that's okay. We say we just want hardworking people who have good ethics and they're willing to learn. Like I said, I was a middle school teacher before this. I had no idea what factoring was, but I'm never the smartest one in the room, but I'm like, hey, I try to make decisions that are best for the company, and I just try to get better, and I try to learn. And so that's really what we look for here. You don't have to have some long resume or a certain amount of education. I went to college because I love learning, and I was a teacher. But then some of our people here that are super successful have very diverse backgrounds. And so we really, we embrace that everyone's from a different background. And we think it contributes to our synergy and our culture. And it helps with our clientele too, right? To have diverse people. And so, I think a lot just in transportation or any job in general is really just making sure it's just working hard. I mean, you don't have to always be the smartest or the best or the most talented. It's, hardworking people with good ethics, I think is kind of hard to find nowadays, unfortunately.
I concur.
Yeah.
Yeah, I concur on that. And so when I hear any company speak on the morals, ethics, and standards, which is what I stand on as a person, and then I carry that on into business, that is what appeals to me. And then when I saw all the things that you guys do in regards to your work, your staff, all the way down to the carriers that you're working with, because at the end of the day, people want to be treated like a human with respect at the end of the day. Even if you don't have all the answers right then, they just want to know that you heard them and you're going to figure it out, or you're going to find someone that their feelings are valid. Because most of the time when you're speaking with someone, maybe sometime doing factoring, especially if they're getting with a broker thing, double brokering, emotions are running high.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you can feel what they're going through, be empathetic, and then you look and find a solution to the problem and kind of gently guide them to, it's ultimately up to them what they're going to do, but you can guide them towards the best decision, but let them make the choice, but at least to know that they have options. So Brooke, what we're going to do right now, I want to talk more about TAF and all the different things that you guys do, as well as how women are making exceptional waves in this area of transportation. So if you've been one of those women sitting there saying, listen, I cannot drive no 18-wheeler, there is no way, I want to be a part, but I can't do that. There's so many other layers that you can do. But before we do that, we're going to go and take a commercial break, and then we'll be back in a moment with the amazing Brooke from TAF. We'll be back in a moment. And just like that, we are back. We're back with Brooke, and she is TAF's COO, and she has been explaining to us different things in regards to what factoring is. She also been breaking down how they actually can help small to medium and even some large trucking companies be able to stay afloat, and all the different resources that they have available, just in case you find yourself in a little pinch, which all of us do. They have resources if you fit the requirement. They can be able to do loans, they'll be able to educate, all these different things. And she, before we went to the commercial break, she also shared with us how women, yes, women, being a former educator in the public school system, just as I was a special needs education teacher before all of this.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so hearing our similarities, because I would have never thought that this would be something that I'll be doing. And I'm sure you didn't grow up saying I want to be a factorer when I grow up. That's not on. Yeah, I was like, okay, was that one of the career choices that they give you as a little child? No,
I don't remember that. No,
it wasn't. So the fact that you found yourself in this industry and seeing, because we know we hear so often it's male dominated, and we know that's true to a certain extent, But learning from you today, how with TAVs, how it's 70% women at minimum, and how you guys are making waves and different things that women can be very beneficial and needed and necessary when you're dealing with accounting, dealing with the day-to-day operations of a business, and how women can start exploring this type of industry. I never even thought about fattening. I mean, literally, I never even thought about women in fattening. Well, I like the way that sounds, women in fattening. But anyway,
Yeah.
that sounds pretty good.
We should start something. Okay.
Start a little movement here. So, in regards to TAP, because I know you guys are big on helping, do y'all have any sort of education that you guys provide for your carriers in the form of maybe a newsletter, a blog, or someplace where they can go to get additional information in regards to factoring and trucking and what's going on in this industry?
You know, we were just talking about that the other day, of, you know, possibly putting something together like that. Right now, what we do, as situations kind of come up in the industry, we will email out kind of like our advice. So like the scamming lately, right? So they're booking online, they think it's a certain broker and it ends up not being that broker. Okay, what do you do? And so, or, you know, with a lot of the bankruptcies, we sent out kind of a longer email that said, you know, diversifying your customer base will definitely help, you know, because those who did all of their loads, let's say with Yellow, it severely hurt them when they went bankrupt. And so we try to give out advice here and there as we see situations come up, or that we see, hey, a lot of carriers lately have been saying this. But we were just talking the other day, we're like, maybe we should do some sort of, especially in the beginning, when a carrier's with us, some sort of like educational tool, because that seems to be when they need it the most. You know, some of the companies that have been around 8, 9, 10 years, they've seen a lot in their time, and they may not need as much of that consulting. So that is something that we've talked about. We have so much in the pipeline for the next year. Our main focus over this next year is just really elevating the client experience. I think this industry was really tough over the past year and a half for everybody involved. I mean, for the carriers, I mean, the rates were not where, you know, they used to be. A lot of people went out of business. And it was hard for the brokers too. I mean, you look at all the bankruptcies and they've all reported, especially the large brokers, their earnings for the year, and they're also down. Scamming everywhere, right? So everybody in the industry is just kind of like nervous about everything. And so I think, you know, we said, okay, we really need to figure out a way for, you know, factoring companies, brokers, carriers to all really come together and work together really well. And TAP really needs to focus on the client experience, because we have good competitors, right? And if our rates are all basically the same, what's going to make us stand out? Well, people just, as you had said earlier, people just want to be treated like humans, and they want to feel heard. And I think now that the dust has settled a little bit from the horrible year and a half, I think TAPS is in a much better place to say, okay, how can we really elevate this now and take it to the next level, to where that's something that we truly, truly pride ourselves on. So that's really in the pipeline. Special vendors, like how can we partner up to make it easier on the carriers, is kind of where we're headed to in 2024. So
I love it, because at the end of the day, like you said, they want to be heard, but also just like if you're starting any business, not just trucking, if it's any business, one thing that most businesses, when they find themselves getting in trouble, and not necessarily because they wanted to, it's because of a lack of information, because of having a lack of information. So the fact that you guys are seeing the problem, you are aware of it, and you're actively have it where this is something that we're going to put on the table, and we're going to ask to figure out which is the most effective way that we can help our clientele in this regard. And so the fact that you're even taking the time to do this, because at the end of the day, let's just keep it real. You're a factoring company. You're not a consulting company.
Right.
That is just something that makes it uniquely you. You're saying, okay, we are factoring, but we're going to have this other layer, which is more personable, because we want you to be successful, because we understand how the chain of events happen. If we need you to stay afloat so that our business can go. So you see that, and you're being proactive in regards to that. So I'm glad to hear that you are looking to possibly implement something like that in the future. But I'm also glad that after coming out such a tumultuous time, I would say, from the pandemic all the way now, people are just starting to get their feet on the ground. And then we have all of these other little problems that's budding with the scamming, with the double brokering, with the other issues, right? And so the fact that you're taking time to address those needs in the now, when we need it now, that is very admirable. Now, thinking about, this is what on all truckers, whether you're a truck driver, whether you have a trucking company or what, do you Lord, these sound effects gonna get me every time. So Rob said, lots of great trucking educational articles on our blogs at TAF Content Teams Create. So make sure to go check out their blog section, and you'll be able to see some information about various different hot topics, I would say, that's going on in the trucking and transportation industry in the now. So make sure to go check that out. I would say one of the main things, like I said before, with truckers, people in the transportation industry, whether you run a company or you're a part of a company, is what's happening with the trucking industry? What's the prediction in regards to how do we see trucking from 2024 onward? Because so much has changed, especially when yellow and all of that went out, and the importance of what you brought out before, which I think is very important that we need to emphasize. If you are a trucking company, you need to diversify, like Brooke said, not putting all your eggs in one basket, because when they went under, a lot of people went under with them. And so just having that type of knowledge would have saved a lot of businesses that went under. So what type of, do you have any type of thoughts in regards to the climate of the trucking industry right now, and how it is now, and it getting better, or it's kind of like flatline, or what we need to do to make it better from a, what do you have any type of prediction of what we can do better for 2024?
I think so. I read a lot of stuff of, what experts in the industry are saying. They think that rates are going to start coming up or kind of making a turn, hopefully in that late second quarter, maybe this summer of 2024. So I'm definitely hoping the same. As far as what TAS has seen, because we track the average invoice amount, and that number is important to us. And when everything was at its peak in 2021, rates were, the average invoice size was around 2,000, and down to its lowest in the past 18 months, it got down to around 1,300. That's a huge difference. Yes. Yeah, your average invoice. And now we're starting to see it slowly come up. January and February are always a little bit slower. A lot of people are just starting their MCs too. So that's a little bit to what that is. Some people take time off, especially if they're not from the US. They might go home for a little bit. It's kind of what we see. But when I see the average invoice size start ticking up a little, that gives me a little bit of hope, because we saw it go down for so long and stay down. So I think we've hit bottom. And I think that it's going to come back up. I think election year is always just kind of crazy too. So you add that in to the industry, and yeah, I think it'll be interesting. I think it's going to get better.
Well, yay. Well, I think you're right, because I feel that we hit the bottom of the bottom. You know, like the pandemic first off kicked it off, and we saw things that we never saw before. And then now, like you said, $1,300 for an envelope. That's a low, and so we only can go up from here, people. So have a little
I know,
hope.
like it can't get lower.
Like, please no. Okay, so we also want to make mention that at the Mid-American Truck Show during Women International Month, She Trucking will be launching our first edition of the Lord help me, the She Trucking magazine. And we're so excited about this first commemorative edition of the magazine, and we are actually featuring TAFs in this magazine as well. So I know you're learning a lot from Brooke today about TAFs and their moral compass, as well as what they do for the carriers in the industry. But you're going to learn more detail about what those services entail. And you'll be able to scan a code or be able to go to their website and be able to join. You're going to see all of this. So you're going to learn all about TAF. You're going to understand when she was talking about the recovery, the speedy race. They operate 365 days a year. For us, just speaking about that good old fuel, honey, how much it costs and how can you help me? They have those fuel cards ready. And also they have extensive benefits for growth. So they're more than just a factoring company. That's what they are, but they're so much more, because they help you, in my opinion, when other people might not help you. I mean, and the attention to detail on what TAFs does for their carriers and the business owners of those carriers. What they do is just it's more than just a factoring, in my opinion. I know this is not their slogan, but in my opinion, they're more than just a factoring. You know, y'all might need to coin that. You're more than just a factoring company. And so in this new terrain that we find ourselves in, the new tapestry of what we see going on within the trucking and transportation industry, and for those of you who already have a trucking business and you're trying to figure out which factoring company should you go with, you should go with the best. You should go with TAFs. Okay, because like I said, it's more than just a factoring company. They're actually going to help you, and they also have things implemented to educate you. Okay, at the end of the day, you don't only need services, you need to be educated about the why, so that you can effectively run your business and be able to be in business for the long haul, not short term, but for the long haul. And so I'm just so thankful for you for giving me some of your time, Brooke, today. And I also want to say a big thank you to our She Trucking magazine sponsors. And I also want to let people know that we are going to be giving away this first edition of the She Trucking magazine for absolutely free, thanks to the sponsors. But we need more sponsors so that we can give away more magazines for absolutely free at this event, because it's more than just a magazine. It's actually attaching you to wonderful companies like TAF and information that you need to know in order to grow, whether you are a trucker, whether you are transportation, whether you are a company. You can connect with different people. And also you'll get to meet our vice president that we got on She Trucking. So you'll be able to meet and see a lot of us that you may not necessarily see that's behind the scenes. So we want to give a special thank you to Brandon Johnson, Nate Johnson, and John White. We want to give a special thank you for being some of the first contributors for the She Trucking magazine, but we still need your help, okay? And if your heart is moved to do so, which I know it is, I need you to go on to donate at shetrucking.com. We also have John White as well. So thank you everyone for all of your contributions towards the magazine, so that we can be able to give this invaluable free resource to the individuals that's at the mats event that's going to be happening next month. And you can also join the movement yourself. You can get your company featured inside the pages of the magazine by placing your ad today by going to www.shetrucking.com. And on the cover for our volume 1, we have our amazing new vice president, Gabriella Simmons, and we're going over 6 tips how to troubleshoot to save time and money. We have many truckers now that's homeschooling. They want to know how they can homeschool their children while they're trucking. We also talk about the CDL scholarships that She Trucking actually provides, commonly asked questions about being a truck driver, and so much more within the pages of our first She Trucking magazine, in representation of women in the trucking, like the amazing Brooke and all the 70%ers over there of women at TAFs. Okay, like that is something. Like when I saw that photo, Brooke, of all of you sitting on that desk, and you had the She Trucking, and you had TAFs behind you. Here it is. I was like,
I know, it's so cute. And we have a lot more women than that, but most of that is sales as well. And so we all saw the sweatshirts and we're like, okay, we all want to order some swag and then take a picture and just wear the swag. I mean, it's good swag, which is important.
Oh, yes, I 100% agree with you. But it was just great to see when I saw it. So to me, I'm like, wait, that's She Trucking logo. And I'm like, wait. Then I was like, oh, that's Taz. I'm like, this is amazing. I mean, just like, because She Trucking is all about helping women, to be able to grow and have thriving businesses, or be able to thrive in this industry and have that necessary support. So we want to thank you guys for being our platinum sponsor for the She Trucking podcast. And one more thing I wanted to ask you was, what do you let me see, how can I say this? What do you want to leave with the women in She Trucking? Because we have 30,000 women just in the Facebook group, but when you start counting up everything on social media, it's way more. So what indelible mark you would like to leave, TAF would like to leave with the She Trucking Foundation? Because our members mean a lot to us, and I know that your clients mean a lot to you. So what are you going to do to help them?
I think a lot of it is just, continuing to ask questions and get involved. I mean, women are so smart. They're powerful. We can really conquer anything. And so I think it's really important that, foundations like She Trucking come about. And you guys, I mean, I was looking over the site. It's incredible how much you guys have done. And I looked at like the timeline, and it said Sheree just got her CDL 10 years ago. I was like, holy cow, there's so much that's been done. And I think this is a hot topic. And I think more women should continue speaking up, making sure that they're going after rates aggressively, just like the men do. They're pushing to fight for the top, just as the men are, because we can do it. And really, women are heavily, heavily needed in transportation. So continue entering that world, and really the opportunities are endless. And we're so grateful to have a partnership with you guys, because I think it's really powerful.
I know it's powerful because, like you're saying, have that same synergy, and having women and showing that we are here. We are here, and we are representing so many different layers within this industry. And you guys just bring a different layer to bring awareness, self-awareness, for us to even know that this area or this arena does exist, and we can thrive in this area. We don't necessarily have to be in the truck in order to be a part of the impactful movement that's going on within the industry right now, because many of us can't, I'm not gonna say many, but some can't see themselves driving a large truck or a large rig or even a box truck, but they still want to help. And this is another way that they can help and still be a part of the transportation industry. So I thank you so much for sharing that knowledge and sharing that information, also broadening our minds to this side of logistics, because I never really thought about factoring before, in this way. I just, broaden my perspective in that regard, because I know about factoring, but I didn't think of it in this light. So the fact that you was able to share that, thank you so much. So we already had all this serious conversation, Brooke, for the whole interview. So now it's time to be a little lighthearted. Do you have any favorite quote or anything that Brooke just absolutely loves to do? It don't necessarily have to be anything about trucking. It could just be you. Because we work all the time.
I know. I'm never not working, whether it's at home with the kids or it's here. It's like,
me too. I'm a mother too.
Oh yeah. After I leave work, I'm like, it's second shift. Here we go. Which is just as important as this shift during the day. I guess probably my favorite quote has to probably do with leadership. That's what I went to get my graduate degree in, and I try to read a lot about leadership, but something that really changed a lot of my mindset, and I don't even know who said it, but I read it somewhere, and it was like, leadership isn't about what they can do for me, it's about what I can do for them. And I think that's so important, because I think some people view when they're in a higher title, might view it as, hey, how can people get some stuff off my plate? And I really don't view it like that. I try to view it as, okay, am I giving the people underneath me enough support to get their job done, to make them successful? And so I really look at leadership as kind of like a servant type role, instead of the other way around. And so that kind of guides a lot of my thinking or my decision making. So that's probably my favorite quote, when it comes to just working in life and in general, is really that leadership role.
I love the quote. Now I'm gonna have to use it for myself.
Yeah, good.
I love it. And at the end of the day, to be a successful leader, in all cases, ones who I have watched, who I have learned from, to be a successful leader, you have to learn how to be a servant leader first. You have to put the word servant in front of your leadership, because like you said, you have to put others first. And once you learn how to navigate that terrain effectively, thank you for coming on the She Trucking Podcast today, being a featured guest on our show. And you guys make sure to check out Brooke and their amazing company at Taft's Factory. You can call them today at 1-866-896-2671, or just simply visit their website at www.tafs.com. That's Taft's. Yes, it's www.tafs.com. So if you are a business, trucking business, and you need help with getting yourself together, getting yourself in order, honey, then you need to give Taft's a call or visit their website today. Again, check out their blog that was mentioned earlier today, and make sure, if you have not registered for MATS, go ahead and register for MATS, and we would love to see you at MATS next month, March the 21st through the 23rd. Come visit both of our tables. We would love to see you there. Again, Brooke, thank you again for being a platinum sponsor of the She Trucking Podcast, and thank you for giving us some of your time, you guys. This is the end of the She Trucking Podcast. We'll see you guys next week. Same time, same place.
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights. Hello, everybody. I am Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the She Trucking podcast, powered by CTR Media Network. And today we are bringing on some of the best in celebration, yes, of women in trucking during this amazing International Women's Month. And today we have the amazing Jennifer Marshall. She is not only a CDL instructor, she is a driver, and she is a woman on a mission to help empower you on no matter what level of trucking that you find yourself on. So without further ado, let's bring on the amazing Jennifer Marshall. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yes, it is so great to have you today. And so when I think about you as a woman, the question always comes to mind for me. Why did you decide to go into the trucking industry?
Honestly, to be like my aunt.
Oh.
Yeah. My Aunt Sandra, that's all she did until she, started having kids. And then my uncle, he continued on with the driving and she ran the internal part of it. So, and everybody has that favorite aunt that you emulate. And, I used to joke around, call her Aunt God. So that's why I got into it.
Oh, wow. That is something else. So we have some virtual studio audience in the building saying, hello, ladies. Hello.
Hi.
All right. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. So Jennifer, you went in because you had this fabulous aunt and you decided to go into trucking. So was it easy for you to obtain your CDL? And when did you come into the industry?
No, it was not easy.
Mm-hmm.
When I graduated from high school in June of '98, she gave me a job. Her and my uncle gave me a job in their trucking company in the office. I did driver qualification, safety, logs, stuff like that. Fuel by state back when you still had to do it by hand. And then that kind of evolved into being what's called a squirrel. And I would have to help load and unload the trailers with my brother. And because they hauled high value electronics. And when that started phasing out, and I hit a few bumps in my personal life, I decided it was time that I needed to go driving. I was called a few schools and I called Lincoln Land in Springfield and talked to Bob Howard. And he told me exactly what to do step by step, how to get into the program and how to get it funded, because it was a few $1,000s even back then. And he got me in. I had to drive back and forth. Plus I had a kid at home. And then, I was the only woman in the class. All the companies that were coming in to recruit were flatbed, only looking for men. So on top of everything else, thank God for Bob and Craig, who was my actual range and road instructor, helped me find a job. And they pointed me towards SMX out in Fort Dodge, Iowa, which they're no longer in business. They were bought out by Decker. Mm-hmm. Great company though. They were, oh my God, they were great. And then from there, when they started to be bought out, I moved to Risinger Brothers in Morton, which was a little closer to home. Had to step away from that one because ran into an issue being, a girl. So You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
Then I went to night transportation. And when I was at night, I had the best support group. Right up there in Lamont, Illinois. My dispatcher, I'm not going to name names because they're all still involved in trucking. Just the dispatcher and the recruiter and everybody was great in that office except for the safety guy. Had a few issues with the safety guy. He put a tracker on my truck, and he would know exactly where I was at, what I was doing, and would show up when I was in the Chicagoland area. One night it got bad enough that my dispatcher and him actually threw hands in the parking lot over it. So, and my dispatcher ended up going to work at another company. That guy never got sent anywhere because he had family in the company. So he went back to Texas. And then from there, I went to Celadon. And Celadon was great. They were great. But that was when the old man was still alive. So your mic's gone.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So you had a vast history with trucking because you have the unique experience of being with more than one carrier, working with more than one company, having some of the different experiences. Some and one thing that I did hear is you had some good experiences and you had some not so great experiences within the industry. And the fact that you had to deal with someone tracking you. And we speak so often about safety of women on the road. I mean, that is you would think you started in the 90s, you would think by 2024, we will have been remedied this problem by now. But the fact of the matter is this problem is still going on. And these are some things and some issues that we tackle with She Trucking. So for women that's starting now, because we have a new group of women that are young, that are just starting out, how would you suggest that they maneuver as a new driver on the road with all these different variables that can happen while on the road and just being a female? Just
being a female.
Being a female.
Be aware. Always be aware. Have your head on a swivel. Constantly. You know, it's, for lack of a better term, you have to start acting like you are in the military. Don't sit with your back where, you know, it's unprotected. Personally, I never stopped my truck and got out after dark. I made sure everything I did was done before the sun went down. When that sun went down, I did not get out of my truck again till the sun come back up, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. If you do, for some reason, like, you know, some deliveries are after dark, it just happens. If you do have to get out, make sure you are on the phone with somebody. They know exactly where you're at, what you're wearing, the whole 9 yards. And I know that some things are illegal, but there's ways around everything. So you can't, most trucking companies are very strict on what they allow you to carry in your truck. But what you can carry that is completely 100% legal is Hornet spray. And it does shoot a very long stream, straight stream, very good aim. I carry bear mace. So, and I also have a shank. So, you know, and it does curve around my hand. So if I have to use it, I can use it as an enforcer to hit something or to gut something.
And that's the sad reality of the situation. We have so many women that have been through some things and have got sexually assaulted, some have even lost their life just to help take care of their families. And then the fact that they may be in an abusive relationship at home and the truck is the only thing that they can get away from it. And then they have to go deal with all the different things that's out when they're on the road, that they have to, like you said, you have to keep your head on the swivel, ladies, because you never know who's watching you. You have to be mindful of your surroundings all the time. And the sad thing is you would think you shouldn't have to watch people in the industry, but the harsh reality is that you have to watch everybody because you're a woman in a male dominated industry. We have some comments coming in from our Facebook community, She Trucking on Facebook. And Owen says, hello, ladies. There was 5 of us in the class of 100 for me. So this must be somebody that know you. Or possibly, maybe. But they agree with what we're saying with everything being true in regards to what women have to endure. And so when you think about all those different adversities that you had to deal with over the years, being in a male predominantly dominated industry, what are some other ways that you had to deal with it? Because we hear how you had to deal with it from a physical standpoint. You had to have different sprays, different maneuvers, but from a mental standpoint, you being a female on the road, how did that feel?
Well, I probably went above and beyond because I wanted to make sure that I was never put in a bad situation. Okay. So I would never allow anybody to open my doors. And if they offered, I tell them, no, I'm good. This is my job. This is what I do. You let me do my job. Thank you, but no thank you. And I was always polite. I would never ask for help backing up. If I needed a spotter, I'd say, hey, can you spot me? I never said, hey, get in my truck and back up for me, please. I see that so much and it's crazy. You know, if you do not ever put a stranger in your truck. Come on, people. Seriously. I don't care if you are in a room of 1 million people, you put a stranger in your truck, it only takes a split second for you to be gone. I mean, honestly. I just wanted to be better. Everything I did, I wanted to do better. When it was, alley docking, I worked and worked and worked until I was better at it. Backing straight, I wanted to back straight, longer, better than men. I wanted to be able to drive more miles than the men. That way I could say, look, nobody has to carry my weight. I am good to hire. I am worthy of you going out on a line for me. I'm going to go the extra mile for your company. So like I said, I may not have done it the right way, but I've only had one company that I left on bad terms with. But everybody leaves on bad terms with them. Literally everybody has left. So,
And we have and those companies do exist.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And so we're not going to give them a platform right now.
No.
But
not even.
Let me look at you. Okay. And so, and ladies, the reason why we're going so deep into these uncomfortable topics is because we need you to understand. We don't want you to be naive. We have a lot of new women, a lot of young people that it's a generational gap, a generational divide. Like our age bracket, Jennifer, we have an awareness of our surroundings because of how we was raised a little bit differently than this new generation of
we
young
were raised
people.
feral.
Yeah, within their 20s. And so they're a little bit more carefree in ways that we never were. That helps in some ways, but also is very dangerous in this industry.
Yes.
And I'm even going to take a shower. Getting out of your truck at any time can become a life and death situation.
Yep.
Up under the wrong circumstances if you're not paying attention. You have to start being mindful of what's going on. Okay. And it's not saying that we want you to be paranoid, we want you to be fearful, overly fearful, but we want you to be self-aware of what's going on in the industry. And sometimes people may just not talk about it. But here, Jennifer and I, and with She Trucking, we want you to be known, we want you to be mindful of the good and not so good so that you can be safe, so that you can make it home to your families. We want you to stay safe, just like our virtual studio audience. She said, definitely. And she said, stay safe. So Jennifer, is there anything else you want to say on that topic? Because if not, we're going to take a small commercial break and then we'll be back with some more conversation, because I'm so grateful to you for even having the bravery to talk about this. This side. Everybody can talk about the other side, but this is really what hits home. And this is what women leave for. They leave the industry just because of this stuff that we're talking about. And they don't have anyone like you, Jennifer, that can tell them from a woman perspective, this is what you need to look out for.
Yep. They're going to ask you 40 ways from Sunday where you're going, what you're hauling, where you're going next. Don't tell them. Don't. Tell them someplace in the opposite damn direction. You know, I stopped and had a tire fixed at a Love's in northern Indiana when I was headed into Michigan. I got up into Michigan, got at a truck stop, shut down for the night. I was hauling pickles out of Palatka, Florida. And I had the mechanic call me and say he's staring at my truck. I literally had to call my husband at that time, who lived in Indiana, and tell him to get up there now. I'm sitting on the floorboard of my truck with the doors locked. And this guy took my phone number off of the paperwork from the breakdown. So do not put your phone number on there. Put your dispatchers. And then have your dispatcher contact you, because there is 24-hour dispatch. Anywhere you work, 24-hour dispatch. They can call you when your truck's ready.
Little tips like that can be things that save your life, because it takes but a minute for your life to be changed forever. And sometime it never go back to how it was before. And so on this Women International Month, we're celebrating amazing women like Jennifer and all of you that's in the She Trucking community. But with all that celebration of you being able to conquer, being able to build, grow, and thrive in an industry was not made for you, we also have to have the hard conversation surrounding the parameters of having yourself inserted in an industry that was not made for you.
Yeah.
The dark side. The dark side.
The dark side of it.
Yeah. And it does exist. We hate it exist. We've been fighting for this to change for a long time. So we hope in some decade this is remedied, but it's not now. And
I was lucky. I was lucky because when I started, I had my aunt that gave me a heads up. So, and like I said, she started in 78.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. And it didn't.
It was even harder. Like, wow. 78?
Yep.
Wow.
They graduated from high school, crawled in a truck for Mayflower, I do believe, and took off.
Wow. Okay, so you have a long legacy.
Yeah.
Of warriors in the trucking industry, women. So, okay, that's why you, but everyone don't have the benefit of having this beautiful legacy that your family built for you, and also having, they may have men that's in the trucking industry, but they don't have women as well. You have both. And so she was able to give you the knowledge, the information to be able to be the strong woman that you are. But for those of you who may not have what Jennifer has, with that nurturing environment to kind of, I would say, keep her grounded in this industry, she's letting you know different things that you can do for yourself now based upon her experience and her family's legacy, so that you will be self-aware. You don't have to have what she had, but she's here to inform you. Listen, ladies, it's more than just getting in the truck and driving.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I tell everybody I run into, because I was just up at the truck show in Peoria. Here's my business card. This is my cell phone. Text me. Because I live in a dead zone for cell service, but I do get texts. You know, if you have a question, text me. And I
Yeah.
tell my students, I don't care, because it's the same thing Bob Howard told me, same thing Craig told me. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you can't find a job, call me. I have fingers all over the industry. I can help you get a job. You're on top of a mountain, you're freaking out, you don't know what to do. Take a breather, call me. I don't care if it's 2:00 in the morning. I would rather walk you off that mountain than read about you on Facebook. If you're sitting in a truck stop, scared to death, call me. I can figure out where you're at, and I know who to call, because I may have one of my friends in that area that can get to you. I have a good friend in Florida. I have another good friend that lives in Oklahoma, another one that lives in California. I even have a really good Facebook friend that lives in Canada, because I also drove to Canada when I worked for Celadon. So I know people everywhere. And that's, I tell my students, if you need me, reach out. I'm not going to cut you off. Even when you're done with the class, I'm here.
And see, that is true sisterhood. Okay. We say the word sisterhood a lot, but are we using it because it's a trend? Are we using it because it sounds good to say? This is what sisterhood look like. This is what we build for She Trucking. Jennifer is one of our members. And we're going to talk a little bit more after the commercial break, because you're saying, man, I know everybody on here is like, Jennifer is amazing. I know. No, she also has a school as well. So when we get back from our commercial break, we're going to go into her school, because you already heard her journey. And now she's actually turned another leaf, and she's doing the school. And you can find out how you can be a part of it, how you can be within her inner circle, and all that good stuff after this commercial break. We'll be back in a moment.
DJ Tony Dubb. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'. DJ Tony Dubb. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'.
And just like that, we are back. And that was a commercial from previous years from Matt's. Matt's is the Mid-American Truck Show. And She Trucking is going to be in the building at Matt's. That is March the 21st through the 23rd at Louisville, Kentucky. Our booth is 40652. That is 40652. And in celebration of Matt's, we have launched, if you have not looked at it yet, we have been dropping in a group, but sometimes doing these algorithms, you just don't see it. we have launched our first inaugural She Trucking magazine to give you additional tips and strategies to establish you to maintain a successful career in the trucking and transportation industry. And guess what? You can see it for absolutely free. Look in our Facebook group or simply go to shetrucking.com and click to see the magazine. It's an amazing, amazing magazine. We want to also give a shout out to our platinum sponsors, TAV. Yes, TAV is the platinum sponsors for the She Trucking podcast, enabling us to be able to bring you some of the best within the trucking and transportation industry, to give you the support so that you can grow and thrive. Make sure to go to check out TAVs today if you need factoring. On that note, you guys, we have so much amazingness going on. Before the commercial break, we were speaking with Jennifer Marshall, and she was sharing all of the things that we need to look out for being a woman in the trucking and transportation industry. Many times we have these conversations and it's like little gumdrops, sweet and savory, really sweet, but there is a sour side for females that's in the trucking industry. And so this is not to make you afraid. This is not to make you not want to be a part of the trucking industry, because I feel that it's great for you to do it, but this is for you to be self-aware. So right now we're going to bring back on the amazing Jennifer Marshall. Welcome back.
Hi.
All right. So we have people in the building. Let me give some shout out to our virtual studio audience, because they didn't have to watch, and we love that you're watching. So
Yes.
Let's see. We have in the group, we have Owen. She said, my uncle, I guess she was speaking about when you were saying about your family and stuff. So she said she has an uncle, a grandfather. She said, that's amazing. So true. She said, thanks, Jennifer. We all need assistance. Trucking sisters. I have a question about her school. Yep, I knew you would. And we're gonna talk about it. And she said, yes, great. We have another person talking about, hi, Mom. Oh, that's your baby.
Yep, that's my daughter. Hi, Allie.
We have Sarah in the building. She said, put Jennifer on that cover. And we have Michelle saying hi, Jennifer. You guys, thank you so much for tuning in on today. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. And if you haven't joined the She Trucking community, for those of you who are watching outside, make sure it's a free group to get additional support as well. So you were speaking about all the different things that women need to look out for in regards to trucking. You also spoke about your beautiful legacy, having both men and women in this industry in the 70s, and how you pretty much was able to be on the administrative role, doing whatever needed to be done in your family business, to now being a driver. And now you transition into being an instructor, and specifically a CDL instructor. So what made you decide to become a CDL instructor, and tell us how they could get in contact and all that good stuff?
Well, I had no intentions of being a CDL instructor.
Really?
Yeah. I just was going through some things at home and needed a break from the road. So I was getting my CNA certificate reinstated, along with my EMR, Emergency Medical Responder Certificate. And I was sitting in class, and the president of the campus here at Midwest Technical Institute in Springfield came up and said, you're the one with the CDL, right? And I was like, yeah. She goes, I want to see you on your lunch break. And I'm like, great. I haven't even done anything and I'm in trouble already, And she offered me a job to be an instructor. She had already looked at my history because of having to apply for the college. They needed my work history because it is a trade school. We do teach trades here. We have welding, we have medical assisting, HVAC plus CDL. And then, like I said, she offered me a job, and I talked to my mother, my husband, and a few of my friends about it. And I was like, well, I can't teach this. And I'm doing air quotes here, adopted son, DJ, he was like, yeah, because you're the one that taught me how to back. So I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And I love it. I love it. I wish I'd have done it a long time ago. Although I feel for the teachers I had in school now. I understand their plight 100%. Oh my God, do I? So sorry, Mrs. Lineberger. I apologize. Yeah, I'm so sorry. So I'll buy you a drink if I ever see you uptown. But anyway, it's the satisfaction of seeing their face when they get it. You know, when they struggle so hard to just catch the drift of the truck. And then when they do it and they catch it, and then you just see like that whole brighten up, you know, it's just like, yep, that's why I do it, you know? And then I did have a female come through. I've only had one. God, I wish there was more. I had one come through. She had severe testing anxiety. And that's the other instructor, Tony. His name's Tony Chancellor. Tony. He was really, really good with her out on the range. And, you know, I worked with her. And that was both of our, you know, crowning glories that, you know, we got her through it, got her CDL. But you don't realize the impact you have on somebody until you're there, you're doing it. I had one student that when he got his CDL, after the state tester was done, he ran up and gave me a bear hug. And I mean, he looked like he was about ready to cry. And I mean, I was floored. So, but it's awesome. It really is.
And the fact that you are taking it to an additional level in regards to your trucking, in regards to your journey, you don't hear this story every day that someone just out of high school, a woman just out of high school, and then she starts in her family's trucking business, like doing administrative roles or whatever needs to be done. Then that same girl, that same young lady, eventually goes into driving a truck, and then that same young lady start, you know, teaching school.
And I also was an owner operator. I did buy 2 trucks. So
okay, well, so tell us a little bit about what made you do that at that point in your life, because you did just about every single little piece of this trucking and transportation industry. So tell us a little bit about what was the mindset, because so many people right now is talking about, I want to buy a truck, and we're trying to say this is not a good time to buy a truck. So
and that's what I tell all my students. This is what I tell all my students. You know, I will help you every step of the way if you decide to start being an owner operator, by all means. This is not the climate for it. Okay. It is just not. I just noticed that 2 more companies went out of business today. The little man has taken a hit below the belt. Every owner operator is going to tell you right now is not the right time. They're all going to tell you this. But the trucking industry is an ebb and flow thing. It's a live thing. And you have to catch the flow just right. And right now is not the right flow. I do know that I tell all my students that in this world, there are 3 constants. and this is what I tell them on the first day, there's 3 constants. Everybody's going to get sick, so we need medical, all sides of medical. Everybody's going to pass away. We need all sides of the undertakers. Everybody's got to eat, so we need drivers. You know, even if it is the last mile that they're trying to enact by putting a lot of our freight on rail systems and then doing the last mile, or if it is true OTR coast to coast, you know, everybody's going to have to eat.
Yeah.
But I think if you're going to buy a truck, it's best to hold off at least another year and a half, at least.
Yeah.
I had to park my trucks and actually sell one almost 2 years ago. Because I just couldn't do it anymore. Taxes went through the roof. Fuel cost was too much. Freight rates went down. I just couldn't do it anymore. So.
And I get it. I get it. And so the fact of the matter is we have to have these conversations, because I call them the fantasy trucking gurus, because anybody with a social media can be an expert, and it fools the people, or I would say mislead the people who generally go in there for information and knowledge to make them think that this is a good time. And while everyone that's around this industry that really know what's going on, we're saying, no, don't buy now. They're saying, yes, buy now. So listen, she knows what she's talking about. We had another guest that said this is not the time as well.
Nope.
So not saying that it won't ever become the time again, but it's just not the time right now.
No, and my truck is still in my driveway. The Pete, it was gone. Man, it was a basket case. My husband loved it. It was a pretty truck, but we just couldn't deal with it anymore. Mine is a true Columbia glider straight from Freightliner. So with a brand new transmission, yeah. So she's just kind of sitting and waiting. So yeah.
That's okay though, because she can sit and wait for a little while, because when she go out in her glory, she'll be going out soon, but not now.
She ain't costing me no hay sitting there.
I know that's right. So we have so many people that are on right now. We want to make sure that we acknowledge our virtual studio audience for taking the time. We have Adam. He said, hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
We have Michelle. She says, great interview. Love women power. Thank you so much for tuning in. We also have a Facebook user who says, you never know when new opportunities are waiting on you to come around the corner. I guess you're speaking about when you transition into being a CDL instructor.
Yep.
We also have She Trucking on. She said, perfect. And she said, yes, that's exactly how it makes me feel. I want a school so bad to teach other women. Hey, whoever you are, make sure you get in the group and connect with Jennifer. We're going to have some information a little bit later on that you'll be able to connect with her as well. We have someone else that said, true. That girl does it all. You. And she said, yes, Jennifer, me too. Someone said, no. You know what that is. I can't say it on there because we want to keep this thing going, this podcast going. And we have she said, yeah, the black sheep would eventually ride again.
That's my truck's name, Black Sheep. So
okay, well, it would eventually ride again. And so now we're gonna pivot a little bit and talk about because we want to talk a little bit about mental health, because that is something that's a little bit taboo. We know that a lot of our women are dealing with it, and men as well. They're dealing with it too, because you have to have these long stints where you're away from people, you're away from your family. So as a woman, how was it for you? Because you still drive on the weekend, but when you were doing those OTRs over the road, how was it for you to cope with being away from home?
We actually approached this today in class. I had a student ask me. Back when I started, it was harder. We didn't have cell phones that you could just pick up and dial and call everybody and FaceTime and, you know, Snapchat and Twitter and all this other stuff. We actually, once you got unloaded, you had to make a mad dash to the truck stop to the payphone to get your next dispatch. We had bag phones. They were like $5 a minute. We actually had 800 phone numbers that we could call to call home from a payphone. Back when everybody still had landlines. And then, you know, cell phones did start to come in. And then, you know, you had your free minutes after, I think it was like 9 o'clock or something like that. But that's when you could go into the truck stop for lunch, an early supper. You could sit and talk with the other drivers, the older drivers. It was safe. You could get some advice. You know, if you were struggling with something, you didn't know how to get somewhere, you didn't know how to get in somewhere, you could get the advice that you needed. That's gone now. You can't do that. They're even shutting down the restaurants in the truck stops. The camaraderie that kept you company back then, it's not there anymore. It's not. I don't know if it was the invention of social media. I don't know if it was the generation of, you know, I'm important and I need a trophy too. I don't know. But the camaraderie's gone that we had out on the road where, you know, we could all sit out and gossip because, you know, the women would tend to gravitate towards each other. And it's like we would just kind of like, we had sonar, we would just find each other, you know. Not anymore. Not anymore. And so you had that one cassette that you really liked, you know. I ran an Earl Thomas Conley cassette till I had to buy it twice because I ran it out. You got to know certain truck stops. You had certain truck stops that you stopped at all the time. And then you got to know the staff there. So you got to feel safe there. You know, I had a truck stop in New Paris, Ohio. I stopped there so often that I would walk in and the waitress would know exactly what I wanted to drink and had it sitting on the table and exactly what I wanted to eat. You know, and I wasn't the only one. We were all like that, you know. Now it's that is gone, and we've done it to ourselves, but it's gone.
And so what I'm hearing is the sense of community, the sense of knowing that you know that you know that you know. It's something about having, I would say, consistency. Because when I'm hearing everything that you're saying, like having the simple things, that waitress that knew you was coming and knew your order, that knew what you wanted. Like I said, like when I tell my children, social media, they grew up in a time where they only knew digital stuff. You know, we came in a time where it was merging to us little by little, but we still use communication. Good old speaking like we're doing right now. We didn't have to have a cell phone to send a text message, some emojis and all this stuff like that. We had a conversation.
Right.
You know, go ahead.
It was neat when XM radio come out because I could be in one part of the country and, you know, my husband would be at another one and another friend of ours would be at another one. And we would be on the phone at the same time. Well, then we would tell each other, hey, turn to this station. And we'd all be sitting and listening to the same channel. And that helped a lot. But, you know, once again, that was after cell phones got prevalent. It was after 9 o'clock. And, you know, So
Mhm.
it's, different now.
It is. And speaking of that, we're gonna go into a different area. We're gonna talk about, we're gonna keep it real, dealing with unity amongst women in trucking. Okay. The harsh reality is that it's not too many women in the trucking and transportation industry, and you have a lot of things that are against you being just a female truck driver or in this industry per se. And the sad reality is that we are dealing with I would say, a problem of women going against women in trucking when we should all be coming together in unity. So do you find that to be the case? Is it just me? Because I see bullying and all kind of things going on amongst women. I'm like, what are you doing? We fighting this fight together.
And woosah. It's a woosah moment. Got to rub the earlobes. I'm on quite a few websites on Facebook or pages or whatever you want to call them. And I noticed that when somebody asks a question, it ain't 5 minutes and somebody is jumping down their throat. Yeah, my English is not so good today. Jumping down their throat, telling them that their question was stupid. That they're dumb. They need to get off the road. That if they can't accept this part of being a truck driver, then they just need to get out of it. No. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. I sit and I scream at my phone, listen, Linda, because I don't want to get on an online fight with anybody else either. I am no keyboard warrior. But if we're not going to lift each other up, we're not going to make it in this. Because right now in the trucking industry as a whole, WIT, Women in Trucking, is advertising that 12.1% of the trucking industry is female. Okay. That was in July of 23, I think is where that number come from. What that number is actually the number of females that hold a CDL, an active CDL. Of that 12.1%, the actual percentage that are over the road active drivers is like 5%. There's 5% of us out here doing this job. Yes, there are a lot of women in the trucking industry. 44% of women, of dispatchers are women. 42% of the safety roles in a trucking company are held by women. 75% of the HR jobs in trucking companies are held by women. But only 5% are held by female drivers. And we're out here scratching each other's eyeballs out over a simple question. Really? Why can't you just say, no, didn't you learn that in school? This is the right way. Maybe they didn't tell you the right way. You don't have to be a butt about it. And I noticed on the news the other day that they're really hammering at us right now about the accident in Louisville with Cisco, where she went over the edge because she crossed the line. And the other female driver that took out the covered bridge in Indiana. Okay, so out of 5%, so let's take 100 drivers. Out of those 100 drivers, there's 5 women that have had 2 pretty significant accidents. What about the other 95 that are men? What have they done? I don't see everybody gangbanging against them, saying maybe they're not safe drivers after all. Because the statistics are still there that of an average accidents, only 40% of women are involved in them. when it comes to actual big rig accidents, only 40% are women. 60% is still male. So not only are we tearing ourselves down, tearing each other down, we have the industry tearing at us. And now we have the news tearing at us because of 2 incidents that happened, that I'm sure is going to end up being a third, because in the little community that I live in, a female bus driver crossed a center line yesterday and hit a day cab head on. And the bus driver and the truck driver and the 3 preschoolers that were on board all passed away, which is not good. And I mean, it's crazy. It really is.
But the sad reality, whether you drive a truck or a regular standard vehicle, these accidents happen. We hate these accidents happen, these casualties happen. But the core of this that we should be really hammering down on is the fact that as women in this industry, we have enough against us. We should never be fighting each other.
No.
So it's so many different organizations, women organizations that's like She Trucking is a great organization that
absolutely
helps women establish and maintain successful careers in the trucking and transportation industry. We're not the only one. It's other organizations and entities. Instead of us independently working on these islands, we should all come together.
Absolutely.
We're more powerful.
That's the only way we're going to fix it. That's the only way that we're going to rise above, is if we work together, not separately. So, you get on these sites and they're nitpicking at each other, and it's like, ladies, stop, just stop. Look at the way you look. Okay, you have somebody that's on the fence about being a driver, and then they see this, and they're going to be like, oh, hell no, and I met a young lady at the truck show, Claudette Hart. She's from the Chicago area, and she's doing like inner city support for people that want to be a truck driver. She's not teaching it, but she's giving them support to do it. And I give her props. I really do. She is trying so hard to lift up women everywhere. And it's like, you can do it. I can do it. There is another female instructor at 160. She's doing it. But these people on Facebook, they can't. What's wrong with that?
It's a problem. It's a problem. And that's why we're addressing it today. One of our virtual studio audience members said they agree. So on this Women's International Month, we need to change the narrative, move that needle from the negative zone to the positive zone.
Absolutely.
And we all need to come together, because we're all women. We all have families. We all have different issues that we have to contend to in regular life, as well as the beast right here in the trucking and transportation industry. No woman in this industry should be at odds. When we see another woman, we should feel secure and comfort to know that that is our sister, regardless of the color of her skin, regardless of her age, regardless of her background. We are one.
Exactly. And, as female drivers, we already have to deal with the female dispatchers that we don't exactly get along with, And I'm here to tell you, I had one. Oh my Lord, if I could have reached through that phone, I don't think she'd have had any hair left. It was real hard to stay professional. I'm not in competition with you, girlfriend. I don't want any of this that's out here. It's all yours. I just want my load. You don't have to be snarky to me. You don't have to be hateful to me. You don't have to make condescending remarks.
Mhm.
I just want my load and for you to go away.
And be fair at the end of the
Yep.
day. Our virtual studio and says, yes, we need to lift each other up, Sarah. And I 1000% agree. And the reason why we decided to talk about this taboo, touchy subject is because it's happening. And in order for us to remedy this, to solve this problem, we need to be brave enough to even have this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, at the end of the day. And we have so much, ladies, that we offer, that we give, that as women in any part of the trucking and transportation industry, that we add value. Why not add value to each other? It's hard enough. It's hard enough.
But women, we've got to get a thicker skin too.
Yeah.
You know, it's on both sides of the dime here, you know. Just because I'm a blunt person, okay? I'm very blunt. I don't tiptoe around anything. Unfortunately, I'm kind of like a bull in a china shop. So, you know, I kind of put it just right out there. You got to get thicker skin. You're gonna get offended. It's gonna happen. Pick yourself up by your big girl panties and get over it. Okay? They may not have intentionally offended you, but you do not need to fall down and make a big scene and, oh my God, they spoke to me that way. No, come on. You know, if you're at a stoplight and you look down and there's a gentleman driver doing what they do sometimes, I mean, come on, girls, we've all seen it. You don't have to call them out. You don't have to take a picture of it. You don't have to be obscene. Look away and go on about your business. Okay? It's just like a bully in school. The less attention you give them, they're going to get bored with it and move on quicker. Okay? Period.
I agree.
You know, I think
in regards to, let's speak a little bit about the lack of female trainers in the industry before we go. Speak a little bit about
that. We are in so short of having female trainers. Right now, I think Dot Foods up in Mount Sterling has one female trainer, and she's in like Oklahoma or something. And that's a big hurdle because a lot of people want to have the same sex training, which was a policy at one time, but I think they've lifted it. But it's hindering our own jobs. There are many men out there that are completely safe for you to team with. Completely 100% safe. When I started at SMX, I trained on a truck with 3 other men in that truck. Yes, we stopped at the end of the night and we went to a hotel room. Everybody went to our separate rooms. But driving down the road, we were all in that truck. And I never felt unsafe. When I was in driver's school, I had 4 men in that truck with me. I always felt safe. Okay. Take advantage of your opportunities. It does not have to be catered to you because there is a lack of driver trainers. We have a lack of CDL instructors. Right now, we're trying to find another CDL instructor here at the Springfield campus, and we just can't find anybody interested in it. You know, so if anybody wants to be a CDL instructor in the Springfield area that has 3 years driving experience, come on down. But, you know, something women have to realize is you're not going to be catered to. If you want to come into a male-dominated industry, realize to take advantage of every opportunity that you're given and make the best of that while doing a CYA, which is a cover year, you know, because you're not going to be covered, you're not going to be catered to, because then you are just going to be deemed as inconvenient. You're going to be deemed hard to deal with, and they're going to move us on, put us under the rug, and not actually give us a fighting chance. You're going to muddy the water for the next person coming up because you want to be special. Okay. Don't take advantage of the opportunity and make the best of it. Not everybody is bad.
Yes, and so the overall of this interview is about being self-aware,
Absolutely.
being informed, also the realities and also the benefits of being a part of this industry, but most importantly, how we need to bring back the community feel back to the industry, because we lost that somewhere in the midst of, I think, technology. We have so much in our hands that we losing humanity, and we need it. Okay,
Yes.
in the
Yes.
sense that that sense of camaraderie, companionship, because you're out here on this road day in and day out away from your family. It will make you feel good to see someone that genuinely cares, that smiles at you and say, hey, be safe out there. You know, so think about that the next time you see another trucker, the next time you see another female. Be proud, connect in a way, but also, like Jennifer said, when you're out and about, keep your head on the swivel, because we know the world that we live in. So Jennifer, is there anything else that you would like to share with our audience? And I want you to tell the audience also how they can participate at your school. Okay.
I want to see more women take advantage of being a driver. It is fun. It's challenging. And there's so many, I mean, the words of Miley Cyrus, so many hills that you can climb, and you can look back and go, I did that. You can't take that away from me. I did that all on my own. You know, I drove that mountain. I drove through that snowstorm. I did that. You know, take advantage of it. Get out there. The first year is going to be rough until because it's a lifestyle change. It's going to be rough until you get used to it. But do it. Give it a try. If you've ever thought about it, just try it. Most schools are only 4 to 5 weeks long. Take the leap. You don't know if you're going to be jumping into the best thing that ever happened to you.
And do your school have scholarships?
They have grants that they can help you with, different organizations to help, but we actually have the cheapest program in the area.
Oh, really?
Yes. Most of the other schools are going for about $5,000. Ours is $2,450.
Oh, okay.
Yep. $2,450, and you're done in about 4 to 5 weeks. I say 4 to 5 because right now there's kind of a backup at the Secretary of State, but it's not our fault. It's on their end.
Okay.
So,
well, you guys make sure to check Jennifer out if you're wanting to get your CDL 4 to 5 weeks. About $2,500, $2,500. You go check it out. Go to www.midwesttech.edu. That's midwesttech.edu. You can also contact her via email, jmarshall@midwesttech.edu.
That's just one L though. I don't know why they did that to my name.
Yeah, one L. Okay, so make sure to check her out on that, because she can actually help you with the CDL. She's been through many different facets of the trucking and transportation industry, so she come with a wealth of knowledge, and she's an instructor that actually still drives on the weekend, because you want to be abreast of what's really going on in the now.
Yep. I work for Clark Transportation out of Lincoln, Illinois on the weekends. I can't teach it if I don't know it. If I'm not staying sharp on it, what I'm not helping these students.
That's right. Thank you so much for giving us.
I will be down at MAPS walking around. So, and if anybody has any questions or concerns, reach out, email me. I will get you my business phone number, which I don't even have it memorized. My business phone is 217-671-7674.
So you're coming to Matt's. We're all going to be at Matt's. Make sure you stop by the She Trucking table so we can take a photo.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It'd be good to get off this virtual and see you in person. Now I warn you, I'm short.
I'm not that tall, so my chair lifts pretty good.
I'm not that tall. We'll get our photo, you guys, and we'll give you guys a recap because we're both going to be at Matt's. Make sure to come check us both out at Matt's. If you have not gotten your tickets yet, make sure to go get your ticket. Let me pop this up on the screen. You can meet us, the She Trucking team, the She Trucking Foundation at Matt's. Our booth number is 40652. That's 40652. You will also be able to have the opportunity to get a copy of our first inaugural She Trucking magazine for absolutely free, to give you additional tips and strategies with our new VP, Gabriella Simmons. She will actually be there as well. We also want to give a shout out to Loyalty for being a consistent supporter of the She Trucking Foundation. We also want to give a shout out to GLCS. That's GLCS, as well as the Driving Forward podcast with Mr. Nate. Thank you for all your support. And Brandon from B Logistics. All of these people helped in various different ways, from the podcast itself to actually helping with the magazine, so that we can give it to you for absolutely free. We also have one of our ad sponsors in the building, Tamika McCrae. Tamika McCrae, thank you so much for everything that you did with purchasing the ad. We have more, but I saw her in the group and I want to give her a shout out. For those of you who would like to support what we do with the She Trucking Foundation, because we're all about helping women and minorities in the trucking and transportation industry to establish and maintain successful careers in the trucking and transportation industry. And we do this from various different ways, from trainings to webinars to informative interviews such as you see. And for us to continuously be able to do this, we need your help. So go to shetrucking.com and donate today. We are a 501(c)(3). We are. So you can be able to get a tax write-off for your generous contribution. So thank you for everyone who has supported in the past and for everyone who is supporting now. Sarah said, great interview. Hey, it wouldn't be great without a great guest. You need to thank Jennifer. And your daughter said, awesome interview, Mom. I love it when your children come in. And Jeremy said, awesome interview. Keep up the good work and keep changing lives. And we do have another Facebook user thanking the She Trucking community. This for me. I wasn't going to read that. Oh, thank you, you guys. You know, I love what I do, being able to spread the voices of wonderful women like Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
No, it's truly my pleasure. You have a very unique story that shows legacy, that shows diversity within your career, because you have diversified your portfolio in the trucking industry by going from different areas. So I feel that our community, as well as the college, they really benefited from what you're doing, because you have all this experience. You're not just reading a textbook. You know, you have the experience. And so I can't wait to meet you in person. I had to give you that little warning. I'm short now.
That's okay.
We also want to give a shout out to My Guardian Doc, because like Jennifer said, you need to make sure that you have insurance, okay? Medical insurance. And so My Guardian Doc is actually on shetrucking.com, where you can actually cover your whole family for $27 per month. So we have no excuse to not get the coverage for yourself and your family. And also check out Miss Sue. Check out Miss Sue. She has, if you ever find yourself in a situation as a truck driver that need legal help, because sometimes it does happen and you need some legal help, we have Miss Sue in the community that will help our members with that part. Let me make sure I mention everybody, because we appreciate every donation, whether it's $1 or $1,000, because all of it help us do what we do. And I think that's about it. Other than we have the raffle coming up in the Diamonds and Pearls. So make sure to stay in the know by going to SheTrucking.com. And again, lastly, a big shout out to our platinum sponsor for the She Trucking podcast, which is Tabs Factoring. Thank you so much for sponsoring the podcast because we couldn't do it without you. Jennifer, listen, thank you so much. You guys, I want you to go to Midwest Tech EDU. And here's her email again that you can get in contact with her as well. And I can't wait to see you next week.
Yes, next week.
It's next week. Ooh, it came fast. Yes. On that note, you guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. Do you want to say anything else before we go? Maybe you thought about something you want to say before we go?
Not really. I'm kind of just all over the place here. I just
great.
I just want everybody to give it a shot. If you've ever thought about it, try it. Because then you can't say, I wish I would have.
Oh, we don't want to live a life of regret. Nope. On that note, you guys check us out on SheTrucking.com. Come meet us at the Mid-American Truck Show next week. And make sure to go to the website to look at our first inaugural magazine for absolutely free. It has a lot of great information in it for you. A lot of people came together in order to make that for you available for absolutely free. So take advantage of the resource. Yes, it's on SheTrucking.com. Yes. And so you guys, we are getting ready to go. Jennifer, you can stay in the back for a moment, and you guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. And thank you for tuning in to the She Trucking podcast. We'll see you guys next week.
Like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh,
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh, God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
There we go.
10th gear right now!
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
All right, welcome y'all to this episode, very, very special episode of She Trucking Podcast, sponsored by TAFS. Today we have the pleasure of bringing on Megan Earhart. She is the Executive Vice President at Relay Payments. Welcome, Megan.
Thanks so much for having me today.
Thank you for being here. I got a little bit of a delay, so hopefully it doesn't affect our communication too much. As you can see, I'm in my semi-truck on the road.
Well, that's great. Hopefully you're parked safely.
Yes, I'm parked safely. For those of y'all who don't know me, a new face here on the podcast, I'm Gabrielle Simmons, the new Vice President of the Board of Directors at She Trucking. So again, Megan, thank you so much for being here with us today. Tell us a little bit about your work at Relay Payments and the services you guys provide.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me on. Excited to be here and to be able to chat with you today. So Relay Payments started 5 years ago, and it started with an idea by our co-founders of how do we revolutionize payments within transportation and logistics. And so they sat on warehouses and on docks and on truck stops, and they really had a ton of conversations with drivers, with fleet managers, to try to figure out what was an area that people really didn't like that we could get into. So we started with lumper payments, have really worked to do amazing things there. We're in under 5 years, we've been accepted at 98% of the warehouses in the US. Wow. And we do about 30% plus of the lumper transactions across the country. So we started there, built a customer base, and really in any business, right? You guys are doing it as well with She Trucking, is you've got to get people who believe in you. You've got to get in front of people that trust you, people that will give you feedback. And we built it. And then what we said is, okay, are there other areas that we can help you? And we had customers come to us. And so then we ventured into a product called Relay Direct, where we move money between brokers and carriers and drivers and factoring companies. And we move that money to make it a much more seamless process. And then also we've gotten involved in fuel. So cardless fuel payments. I know we were chatting on it right before we got on, but you know, the plastic, there's just so much opportunity for fraud, for losing it. There's just so many places where it could go wrong. And I mean, you're on the road and things could go wrong with you, right? Today, tomorrow, yesterday. And we want to take that stress and that anxiety out of what drivers face every day, while also giving the trucking companies the knowledge that it's fraud free. So we have been live out of stealth mode, I should say, since June of 2023, which is really fun that we can now use, you know, almost a year ago. And we have not had a single fraudulent transaction, not a single one. And that's really something that we're proud of. Makes life easier on drivers, makes life easier on the fleet managers. And the biggest thing is it just takes everybody can take a breath when they have to think about fuel. There's enough in trucking that folks have to worry about right now. And we make sure we take one less thing off the plate.
Yeah, no, that's really awesome. As a driver, you know, myself, just the thought of losing my fuel card, what a huge inconvenience that is. You know, but the service you guys offer with it being completely cardless, then we never, ever, ever have to even worry about that. Because that could be the difference between us being able to continue down the road or not, you know, so that's really awesome. And I think a lot more companies have started to do that as well. So it's great that you guys kind of have been ahead of the ball game with that.
Yeah, it's been fun because you see people trying to break into it. And then you see new generations getting into trucking, right? That are used to paying on their phone. They're used to doing transactions without having to worry about it. I mean, I can make fun of myself, right? But probably about 6 months ago, I walked into a grocery store and had one of our daughters with us, and I go to pay and realize, oh, I took my credit card out the night before and gave it to my husband. that's a problem when you're sitting there and they've rung everything up and they don't take Apple Pay at that particular grocery store. And so, I'm sitting there turning beet red, and having the conversation of, I promise I can pay for this. Let me figure this out. And then when we have to go through that, I can't imagine drivers having to deal with that all the time.
Yeah, no, it's actually happened to me where my fuel card didn't work and I had to use my credit card, and it's so stressful. Then I'm like, okay, well, how can I get it to work? Not with Relay. I don't have a Relay fuel card, but it was very frustrating to the point where I spent 3 days using my credit card just to get fuel, because my fuel card wouldn't work and they had to send me a new one. So yeah, definitely a problem solved by having it all be digital for sure.
Yeah.
Also, I want to
we
take a
hear
quick
that
second
a lot from folks. Go ahead. Sorry. I think I do have a delay. So
yeah, there's a little bit of a delay. I just wanted to thank Relay Payments, your company, for being a sponsor of She Trucking from 2022 to 2023. And your guys' continued support to the foundation has been incredible. So we thank you for that.
Absolutely.
So another question we have for you is, what would you say to women who may be considering a career in the trucking, logistics, transportation industry, be it any type of position, driver or working in a company that supports the logistics industry? What would you say to these women?
Say do it. Right? Like jump in there, figure out a way to get on a truck, experience it. If you're at a university, do an internship, right? Try to work on a dock or a warehouse, or try to work for a trucking company and see what it's really like. If you're not in college, I think that there's also amazing opportunities, whether it's a welder, right, that can get in a maintenance shop and do amazing things with a fantastic equipment. I think that that's a great way to do it, or to go and become a driver and be able to see what that is. I like it when people can, try on careers and have the opportunity to see like what life is really like. What life is like. I've been out before. I will say I've never spent the night in a truck, but I have been out and been like, recognize how important it is on where you're parked, right? Like, are you safe? Are you in a good place? Is there lighting? I get all of that, but I learned that over time. And so I think talking to people now with social media, with you guys, you all open up people's eyes to a lot more than could be when I started in transportation, right? Like I had to walk into a bullpen basically and like figure out what the words meant. Now we have the ability to learn things different ways, which is just incredibly exciting. But I have a daughter who's 17, and we also have a 14-year-old, but the 17-year-old's trying to decide what to do for college. And I'm like, hey, go into business. And 2 of the final schools she's looking at have supply chain. And I'm like, hey, get a minor in it. Like knowing about transportation is never going to hurt you in your career. Get that experience, see what it's like. Because I mean, for me, it was like basically a drug. I got into trucking and just didn't want to let go. And there's always things that you can fix and learn, and things change, and you can be a part of that change, like what I'm doing now at Relay. And I would say any female that wants to do it, go do it.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit more about that. Like, how did you get into this space to begin with, of the trucking industry?
I would say it's a lot of luck and being in the right place at the right time, and then really keeping a very open mind. So I worked for a hardware software company for about 7 years, and then went to work for Pilot. And at Pilot, went in as a project manager within IT, was learning all of that, and then the merger happened with Flying J. And I was lucky enough and privileged enough and raised my hand enough times to say, can I help? Can I help? To get put on that merger team. And through that, I got the opportunity to figure out, hey, how are we going to buy fuel on minute one? Right? Like, you don't think about that, right? Like these two huge companies that have travel centers and they're hauling fuel all around the country. But like really, truly, when you merge them, how are you going to buy the fuel that needs to go to the truck stops? And I got put on that team and was able to go jump on a truck in Louisville, Kentucky during that time. I ended up getting really involved in trucking, running logistics, running dispatch, bringing that technology in. And then we purchased an oil field services company, and I was able to go out in the oil fields and do trucking in the oil fields. And so I have a pair of steel-toed boots that still have, I like to say, oil from every major shale and shale region in North America, and cowgirl boots that have the same, and I absolutely love it. And I just kept getting more involved. Ended up going into sales at Pilot in late 2013, and it was supposed to be fast. I wasn't supposed to stay there for 8 years like I did. Took on various things and got to go sit in with trucking companies, talk to trucking companies, talk to drivers, listen to them, talk to fleet managers, talk to CEOs, and it just broadened it. But I had the ability to do that because I had been on the ground, not like you, Gabrielle, but I'd been on the ground and I'd spent the time and I'd listened to folks, and then came over to Relay Payments a little over 2 years ago and have been part of the executive leadership team to really bring us forward and figure out the products that we want to do to help the industry. And it's just a lot of fun. But the biggest thing, if I were going to wrap it into one sentence, I said yes a lot.
I love that. I love that. Okay, I was muted for a second. No, I love that. Just saying yes, and being a woman in a male-dominated industry, I'm sure you experienced maybe some pushback, maybe some doubtful spirits around that, are like, what is this woman doing here in our space? But you, like you mentioned, getting out there in the oil fields and experiencing the industry in a way that a lot of people never get to. You mentioned Louisville, Kentucky, and I'll take a second here just to mention the Mid-American Truck Show, woohoo, that's coming up at the end of this month, the 21st through the 23rd. She Trucking, we will be there. Come visit us at our booth. As you can see on the screen here, there's our booth number. And again, we want to thank our sponsor, TAFS, for their continuous support with this podcast and supporting us in our getting set up at the truck show that we have coming up. So you guys won't be there, is that right? You won't be there this year?
We will not this year. We had a big presence last year, brought a bunch of people in, but it's the same time as truckload carriers. And so that's down in Nashville, and just couldn't figure out how to pull off both and still get everything else done. So we'll hate that we miss it.
Yeah, we'll miss you guys being there. We're going to take a quick second here for a little commercial break, and then I'll get back and ask you some more questions.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby's, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh,
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh, God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're gonna take it to the highest gear that you ever been in. We're gonna take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
All right. So part of the Mid-American Truck Show, as the quick little commercial there, is announcing new things, right? Announcing what our companies are working on. And we will be announcing the first ever She Trucking magazine that will be coming out, and we will have some physical copies at our booth. So make sure you guys come and see us. Also, we are still accepting sponsorship. If you guys want to donate, just go to shetrucking.com, and that will be much appreciated for all of the hard work that goes into creating the magazine and our future magazines that will be coming out as well. Megan, if you could share with us some of the new and exciting things that Relay Payments is working on, if you're allowed to give us a little bit of insight.
I can definitely do that. So we're continuing to grow our fuel payment platform, and we are bringing on merchants. We're at 1,500 merchants right now, continuing to bring those on. And we've got some, I'll say, very nice, larger chains that we're working on right now that should be live relatively soon. So we're working on those. Really exciting thing happened today in that world. And I think probably most of your audience would know that Maverick, which, if you know the Rocky Mountains, fantastic chain out there, they bought the Come and Goes in, right about a year ago. And we went into our first Come and Go today. So we tested the transaction. So we'll be rolling out to all those, which is very exciting. And then we just continue to build our customer base with fuel. And why that is so helpful is because, like I said before, we're selling, we're building, we're listening to our customers, and our customers are sending us referrals. So they're sending us their friends. And I got 4 text messages today of, hey, I just talked to this guy, and he's got 40 trucks, or he's got 90 trucks, or he's got 10 trucks, or he's got 2 trucks. And call them right now, or call on Thursday. They're expecting your call. And that's exciting for us, right? The fact that our customers would take time out of their day to talk about us, and then to give us a referral and say, hey, my buddy wants this. You need this. You don't realize you need it, but you need it. So that really excites us here at Relay Payments, because that's the best kind of advertising, when someone says you should have this. So that's really fun. Relay Direct continues to build. So that's the payment and running those payments through for our brokerage customers to their carriers, and then being able to do that in the right way. Like I said, with a fuel transaction, making sure that that money goes to the right person is critical. And then, I know I said it before, but the fact that we have not had a single fraudulent transaction says a lot to our IT team. I'll give them love and support. They've thought through things. They continue to adapt and adjust to what they're seeing. And they're doing things that others that have been in the market for 30 or 40 years haven't been able to do. And that's fun to be a part of, and fun for me, having been in the industry so long. It's really fun to see it and to be able to help the industry out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love it. Love that you guys are growing and expanding what seems to be super quickly. So congratulations to you guys on all the growth and future growth that I'm sure we will see. Another question for you. This is one of our last questions we have here. Have you had any female mentors to kind of help you in your journey? Be it, back when you were in sales or in IT, did you have any mentors that guided you? And do you feel like that's an important part of your success.
Yeah, I think it's important to have mentors. I think it's important to have sponsors. I think it's important to have people that'll hit you upside the head with a 2x4 when you're not being very smart. And I've had all of those. And sometimes they're the exact same person. And yes, absolutely. I think it starts, with family, right? And who you see. And I had a grandmother that was an X-ray tech from back in the 40s and was a widow in her 30s, and she worked 2 to 3 jobs, right? Like she was so focused on that, put forth the idea of hard work gets you places and it matters. She believed that doing things keeps you young. She was in her 70s and still an X-ray tech, and she would tell 60-year-olds, you're old because you act old. And so I think like that started it. My mom was also just a powerhouse nurse, and she showed me like what it took to step outside the classic aspect of nursing and do other things and to lead people and to come up with ideas. So that really mattered from female mentorship and seeing it, right? Seeing it every day. My dad pushed me extensively and told me I could do whatever I wanted to, and really pushed me to see things differently and to be able to go after what I wanted. That started it, and then it continued to build. And in my career specifically, I have had males and females that have been a part of my journey, that have stood next to me. 98% of the time of my career, even before I got in trucking, was male dominated. I went to a school where there were 3 guys to every girl. I have been in a male dominated life pretty much forever. And I had situations, not dangerous situations, but situations where people would say something, or they'd make a derogatory comment, or it was something that, you just want to come on, like your mom raised you better than that. Your dad definitely raised you better than that. And you step back from it and you look at it. And I had people next to me more times than not that called it out before I had to. And usually they were male. And they said that, like, come on, like, we're not going to do that. It said other more colorful language. Let's leave it at that since we are live. But really stood up for me and said, you deserve a spot at the table. You deserve to have your ideas heard. I read an article the other day that said men interrupt. That's what men do. It is how their brain works. What's interesting is when I started pointing it out and saying, hey, like, I've been interrupted like 6 times in the last 20 minutes. People started paying attention to it, and others would comment, and I had females, and what we'd say is, hey, when we see it, we're going to say, hey, why don't we go back to Gabrielle? Gabrielle, what were you just saying? And we call it out and make people aware of it, not aggressively, right? Because that creates a whole nother set of problems, but in a way that was like, hey, we're paying attention and we're supporting each other. So I definitely had that. And then I had people that took me under their wings and allowed me to ask the stupid trucking questions, right? Allowed me to call them and toss ideas around without judging me. I think regardless of industry, that's really important. And then what I've allowed that to do is our daughters have seen that. Our daughters have been able to address it. Now, sometimes aggressively, sometimes against us. I think one of our daughters started negotiating at like 3.5. That got uncomfortable. My husband was like, you started it, you did this, which I admit, but it's serving them well now. So I think you just sort of take all those different aspects, but as mentors and supporters and sponsors and people that really just pulled me up and pulled me with them. And that's been very fun to be a part of, especially to look back on.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. From your family to, the people that you've worked with, it sounds like you've had a lot of support, and I'm sure that has paid into why you've been so successful in your journey in this industry as a whole. What does Women's History Month that we are in now, the month of March, and upcoming Women's International Women's Day, I always get that backwards. What does Women's History Month mean to you?
Yeah, I love it. I love that we have different months that celebrate people and the diversity and the inclusion, as it should be every day. But what it means to me is celebrating. One day before March 1st, so on February 29th, JB Hunt put a woman in as CEO, or announced it, and Shelly Simpson will be that. Shelly is a very dear friend of mine. And in industry, she's all the things I talked about for me: a mentor, a sponsor, a 2x4 across the head when I need it. And I love being able to celebrate that, lifting people up, pulling people along, sharing ideas. And I think Women's History Month gives us a chance to do it, and it be intentional, it be genuine, it not come across as self-serving in any way, but really being able to say, hey, Gabrielle, great job. Great job out there. You're doing amazing. What do you need? How can I help you? And being that every day is how we should be. I just think that in this particular month, we take an extra moment for women and say, all right, how can we help each other? How can we make sure no one interrupts? How can we build together, grow together? And I do it. But, I think about my friends, and they are in all different industries, completely different industries, and we still have the same problems. We still encounter it because we're mamas, and we work, and we travel, and there's all these things that build up on us, and we can talk through it together, and we can support each other and be like, hey, I have no idea about the words you just talked about, but I have been in that situation before. Or call someone up and say, I have no idea. But last night, I'll give you an example. Last night, like I said, our daughter's trying to decide what she wants to do. And a very dear friend of mine from college sent me a text and said, I've been thinking about your daughter all day. I know she's having a hard time deciding. She's been in one of the industries that my daughter's thinking about. And she said, can I be her mentor? And I'm like, are you kidding? Like, absolutely. And I didn't have to ask. She has a daughter too that's in college. And I didn't have to ask. It was just like, hey, I've been thinking about your daughter all day and I want to help. And that's what I think is super special, that we just need to embrace more of. But it's a good month to remember that we need to do those things.
Yes, absolutely. That is such a great offer. Usually it's hard to find mentors, but for her to just offer that to your daughter, like you mentioned, having a mentor is super, super important for all of us, just in life,
Yes.
Outside of just our work, but just in life, to have somebody who can bat us upside the head with a 2x4 sometimes when we need it, or just
Yes.
direct us in the right way. And I would second that. I love that in the month of March, us as women, we pay a little bit extra attention to being there for each other, caring for each other, offering a listening ear, because we do get caught up. I know I personally get very caught up in life and the road and work and all of the things that we're juggling on a day-to-day. But this month, seeing all the different events that we get involved in, and all the ways that we come together is beautiful. Do you have any International Women's Day or Women's History events that you're a part of this month?
At Relay, we've got, we're a smaller size company. We've got about 140 people, but we've got a strong presence in Atlanta, and we're doing a happy hour on Thursday night to really just celebrate each other. And we do it about once a month, but it was great that it was able to be timed perfectly with International Women's Day, and just support each other, right? Like in our world, we come from all different walks of life. We bring different things to the table at Relay, which makes Relay so much stronger because we do that. And it's just sort of fun to be able to go do that and, have a happy hour, grab some appetizers, and, cheer what we've done together so far at Relay, but also who we are, and really who we're bringing up with us. So
yeah. Love it.
How about you? Do you have any with She Trucking? I should have asked.
Not really. The Mats is kind of going to be like our big, like celebrating each other and our new board of directors coming together. Just all of us being able to stay in a place together while we're out there in Louisville. I'm sure we're going to make some time outside of working for the event for the Mid-American Truck Show. We're going to make some time to celebrate each other. And that's also why we're releasing the magazine this month, our first ever edition, as to highlight all of the incredible women that are part of She Trucking, and yourself as well. So I'm going to ask you a tough question that we like to ask in the industry. And I'm sure you've answered it many times over, but what would you say is the future of the trucking industry? What do you foresee happening in transportation as a whole?
Well, truckers are eternal optimists. It's the only way we survive. And I think the biggest thing is for the last 15 to 18 months, trucking's had it hard. Going from everyone like writing on bridges for truckers and putting thank you drivers everywhere coming out of COVID, to how the last 15 to 18 months have been for the industry, where it's just been really hard to make ends meet in trucking. And so I believe in the people that I talk to, and you look at all the data and you listen to all of the really smart people, and I think that we'll come out of it this year. When, I don't know, but I do think that we will. What I truly believe is that if a driver or a trucking company or a trucker can make it right now and stay in business, when rates increase, they're going to skyrocket. Like, they are going to go back to epic levels of bringing in revenue and being able to control profit, because if they can make it right now with how low rates have been for how long they have been, then they know how to truck. And because of that, they're going to do great when rates increase. So I see resilience in the industry. That's probably the biggest thing. I see a huge amount of resilience within the industry, probably more so than other downturns. Trucking is seasonal, cyclical, capital intensive, low margin, high turnover. 5 things they tell you never to start a business with, if you have one, and trucking has all 5. And so it's hard, and it's always been hard, but it's been really hard for a while. And truckers are resilient. They are eternal optimists, but I feel like if they're making it right now, if you're making it right now, you are going to it's going to be like a absolute hockey stick when rates come back.
Technical difficulties getting unmuted. I totally agree. And I like to compare it to the stock market. You don't buy in, not that I'm giving any type of financial advice, but typically you don't buy in when it's up. You buy in when it's down. And so that's why me, myself, and my business partner, we have taken this time when rates are low and equipment is less expensive to dive in heavier, to buy more equipment and grow and expand our trucking company. So yeah, that's a very good point. All of the drivers and companies that are in the industry right now experiencing this rough time, learning to incorporate new things like what Relay offers with your payment services and the financial services, just learning to incorporate new things so that our businesses can stay afloat is super important. So it's a very, very good point there. I'm going to take another quick break here just for a second and do a quick commercial, and we'll be right back.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new venture in the trucking industry is a complex process. That's why we offer Canal Test Drive, an innovative solution designed to help new commercial trucking operations simplify and manage their insurance costs based on actual miles driven, never for idle time. Let us take the guesswork out of your insurance costs with our simplified pay-as-you-roll approach.
All righty, welcome back. So I just want to thank you so much for being here with us today with She Trucking. I know you've had the opportunity to meet with our founder, Sheree Moore. I haven't yet had the pleasure to meet you in person, but I definitely look forward to staying connected with you as we grow, as a company here at She Trucking, and as you guys continue to grow. Real quick, can you tell us how drivers can get the fuel card?
Absolutely. Go to relaypayments.com and also can call 1-877-735-2910. That's our 24/7 365 customer service. We answer in under 30 seconds. We won't put you through the massive wait times. And they can help as well. So again, that number is 877-735-2910. And thank you for having me. This has been great. Love She Trucking, love what you guys are doing, and happy to be on today and look forward to doing more with you guys in the future.
Thank you so much. Before we head out, just going to thank our sponsors again. This podcast is sponsored by TAFS for the month of March and April as well. Their continued sponsorship into our support for the Mid-American Truck Show. Also want to thank our sponsors as part of the First Magazine, Brandon Johnson, John White with MHC Kenworth, and Nate Johnson as well. Thank you guys so much for your contributions to the She Trucking Foundation. We really appreciate it. That is it for today's podcast, guys. Be sure to reach out to Relay Payments, Relay Direct with your payment needs. And we'll catch you guys next time. Peace and love.
Electricity is cheaper than diesel fuel, and charging overnight means you never have to stop at the diesel stations again. Maintenance costs are
Be strong.
She Trucking Podcast is an informative podcast that is dedicated to bringing listeners the latest news and updates from the ever-evolving transportation industry. Founded by industry expert and entrepreneur Sheree Moore, and powered by CTR Media Network. Whether you're a seasoned transportation professional or just getting started in the industry, the She Trucking Podcast offers valuable insights and advice to help you stay ahead of the curve. Learn more online at shetrucking.com.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for coming back with us on another episode of the She Trucking Podcast. And I have my sister with me. She Princess, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Let's give
Hello,
her.
She Trucking World.
Can you please introduce yourself to everybody?
Absolutely. My name is Dr. Siobhan Russell Reynolds. I am the CEO of She Princess. We are a fiercely female promotional products company committed to helping brands really show up in excellence, to give you the opportunity to let people know that you're there, maintain your unique position in the marketplace in a very big way.
Absolutely. I love what she do, because she's all about marketing and branding yourself. So all the She Trucking stuff that y'all have seen and probably have at y'all house, guess where it come from? She prints it. Why? Because she actually prints it. You see all the products she has behind her, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, and this actually, fun fact, She Prints It really started off as an idea to start a t-shirt line, right? And this was, umpteen years ago, pre-drop ship era. And I couldn't find a print shop that could accommodate my limited capital and also the versatility that I wanted to offer. And so it encouraged me to really learn about the business. And on that journey, I was constantly coming across other people who had amazing brands that they didn't have anything that spoke to their brand. So I naturally decided that, okay, if I need it, I know that there's a whole village of people who need it as well, particularly women in business. And so we pivoted to really become a promotional products and print company to help small businesses play in a sandbox with the big boys and maintain their unique appeal. But I say all of that to say, taking the time to really perfect the craft and pivoting still allowed me to operate in my passion project, which is what you see behind us. This is our She Wear Club. And so everything here was really to empower, uplift, and celebrate Black women. And so you see all of our items reflect that. See, we're going to be twins in one day.
Yes, twin in them. I'm putting on my shirt now because this is a She Princess. Listen, listen, I'm going to brand myself right now and I'm put back on tomorrow too.
Right.
So don't you worry about it.
Mind y'all business.
That's right. And
because so the super cool thing too about this t-shirt, there's a story behind this one in particular. So we have a grant that we do annually, and what we do is that we select, currently we've reduced it to 5 to 7 small women-owned businesses. They're given a link with these shirts on it, and whenever people purchase them, all of the profits go into a pot for them. And then we give it to them as a grant. And we also have a larger one. So that's why it's the My Sister's Keepers grant that we have.
I love it. I love it. And this is one of the shirts that she's talking about.
Yes, this is one of our original designs. I know that you have all seen a knockoff version of it. And this really leans into the importance of intellectual property and all that good stuff. But we are the original creators of Black Women Nutrition Facts. I created this about 11 plus 12 years ago. And now there's a different variation of it all over the world. But again, it's important to me that Black women see themselves in their own excellence and not in the roles that they hold to other people, not, celebrating being a wife or a mom or, whatever, like all that is dope. But before anything, she was
still these things: resilient, beautiful, strong, magic, flawless, and educated. And she's made of melanin gold and honey 100%. We're also the healthiest thing on the market. You see 0 calories, baby. So yeah, so that was the idea, just for us to really love on ourselves unapologetically.
I love it. I love it. I love everything you represent. I love how you empower women, entrepreneurs, brand owners, people who want to, you help people bring their vision to life. And thank you for coming. And y'all comment. It's a time when you want to ask questions. Say hello. Hello. Good evening. So, as an entrepreneur, going through let's talk about and how was it like being an entrepreneur during the pandemic when everything stopped? Everything just shut on down on us, right?
Yeah.
And then because this right now in our industry, the trucking industry, it feel like the pandemic. So while we was going through, while the world was going through the pandemic, we was rolling. We was good.
Yeah.
But now it's more like the pandemic for us. Now that everything
is slowed down for you all.
It has slowed down. So as an entrepreneur, what advice do you have for entrepreneurs to be able to keep going, keep pushing, using this time to build and stuff like that?
Absolutely. So similar as you were saying in the trucking industry, we also had a really big boom in business during the pandemic, right? And so, yes, financially, it was a gift. We had some record numbers, we really got the exposure that we needed, and we reached a much broader audience and all that fun stuff. But at the same time, because everything took off so quickly, we missed those opportunities to really sit and learn, to really focus on like networking events or growth and development courses, right? Those in-person opportunities, because the world was still technically shut down and we were just moving. Like we were just trying to make it happen and get out there and build our brand, right? And so similarly, now that the world has slowed down a little bit, what I appreciate is that it's allowed me to really value my time and value how do I maximize every moment of every day and every opportunity. So if you feel like your business has slowed down, you're freaking out, you're like, oh my God, where am I going to get my next dollar from? Trust you, me, God will make a way. But I need you to focus on where's the next place that I'm going to get an opportunity, education, resources, so that when that next boom happens, I'm ready, that I'm structurally sound, that I have systems in place. Like, how do I maximize this downtime to really prepare for the next wave? Because it's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It is. Miss Cheryl Pollard said, and thank you for tuning in. She said, I want a She Empowered shirt.
Absolutely. If you go to sheprinted.com.
It's right below you.
Yep.
Right here.
It's on our website. It's under products. It's on the main page. And you can, whenever you make a purchase, like I said, 100% of the profits go into our grant. And then we award women annually whatever it is that we make off of these shirts, because we genuinely want to empower and be our sister's keeper. So thank you.
I feel empowered.
You should.
I did. You see that? Y'all saw the transition.
Right.
I feel empowered right now.
It does something. It does something to you. And it's it is also a really good quality shirt. Like, I'm very particular. So we started this line in the pandemic. So this is one of the OG shirts, right? And it still looks just as good as your brand new shirt. It's just a good quality shirt because I never sacrifice quality for quantity or savings of money, which we can talk about later. Like, that's just not the brand that I live in. If you are the brand that's all about like what is the cheapest option, it ain't us. Yeah. But if you want the best quality, if you want a professional experience with a friend, if you want something that will last and you get a bang for your buck, then you're in the right place. But this shirt, it washes very well. It wears good. It feels good. That was one of the constant feedbacks that we got, because a lot of people, when we first did it, thought, oh, they're just trying to raise money. It's probably gonna be the cheapest shirt on the market. I was like, no.
Yeah, it is a good.
Not for these dope women. I'm not gonna represent us in less than excellence.
Absolutely. You know, this is Ashley. Hey Ashley, how did you stay motivated when things got slow? What kept you going?
That's a good question. So for me, I never, it never really got like slow for us, right? It was more so, I guess it was more just so like an adjustment, but it never completely slowed down. It balanced out. That would be the word, because at the heart of the pandemic, it was really complicated to have like all of these orders coming from all these different directions. There was supply chain issues, right? So it was so stressful. So I guess because the stress level was so high, even with the profits, the slowing down gave me some sanity.
Yeah.
Right? Like it gave me a sense of peace and calm. But it also, because I saw what we did, I was able to then use this time to really structure it, make sure that the systems allow for us to have a good flow, so that when the next boom comes, in one little window of time like that, that we have systems and automation in place that I don't have that level of stress again.
So you use that time to put your systems in place to build a stronger brand that you already have, which was already flawless.
Yes.
We had been doing our product way before the pandemic. So that was a great question. I share y'all. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Matter of fact, everybody, stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Please like, share, and subscribe. Because right now, this is a time where marketing is huge. Like, you have to market your business. Okay? You really, really have to, because you cannot depend on, you can't just sit back and word of mouth.
Right.
Just no more. Like, it's so important that you market your business, because it's hard for us entrepreneurs.
It is. It absolutely is.
To be able to gain customers. You know, people money are tight right now. So, and as y'all know, especially in trucking, people ain't buying stuff like they used to.
Right.
So this is a time where you want to get your business in
order. No, absolutely. And then just with marketing in general, like it is so essential to the success of your brand, period. Right? Like if you're not effectively marketing, it's not about who does it the best all the time.
See, this effective marketing
all the time. But if you could be the best of the best, but if I don't know who you are, if when I Google a particular product, you don't have SEO optimization, you don't have a presence in Google search, your Instagram name is Tasha Does It the Best, but the name of your business is Curls and Kinks, like it ain't making sense, right? Like you have to make it where it's easy for people to know you have your intellectual property, and then when they find you, you need to show up in excellence completely. And then you have to teach them to find you. We were looking at something online not too long ago, and then immediately, what did I show you on my phone? Look how they found me, right? Because they're using pixels, because they're using marketing, and the marketing imagery was amazing. This one right here is a prime example on how to market. If you don't know what good marketing look like,
that's how you got here.
You need to follow her page. Exactly. That's how you got here. Good marketing. Absolutely.
And that's why we're here. We're here to help you.
Yeah.
Be able to market effectively.
Yeah.
We here to make sure. Listen, what we here to make sure you got products. You know, so you can wear your brand. So you can be able to do the things that we do and we love. This is what we love.
This is what we love.
We love,
absolutely
love to do.
You see these smiles on our face.
This is my favorite place to come. It's like literally, I have pulled my semi truck up in her parking lot, jumped out. Like
she sure did. She sure did. Had took up the whole front of my building. Okay. But I mean, it's amazing. Like I tell people all the time, if you don't love your brand, don't ask other people to.
It's true.
If you don't invest in your brand, don't ask other people to. Like if you don't see the value in spending more time out of your day, you may not have more money, But if you don't see the value in giving more time into marketing, right? Eventually spending more money on promoting, because totally slightly different things, right? That live together. Branding and marketing go together. Okay. But yeah, like if you don't invest in you, please and pretty please stop asking other people to. Just stop, because it makes no sense. I'm only showing up for you in as much as you're going to show up for yourself.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break, y'all. And I thank y'all for tuning in. We're going to take a quick break. Think of your questions and write them below. This commercial that I'm getting ready to play is an event that I will be attending next week in California. I will be driving the electric trucks. This is what CalStart has a electric truck emission event that you can actually drive the electric trucks. Literally, we are driving Peterbilts. We driving all the Freightliners, all the electric trucks. So it is a free event that you can attend. And you can check out on our social media. We're posting about it every single day. It is in Fresno, California, and it is free. So check out this video if you want to be a part of it. And just like that, we're back. So hopefully y'all got that information. If you didn't, again, check out our pages, all the information, clicking the link and all that stuff, or just register. You got to think about this. Register for events, get on a subscription so you'll know what's going on, And so if you decide, if they have something else, you'll be ahead of the curve, because in the next couple of years, y'all know everything turns to electric, right? They trying to get all of our diesel trucks off the road. And side note, everybody on my social media is asking me why am I looking to hire self-drivers, because they're unemployed and they need a job. That's it. It's a simple. Those drivers need employment. I know this ain't got no branding and marketing, but I did market that I want to help unemployed drivers get back in the driver's seat. So stop asking me that question. It should be common sense on why, if you already have a CDL and you don't have a restriction on your license or on your background, you can get a job. I don't need to help you. You just need to apply and help yourself. But if you have a SAP restriction, companies are no longer hiring people. So I have to place them on operators who will accept them into their company. Okay. Sidebar. We're back.
Listen, and I'm here for
Dr. Shadon
I'm
Reynolds
here for it.
Of
Yes.
She Prints It.
Yes. No, listen, at the end of the day, everybody should be concerned about making sure that people are gainfully employed, right? Like none of our businesses will survive without consumers. I don't care what it is that you do. So, and consumers, they need money to consume. So it's always a great pause for the cause if we're going to focus on getting people in jobs and putting money back into the pockets of our community.
Absolutely. And thank you to all the drivers who did reach out and say that they was interested. I will be sending out a link for y'all to be able to put your application in, and we're going to see who's the best fit. I have several people who are ready to hire y'all drivers. So, and I'll be with y'all through the whole process, making sure that everything goes smoothly as well. So, all right, let's get into some of the brands that you have worked with. Okay?
Yeah.
You want to name some of them?
Yeah, we've had the pleasure of working with IHG, which is International Hotels and Resorts. We worked for one of our clients is Southern Company, and Georgia Power falls under that umbrella. We do a lot of work with the Georgia Power leg of Southern Company. BET Her recently. We are now working on some stuff for the BET Awards. Who else is on it? I mean, just there's a whole slew of corporate clients that we've been fortunate to serve, and we continue to be grateful for those opportunities. And that is the ultimate goal, is to really expand our corporate clientele. But it's still just as important that we work with small businesses that are working to scale, right? Like the names that you don't know yet are the names that I'm proud of, because one day
those names will be in lights in the same way. And it's going to be an honor and a privilege to know that we were on that bandwagon with them the whole way, that we got to watch their journey like She Trucking. Okay.
That's right.
We got to be a part of this journey as it continues to build and grow. And we're still here with her. And she's been everywhere. You can see her everywhere, all over the TVs, on every magazine. And so it's just an honor to be able to say, hey, I remember when you first realized the power of people knowing and putting respect on your name and putting it out into the universe. And so those are the clients that I'm most honored to say that I serve, the names that you don't know yet.
And so do you do bulk shipping or do you do like individual? Like, can they buy one product? Because I came in here, y'all, grabbed my bag and went shopping. I'm not going to Walmart. I ain't going to no regular stuff. I'm coming here to see Princey and I'm shopping.
Absolutely. So from a retail standpoint, you absolutely can. The items that you see behind us are bathing suits, our hoodies, t-shirts, tank tops, jackets, and more. All of that from our retail line. You can buy one, you can buy 100, whatever floats your boat. We had a whole sorority group chapter that bought our dipped in melanin and red. Clearly,
so
it was
like
Delta
bathing suits and everything.
Yeah, we make all of this stuff, right? And so that's the power of owning She Prints It. It powers our She Wear line. So you can buy any of those things one off. From a promotional products and print company from the under the She Prints It umbrella specifically, the only things that we offer as onesie twosies would be like large format printing, custom tints, retractable banners, tablecloths, just really large format items like that. Aside from that, everything else is loosely called bulk ordering. Our minimums are as low as 24 units. So it's definitely a place for you to comfortably enter and not feel like you have to break the bank. But we do want you to see value in volume, right? Like just having one t-shirt or two t-shirts with your logo on it, but you got like a bunch of designer t-shirts or brand blouses or whatever. That's backwards. I want us to retrain our thinking. This one don't go outside without her brand, and neither do I. Like if you didn't see me in the streets, down to the socks, baby. Like I am always branded.
Down to the socks. We got socks coming soon.
Yes.
She Trucking. Get ready. Printed by She Prints.
That's right. So it's easy for you, between you and a spouse or a family member, to split up 24 t-shirts. We run errands. We out in these streets all the time. And to throw on a t-shirt is easy peasy. So we don't want to encourage the idea of you not being worthy of buying in bulk.
And when I was just driving and I started my clothing line, originally, She Trucking started from a clothing line. And that's exactly what I did. I just threw away everything that I had, pretty much my good clothes. I kept them good. I didn't bring those into the truck. Every day I wore my brand.
Yeah.
And that was more of my uniform. So that's how I'm here today to tell y'all, if you want to brand yourself and wear your uniform every single day, because what that did, that literally help me build relationships with the shippers, the receivers. They started knowing who I was.
Yes.
And I started building those partnerships.
Yeah.
So I want to encourage you to bring yourself and market effectively.
Yeah.
And if you need help, you either go to She Prints It for your branding, for your printing, and the coaching
for your marketing
part,
and coaching, right?
The coaching part of it, and the strategies and different things like that. Then come and holler at me. You go to inbox me or go to my website or whatever on shetrucking.com and be able to schedule a consultation. Let's talk. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
because she's done it.
Been there, done
like
it.
Some of these folks out here, I ain't gonna even go there. Focus on the people who have done what it is that you desire to do, right? Because some people out here just getting wealthy on the idea that you're interested in something, right? But not because they haven't invested. They've not invested.
Yeah.
They're making money off of you being intrigued by their lifestyle or whatever, but they have no real receipts.
They don't have products.
They don't have anything to show. You are the product. Be careful to not become their product.
That's true. That's really good. I hope that didn't go over your head. These products are in our membership boxes. Okay. So as we get members coming into our organization, these are promotional products that we give to our members for our organization. There's a lot of organizations out here that don't give you anything. And then some of the stuff you give, you might as well throw it in the trash.
That part.
You might want to throw it in the trash.
When I tell
it's
you,
no good.
That is so true. It's quality over quantity every time. Like I hear people say, well, oh, I can get, a t-shirt at Walmart for $7 or $10 or whatever. And it's like, but if you have to buy another one every couple washes, then how much did you really pay for it?
It's true. Because even the She Trucking shirt I have on now is so old, but it's still good.
See?
And so that's what I love about when you wear your own brand. You can just keep going with it over and over, and it's kind of timeless until it's time.
It leads into the know, like, and trust,
right?
Because if I see it all the time, people see she so much with me that when they see it somewhere else, they think it's me.
Exactly.
They're like, oh, you. When we first started doing your stuff, they were like, oh, you got trucking now too. I was like, I don't own she as a whole.
Because, another thing is this, a lot of people, they are so afraid to collaborate.
Yeah.
And this is what it looked like when we collaborate, y'all.
Yeah.
And I tell people, I brought my she. I have she is me. It's a shirt up there on the top. Matter of fact, it might be right here.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it was right there.
The she is me, and people think this is me, but it's not. It's a she.
But it was meant for you to feel as if it was yours. That is the whole idea of the design, that she is me. She is all of us, right? And so but the power of connection is everything.
It is.
The power of connection is everything. Like, we have to show up and work together. We can't be out here lone wolfing it. I would rather split $1 billion than solely have a couple thousand.
Jay-Z said, what's better than 1 millionaire?
Two.
Okay. Especially if they from the same as you.
Hello. Okay.
Hey, Dr. Tina.
Nobody does it better than
Speaking
Jay.
of collaboration, Dr. Tina with CTR Media Network is on today.
Yes.
And as
phenomenal.
The phenomenal Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Make sure you check out her book, The Power of Podcasting. This is number one. Her book went straight number one.
Wow.
Because I'm gonna drop it because it's on my platform. She ain't said this on her own platform. But if you purchase the book on Amazon, it comes with her podcasting course already for free. Okay, $1,000 course she put in her book. So if you're interested in doing what we're doing here, podcasting, you want to definitely grab her book.
Yes. So. Oh my God, that's such a gift.
It is.
That's
it really
such
is.
a gift. Yes. Y'all better take advantage of that. I hope y'all wrote that down.
Yes. Definitely get it. The Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina J. Ramsey.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about when being an entrepreneur and like the day that no one orders. Like, I think everybody think that because in my t-shirt line, once somebody buy a shirt one time, it was like, hey, I need to go find another customer, and sometimes people don't order back to back.
For sure.
So how do you continue to keep getting orders coming in? And that's not just for your business, but even in the trucking industry. It's like, okay, you may go and do something one time, but how do you keep getting those loads? How do you keep, being able to stay connected to the customer, to their freight?
Absolutely. So I'll give you a two-part answer, but both lean into the same thing. So I'll tell you from a retail clothing line standpoint, and then also from a promotional products and service-based business, right? As a retail brand, you have to get outside, right? And so I know the pandemic made you feel like, oh, there's so much money on the internet, and it is. But if I don't know you, I'm not coming to look for you on the internet. And so the reason that we were able to constantly have orders, and we definitely had days where we didn't, But
I buzzed up through the pandemic.
in the
I
listen,
buzzed
her
up.
orders alone kept us busy. But I would say, like, from a retail standpoint, I was always outside. Every time that there was an opportunity for me to vend and put my brand in front of people, I took advantage of that. And it wasn't every vending situation wasn't like, oh, I made thousands and thousands of dollars, right? In that moment. But I've absolutely had events where I've made back my investment. And then because I met somebody there, the website is going off. Because they went home, they showed their jackets. Our dipped in melon camo jacket was like our top seller, right?
We need to show them that.
This one, that's a different one.
I
That's
know,
not
but
it.
I want to show this one
That's a Delta jacket.
because yes, this is Delta, but a sheet trucking one is coming. And
Yes.
that's what I want to show. That
Yes.
listen, my members this year, my admins and moderators,
Yes.
I can see
Oh my
y'all
God,
in
that's gonna
this.
be so fly.
Please let me know if this is what y'all want.
Yes.
Because I
Oh my
really
God, that
wanna-
would be so gorgeous.
Yes.
I love
I
that.
really want to put y'all in where we get
Yes.
some.
Yes, and it's a snitch waist. But let me tell you, we sold out. We did Essence festivals that year right before the pandemic. And you know, it seemed like it was slow a little bit after that, and all of a sudden the website was just going off. But it was people who were finding out about us from people who went to Essence, right? So like
you gotta do good business.
Do every
Some y'all ain't doing
opportunity
good
to,
business.
yeah, you got to make sure people know your name, and then that's the second half. But you got to also be doing good business, because so much of what we do is so heavily centered around referrals. She finna get our marketing game together, so it'll be much better sooner than later, right? But
you do a great job.
We do the best we can with what we got, okay? But I'm ready for somebody who loves it to make sure that we look amazing all the time. But at the end of the day, our business is probably 65-70% based on referrals. We don't run ads. I've probably spent $500 over the course of 6 years on ads. Our word of mouth is the most powerful marketing tool that we have right now. It's because we do good business and we treat people with respect and we honor their dollar. And that is what you should be focused on when the orders are not coming in. How do I go back to my warm and my hot leads? Are you following up with them in emails? Are you checking on your old customers? Sometimes it's not just about chasing new money, because there's that old money is already sitting right there. They just busy.
Yes.
Reach out to them. Hey, you haven't ordered a shirt in a long time. Here's a $5 off coupon. Check out our newest collection. Or, hey, I haven't chatted with you in a while. I hope all is well. But if you need anything, you know, we're still here to service you. Like, whatever that looks like. But maximize those. All I can say is you just have to maximize those moments. Nothing is designed to destroy you. It's only designed to make you better. So while you're looking like I don't get an order today and you upset, you should be like, boom, I got some downtime. Let me hit these old customers up. So that ching ching be hitting hard when I wake up in the morning. That's the goal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I remember that first year, it was great. I think I made the most money I ever made off apparel. That second year, I was like, it was a pause. Everybody had their stuff. I had to go find more people to market to as well. And then, like you said, doing events help as well. Being outside. And these are things that we want to be able to hands-on. Bring you into the office. As you see me and her here now. And we're gonna put a workshop together.
Yes.
Announcing it right here on the CTR Podcast.
Yes.
Because we want to make sure that you are in position to win. This is winning season.
Yes.
Okay. We got 6 months left for the rest of the year. So how are you spending your last 6 months to close out the year?
It's our Jordan year, right?
It is. And we hands-on. As you see, we here, we're not virtual. So we're hands-on and we want to bring you in, guide you, maybe a very small, I say no more than 20 people 20 people, we want to be able to give you the opportunity to come on in the room and sit down at the table, and we pull your marketing strategy out. If you're not branded, we're going to make sure you brand it and be able to leave with everything you need.
Absolutely.
The tools that you need to be successful.
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I'm excited. She brands. She builds. She's something.
Yes.
Okay. She all that. But we're gonna make it happen.
Empowers.
She empowers. And you're right. Like, what's important is that it is an intimate size group, because to know us is to know that we're gonna give you all the game.
Oh, yes. Yes.
All the game. Like, you need a full size, several notebooks. You need the trifold.
You're gonna need your computer.
Your computer, all of that.
Pen, a piece of paper.
That's right.
You're gonna need all of
it, because we're getting work done that day.
Absolutely.
It's not just about taking notes and then you go take the action later. Now we knocking things off the list that day, because we genuinely want you to win. Like, nobody wants to be at the top by themselves. That's why.
Absolutely. For real. That is the truth.
That is not our goal.
So, y'all, if you have any questions, definitely this is the time to ask questions. I'm sitting here with Miss Dr. Shadon Reynolds of She Prints It. I got on her shirt. You see how she made me change my shirt from She Trucking to
She Empowers. Boom. Boom.
Just like that.
What a beautiful wardrobe change. Okay, because it works either way. Okay,
I love it.
That's how you flash people, right? Start with She Powers, and then hit them with a little She Truck.
And I feel like now we all branded in here. Everything as you see now is black, white, and red.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you talk about your branding, let's talk about how to be consistent in your branding, because that's what made me throw this shirt on, right? Because I want to show the difference.
Yes, and cohesiveness. Absolutely. Like, if you don't have a brand guide, like, that is so important. It really is, because it teaches people how to see you. It also makes it really easy for you and others to identify when somebody is using your brand outside of your guides without your permission, right? If you see She in pink, I did not do that.
Yeah.
Because I would never do that.
Right.
I would never do my She in pink.
Wait, she may.
I may. Maybe.
She
maybe in October.
A collaboration.
Maybe a collaboration. Maybe a collaboration. But it's going to be so clear that it's a collaboration, right? And so, because it's not our brand colors, it's not representative of who we are. Your brand should constantly tell a story. If you are all over the place, your customer's going to be all over the place. You're going to attract something that you don't want.
Understand what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have the target audience that you're looking for.
Well, they're not going to see you as a brand.
It's true.
They're going to see you as an item. Right? So, like, they're like, oh, that t-shirt. I like that t-shirt. They're not going to say, I like She Trucking's brand of t-shirt.
That's true.
And that's the difference.
I had a girl that tried to steal my brand. She lasted a year. She couldn't do it.
And then she trucking.
She put teal, white, pink, and add yellow. Girl,
wow.
You couldn't even stand. If you watching this, you couldn't even stand a year. And I'm gonna sip my tea.
God don't like ugly. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I almost said a name.
Ooh. I wish you would have sipped and then let it out. Okay?
Shout out to Sakara.
Listen, spit it out. Spit it out. Sip the tea and spit it out. But also, to that point, when it comes down to who owns the intellectual property, right? Like, a lot of people are now making their logo on these free apps. They're using like free logo.com or whatever, or you're building your stuff, your logo on Canva. Wherever you source it from, if you didn't go through a designer, that's who owns it.
So we're going to be talking about trademark and copyright and different things like that, and how to protect your intellectual property. Because when that lady did that, guess what? I'm just waiting for her to get enough money so I can sue her. And now that I see that she no longer is functioning because she don't have the theft that she wanted, right? Because they try to steal your brain, your ideas, and all that kind of stuff.
Can't steal my mind.
Can't stand with mine. You're right. That's the thing. You can steal what a person may be doing at that moment, but when it's theirs and it's their purpose and it's their thing, you just can't take that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And so, but if you're watching this, I'm coming for you. Cause guess what? I'm sheet tracking, baby. You a knockoff. Let's talk about knockoffs.
Let's talk about knockoffs. And you know what? But that's a real thing, right?
Like it is.
When we first started, people with good intention, because I do think most of the time that y'all operate in love, right? Just uninformed. People would send me pictures of somebody else's brand and say, "Can you make this?" And I would say, "No." You go buy it from them. They put the time and the energy and the hard work into that. But to the same point, somebody sent me a picture of somebody with a knocked off version of my dipped in melanin, to which I own the trademarks to. So I immediately sent a cease and desist to the young lady and let her know if we discover that she's made any other profits off of this, that there will be consequences. Because understand, people have invested their time and their energy and their creativity into creating something. And so for you to just think that you can just take it is not a thing. Okay. It is not a thing.
That's a no.
It's a no. Find what you love. I've seen so many people try to create our font. There's a similar standard font out there, but if you see, like, our S is pulled, the neck of the S is pulled over further, the mouth of the H is wider, so this is a custom built font. Somebody tried to copy it offline and duplicate it, but she owns the trademarks to it. Like, you have to protect your intellectual property, because I guarantee you, especially if it's blowing up, people gonna try to steal it. But stop taking stuff, folks. Like,
I had somebody put sheet trucking up, and they was a dispatching company. And if you watching, because I know you're my friend on Facebook, I'm talking about
I need some tea.
Let me spill my tea.
I need some names. Can we Google them? Somebody tag
they
them.
are Googleable.
Somebody tag them in the comments. Okay. The conversation.
They are Googleable.
That is so funny.
But we want to be real, because these are real life things that us entrepreneurs are going through. So when you get ready to start your brand, or if you already have a brand, you got to understand that this is going to come with it, especially once you get on a certain level. And we're not talking about she making shirts at her house, and she printing one or two. She's doing bulk orders for big major corporations. So when you get on that type of level, as well with myself being on, the type of level that she trucking is on, and people gonna come and try to duplicate, steal everything, and then they gonna talk about you like a dog. But remember, those people that's talking are your motivators. I had 200 people in my story watching the stories, and I said to myself, we don't get paid by people liking our posts, right? Because the average person won't even like it. There's probably more people on here that's watching that liked it now.
But you know what's so funny?
But we do get paid for you watching, so keep watching. Okay, because we're gonna keep giving you more and more content here, especially on the Sheet Trucking Podcast. I'm gonna be doing some conversations and tea days where I'm giving you the tea so you can understand my life and my journey of the ups and downs of this entrepreneurship. Why did I stop bringing people maybe on my platform? Maybe they weren't good. Maybe they didn't do good business. Because people keep asking me why. And so know that
I'm tuning in for the tea.
What is
that episode? For the tea. Okay, I'm tuning in for the tea. But it's real life. It's real life. It's so funny. Even when I posted, when I got my doctorate, it's like I had maybe 1,400 views on the video, but only 300 likes on the post.
Y'all gotta do that.
Make it make sense. You watched the whole video, shorty. Like,
do you not like it?
It ain't gonna hurt you to hit the like button. But sometimes, what I also understand is that, and the reason that I say this, and I'm smiling and I'm laughing about it, because I am definitely at the place that it does not bother me. I greatly understand that it's a you problem and not a me problem. And I say that with love. because some of us are just still battling our own insecurities and demons. And, you know, what you're trying to push onto me and deflect onto me is really about you.
Because we're really in competition. When you get on these type of level, you in competition with yourself.
That part.
You're not in competition with no one else.
Absolutely.
You are literally, I am my worst critic.
Yeah.
And I think every entrepreneur, we are our worst critic.
Yes.
So,
That is so true.
so we putting time in, speaking of that, I want to go back to you getting your doctorate. And congratulations on getting your doctorate degree.
Thank you.
Being a mother, being an entrepreneur, how did you balance that, going back to school and all that kind of stuff?
So let me be very clear. For me, my doctorate, I have an honorary doctoral degree from the Greater Commission Theological and Seminary College here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm so glad that we get to have this conversation, because I also went to college. I attended Clark Atlanta University here in Atlanta, Georgia as well, HBCU. And I think that there's been a lot of chatter around honorary degrees. Fun fact, me and Tabitha Brown got the same degree on the same day, which was super cool. If y'all know, everybody knows Tabitha Brown at this point.
And that's her business.
Yes, that's her business.
I know Tabitha said, and that's
that's my business. And so, but what I find to be very interesting in what I want you to remember as you're building your business is that some of the life experiences you are receiving, you will never get in somebody's classroom. The things that you are really contributing in the struggles and the strains and all these things that you're going through on this journey are giving you, it's a classroom of life. And that will go on forever in the day, but you will learn and grow from it in ways that no professor could ever provide you. And so I celebrate my doctorate to a whole nother level, because I was honored because of my life's work. Right? It is in celebration of my life's work, the contribution. I got humane letters. And so that's my contribution to humanity. What I've put into the world, someone saw my level of work in years and said, you deserve to be honored with a doctorate accredited degree. Right? And so I'm still humbled and grateful, but I'm able to really sit back and realize that I earned that. That I put in.
But how did
work.
you balance that? Because I think
I don't know. I don't think I did.
The balance is people. You know, it's hard to balance like stuff.
But there's no such thing as balance. Just take that word out. Take it, pick it up, grab it, throw it in the garbage. Okay,
you just gotta do it. Right.
You just gotta do it. There's no balance. Like whatever I choose to do in that moment. So if I'm time blocking, right? I say that like from 9 to 5, those are my work hours if I'm in the office. And that's all that matters. That's my focus. If I happen to be working prior to that or after that, it's still a part of my family hours. So that's the priority. So if I'm like, okay, if we're doing this and I'm like, okay, but my family call, I gotta go. It's time to stop, because I chose to dedicate this time to them. But I can't balance it all evenly. I'm just saying that I'm prioritizing.
That's it.
But I'm not balancing anything. I'm not a juggler. This ain't no balancing act. It's not a thing. But I choose to prioritize. If I'm at work, then I'm 100% there. And my family respects that, and they understand that that's what I'm focused on. But when I'm in family time, I'm 100% there. And so everybody around me needs to respect that that's my focus in that moment. If it's, time to, as a speaker, when I'm traveling, things like that, which is still work, or if I'm, doing school or whatever that looks like, that's the focus in that moment. If I'm in my coaching sessions with my coach, trying to maximize my professional success, then that's the focus. And I don't let work or family interrupt that.
Do you write it out every day? Like, do you use a calendar, a journal, a planner, or anything?
I use a calendar. That thing be going off like 40 going north, because it's always something popping up, and I need it, because at this point in my life, I will forget something faster than I remember it.
So I use calendars, but I'm also a big fan of writing because I feel like writing makes it real. When you have to spell something out, when you have to put something on paper, it feels like it does something different to your mind, right? And so I'm a big fan of writing things out, making them big and bold, particularly things that are like goal centered affirmations. I want to constantly see them, so I'll write them on a large sticky note and put it on the wall.
I wish I could see them. They all around.
Yes, especially the things that really inspire me. Look, I'm a printer, so clearly I'll print some stuff out in a heartbeat and put it on the wall. But writing, there's a power in your pen, and I can't clearly articulate what it is, but there's something about being able to write it out that makes a world of a difference.
Well, everyone, again, if you missed the first half of the show, I'm going to replay the same commercial because I really want you to participate if you can. This is a free event. We're going to be I want you to meet me in Fresno, California at Cal Start Emission Driving Event. So you get to, electric driving event. It is about the emissions as well, but you'll be able to see the commercial. So stick with us. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. And we're back. Thank you so much for tuning to the She Trucking Podcast. Today I have Dr. Shagun Reynolds here with She Prints It. I'm so excited. She my sister. I love her.
We're absolutely family for sure.
Yes, Miss Mona. She is our chaplain and She Trucking. And
Hello,
she
gorgeous.
She said, I love the She Empowers shirts. Yes. So thank you so much. Yes. So, okay, let's talk about the different products that you offer.
Yeah. Whew. So we have tons of products. I mean, literally thousands, which is why we really like to talk to our clients, specifically like, what are you looking to do? Who's your target audience? What your goals are? Because we can support you in a multitude of ways. But we do have catalogs available. We have it digital. We also have a paperback version of it for you. If you are interested in just seeing some general stuff, then please go ahead and check out our email us, shoot us an email at info@sheprinted.com, and we can send you a digital copy. And then this is the one that we keep in our showroom. We also have several of these available when people come in, and it's just a deeper dive with all of the different items that we have to offer, a lot of the apparel options. And this one is more compact. We focus on some of our top sellers, different categorical things that you may be interested in by the season. Tents is one of our top sellers right now.
She made my tent.
Yes, if you've seen the She Trucking tent, we did that for her. So this really kind of highlights some of the essentials.
And y'all should have saw me putting it in that truck.
That's exactly what you were picking up when you came with the truck. Yes, absolutely. But that, I mean, people don't think to invest in things like that. But if you're out vending outdoors and it's a sea of blue tents and white tents, you can't tell me that you're not gonna notice a tent that has some custom branding on it. And you're going to be curious, and curiosity is a beautiful thing in business because you want people to come over and say, well, what do you do? And what is this? And what do you have? And oh, this is so nice. I saw your tent from afar. I saw your flags hanging off your tent or whatever. So all of that stuff also perfectly aligns with a strong marketing presence because If I see you online and you look great online, then I go to an event or to your retail store and it's a mess, you completely messed up your marketing and branding story.
Absolutely.
So
last words as we close out. Y'all better get y'all last questions in.
Yes, yes. I tell you what though, my last words, first is a thank you.
You're welcome.
Like,
thank you
so much for sharing your platform with me. Most importantly, thank you for what you do for the viewers, for the She Trucking community, that membership model that you have, their opportunity to really be connected. You guys are really, you have no idea how important and how powerful community is. To have people who understand what you're going through, what your struggles are, that have resources to empower you. I'm always just so grateful when I see what you've built, because that is changing the world. We are so much greater together. So that's first and foremost. Thank you for sharing your platform, and thank you for being out here and changing the world.
And how can people follow you?
Yeah, Instagram, easy peasy. Well, She Prints it on all platforms, right? So Instagram is a slightly unique where She Prints .it, but no matter what the platform is, if you type in She Prints it, we're gonna come up.
Absolutely. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's see what Miss Mona, she says. Yes. Quality and excellent.
We receive it, Miss Mona.
Well, y'all, thank you again for tuning to the She Trucking Podcast. I'm gonna be doing more in-person podcasting. Yay. You're gonna hear more from us as we really plan and bring on this event, because it's gonna be amazing. You'll see me posting it.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say, get ready to July. But okay,
little drop.
Just a little drop. Get ready,
Yes.
y'all. Get ready to head to Atlanta. It's gonna be amazing, amazing. It's only gonna be a few people, limited seats, and this is a limited opportunity because we want to make sure that we are hands-on and that we're able to continue to coach you.
Yes.
Okay, through the process. We're gonna literally to get like this is what I can't remember the year I met you.
I don't even know. It feels like we've always known each other though, right? Like it was an instant connection, like straight family from the moment we share space with each other. Absolutely. So I don't know. I don't know, but it don't matter. Okay, I'm just so glad God made it happen. That's all that matters.
But we want to bring other people in. So we want to bring other people into this circle of, as you see, when I'm like, hey, and like today, I was like, hey, I need some shirts. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know who to call. You gotta know who you gotta have people in your corner that's gonna help you as well to be able to get what you need, like products, services, different things, answer business questions. She is a wealth of knowledge. So she just gave you a lot of business game, entrepreneurship game, branding game, sisterhood. Yeah, my sister keeper.
That's right.
As she said before, if you purchase a shirt, it's gonna go towards. Tell them it one more time.
Yeah, it's gonna go towards our My Sister's Keepers grant, and we will gift all of the profits to different small women-owned businesses that have been in existence for 1 to 2 years.
Yes. So much information was dropped on this live.
Yes,
and God will set you up.
Every time.
He will, but you got to do the work.
Listen.
You got to do the
work.
Do the work. It's people that pray about it all day and don't put no work in.
But I think that
my cup is empty.
We can go deep on that.
And I can pray that it's some more tea coming here. But guess what? I gotta go put the tea in the cup.
You gotta do the work.
I gotta brew it. I gotta put the sweetener in it.
But
I gotta stir it
prayer
up.
and faith ain't the same.
That part.
Because sometimes y'all think y'all praying and y'all just begging. Oh, y'all don't want that, huh? Because faith is work. To have unwavering faith is work. And some of y'all ain't really got that type of faith. Some of y'all just out here begging. Y'all panhandling with y'all prayers. Okay. But
So put the work in, pray about it, and
have
then
real faith, and then do the work.
Do the work, because it's gonna take some long nights. It's gonna take stand up at 5 o'clock in the morning, getting up maybe at 3 o'clock in the morning. 24 hours. Sometimes we work on our brand. Sometimes we know we're supposed to be asleep, but guess what? We're trying to finish because we got deadlines. I'm sure sometimes you have huge orders and you up all times of the night.
I got employees that don't show up, they're not feeling good, but my customers don't care what's going on the back end of this business. They want what they pay for, and I understand that.
That's right. So pray about it, but do the work. Put the work in.
Yes.
Say it, sis. I know, right? Let's go.
Yes.
So this has been another amazing episode of the She Trucking Podcast with Miss Shadun. Listen, Dr. Shadun, I gotta get used to that, child.
I know. I gotta get used to hearing it.
Listen, I'm
so
proud, first of all, of you.
Thank you.
You listen. I told her, I'm pulling up on you.
Yes.
I said, I'm coming to get my hug. I'm pulling up. I got so excited. I jumped out the car too fast. Without walked in. I'm like, hey. But I was so excited because she didn't even tell me.
I know.
She didn't even tell me.
I know.
So
everybody got on me about that.
Mm-hmm.
It was so surreal when you get those kind of honors and opportunities. You know, you're still in awe.
I want to close out by saying how powerful is doing like writing down your goals and doing a what do we do every year?
Some people call them vision boards.
Vision boards, yeah.
Extremely important. What you put into the universe is the start of what you get back. Yes, you have to do the work. Yes, you have to have the faith, but there is power in placing things in the universe. I wrote a list of goals for 2023, some of which I shared online because I understood that a closed mouth don't get fed, and I put it into the universe. So many of my goals were knocked off in days. Instantly.
Yes, I was watching her goals get knocked off.
Universe.
Yes, and you still got 6 more months.
Yes, and I can't believe I still got 6 more
And look how much I'm accomplished. I'm just blown away and so proud and so inspired.
Yeah.
First of all, because I'm just like, I literally seen the list that she posted on social media, and I see her literally walking in God's purpose for her life. And I hope you're encouraged today. Because you can do the same. Get your vision board out, write it down. If you want to post it, post it. If you don't, you can keep it private. But when she posted it, it's coming to life.
It is. I understand why people think that they should, move in silence, but it's not about moving in silence. It's about moving with discernment, because God don't want you to be silent. He has his children lined up and ready to help you, because you can't do this by yourself. But if you don't let his children know that you need support in order to conquer these goals, it can't happen. So I do understand that, you want to move in silence to some degree, but you also have to make sure that people know what it is that you need. We can't complain about people not supporting us and we never ask for help. And I know that's easier said than done, because I'm horrible about asking for help. But I'm doing better and just putting it out into the universe and letting the Lord position people in my life.
And I think that's the piece when you get to that point where you're like, Lord, I'm gonna focus on what I need. That part right there is what's gonna push you to that next level.
Yes. Amen.
Because sometimes we just focusing on what we're doing, but what are those missing pieces? Sometimes it may be your system, sometimes it may be your funnel, sometimes it may be the way you network. You might not be networking effectively. You might not, like she said, be outside going to different conferences, different events, actually aligning yourself up with your target audience. And so I just want to encourage you on today.
You also may not be a servant.
That's true. I realize I was a servant leader. Gotta be a servant leader.
You can't always be asking for something from others and never willing to give anything in return.
I was just saying that you gotta pay to play.
Yeah.
People think that you're supposed to come and you just give it to them. If somebody giving it to you, trust me, they ain't giving you all you need. First of all, they're not going to give you everything you need. Even when I'm doing my consultations, if I don't even like, if it's free and I'm just giving you some information, I ain't giving you everything. Okay, I'm gonna give you a little bit. You know why? I'm gonna give you a lot. I will say it's more than what your imagination can take at the time, but you're not gonna get that if you purchase whatever. You get what I'm saying? And so people always ask me, well, how you get all these different things? Well, we had to invest and put our money where our goals was. I just literally attended an event. I attended this huge event because someone invested into their brand to be there. This is not luck. You get what I'm saying? It sometimes if you want to be there. When we go to the Mid-American Truck Show, we have to purchase space to be there. You know, so you gotta pay to play. And in this next season, we're gonna play hard. All right. We're gonna play hard. We're gonna play big.
Okay, drop the mic.
So as she said, you can go to sheprincesit.com, be able to get your brand started. Get your Miss Mona, you have a brand. Trucking Angels with Christ. You do events. She Prints It is a vendor who you can get all of your products from. Right here. She has everything that you possibly want. Okay. My job is to show you how to get the funding to be able to get those products. Okay. Because it is people who will believe in your message and your brand if it's alive properly. So you can be able to get funding to get your products. Okay. So, all right. What? Amen. She said amen. No, what did they say? Oh, yes. Thanks again. I see more people on here than usual. So, but we'll be back around this time again. Okay. I'm going to let her go home. She's been at work all day. I'm just holding her hostage here. I'm trying to keep her as long as I can.
Oh my God, this was good. This was so good. Thank you. I'm so excited that we really got to connect with your audience, and thank you all for your level of engagement, because that is huge. We want to make sure we're maximizing these opportunities.
Absolutely. And so let's I want y'all to share, like, and subscribe. Watch the replay. If you're watching the replay, you have a question, you want to drop some, comment, definitely comment on this video. We're here for you. We're here for you. Okay. If I wish I could show you what's in front of us, it's all everybody else's product. So I just showed you all of her products, but everything in front. I feel like I want to. Let's do a tour. I got to. Can you tell them about?
Yeah, for sure.
I can move this all around.
We can make it.
Let's see. Right here.
Oh, okay. Multitasking.
Yes.
So
let's talk about it.
So this is just a retractable banner. So this is what we use for all of our marketing. We have several of them that we take with us to shows and keep it in the office and all that fun stuff. But every brand should have, again, marketing materials, signs of this nature. It lets people know what we do, all the ways to reach us, a QR code at the bottom so that if we're at a show, they can immediately scan that and follow us on Instagram. But it lets them know who we are. It also keeps them engaged and something to do if we're busy while they have us at the show. And this is just some of the different promotional items that we have, brands that you may be familiar with. So like some Geico stuff, BET Her, Morehouse School of Medicine, just all kind of different things that we offer so that you can see in real time. If you're like, oh, I wonder what kind of mugs that you guys have, it's our showroom. So you can come in, you can touch, see, feel, decide what works for you, what intrigues you. You may come in here and see something you never thought about before, right? And so now you get to come in, you get to touch it, and you get to say, oh, this is nice. Okay, I do want to do some of these. I wasn't sure how big these lanyards were, but now I get to see what they look like. And so I can come in and experience what size lanyard do I want, So we really just make a space for you to truly see everything that we have, but so that you can also touch, like I said, particularly when it comes to apparel, because
a lot of times people are like, oh, I don't know what's a good t-shirt. I don't know what's a good sweater. I don't know what I like and what I don't like. We may tell you that something is polyester and you're like, I don't want polyester until you feel it and you're like, oh, that is exactly what I want, right? Like I sweat a lot. I don't want materials that can't absorb the moisture. So that's what this allows you to really touch, see, feel some of the options of products that we have, but also so that you can see the different print methods that we offer. What does screen print feels like? What is sublimation look like, right? What is embroidery? So you really get to have an in-house experience and know for sure when I leave here, I'm confident in what I'm purchasing. I'm not like sitting online only and thinking, oh, I don't know what this is going to turn out like. You get to touch, see, feel, and know in advance the quality that you're about to receive.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And some of our trucking friends have done some products
with us. So this is from Metro Max, the trucking community. So we did a lot of stuff for him and his brand as well.
Let's say trucking. What did it say? Trucking and BPO. BPO.
I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I, because I am not in that industry. For us golf people, so like golf women, we've done visors and different things for them. You see some of the different. This is totally golf season, so these are really, really, really good promotional items to do. We did golf balls for Georgia Power as they were doing giveaways. We have all of the different name brands. These are Callaway balls. There's also all of the other different brands that are available out there.
I like that thing.
Golf tees. Oh, so listen, does this one? Let me see if it still works. So it's a fan and a selfie light.
I hope she got some more of them.
Isn't that cute? Okay.
I hope she got some more of those.
Oh, I feel so good now.
Exactly. And a selfie light.
Yes.
A
So just
2-in-1.
thinking outside the box, like there's always traditional things that we all need. You should all have like pens and notebooks and things like that. That's, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Those are staples, I think, in your promotional products closet. But in addition, you want to really get things that connect directly to your target audience.
Yes, ma'am. I totally agree. And thank you so much again for watching the She Trucking podcast. It's been amazing. Again, if you want to support, definitely literally click below and check out She Prints It online. Bye, everybody.
She Trucking Podcast is an informative podcast that is dedicated to bringing listeners the latest news and updates from the ever-evolving transportation industry. Founded by industry expert and entrepreneur Sheree Moore, and powered by CTR Media Network. Whether you're a seasoned transportation professional or just getting started in the industry, the She Trucking Podcast offers valuable insights and advice to help you stay ahead of the curve. Learn more online at shetrucking.com.
Like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And now we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
There we go.
10th gear right now!
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. It even, listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book is less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here. We got it, reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Better yourself, your health is here. We got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. You strong.
Tony Duck. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin', yeah. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', she truckin', she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin', truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin', she truckin', truckin'. Ah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Enjoying Life OTR. My name is Cindy Tunstall with the She Trucking Podcast, and I can't wait for this show. I am so excited. We have a fabulous guest to kick off our episode, and I can't wait for you to hear from her. Our guest today is Melinda Fox Wellington. She's one of the administrators and leaders on the She Trucking lead team, and she has so much wisdom and experience to share, and I know you're going to be just a great opportunity to meet with her. If you have questions for her, hop on the chat and put those in there, because she's got a lot of wisdom, and you're going to learn from her, and she's going to give us a lot of things to share to help make our journey better. She and I both have very different career paths in the trucking industry. I drive a 26-foot box truck, and I'm a newbie. I'm a baby in the industry. I've only been driving about 3.5 years. I drive OTR, and I absolutely love it. And I'm passionate about helping truckers to create a healthy work-life balance. And, to get time to get outside the truck, but also to manage our business and our trucking careers in the way that we can enjoy our downtime, enjoy our time with our family, and, get out of the truck and go do fun things. Many of us get to travel all over the nation, and we don't ever get out of the truck. We're just worn out, and we're just tired, and it just is a challenge. So I really advocate for that. I really love that for myself. I like to surround myself with people who have those same values. And our guest today, Melinda, is definitely one of those people. Our She Trucking Foundation, we're all about empowering women and minorities to enter the transportation industry, and not only enter, but thrive in the industry, make a good, successful career. And there's a lot of challenges we face. So we're going to be tackling a lot of those big challenges. We're going to sharing our wisdom and experience. We have so many great guests that are going to really give you some great information that's going to help you to succeed in your trucking career. Now, I don't know if you've been driving just a short time like me. I'm a baby in the industry. I've only been driving about 3.5 years. Or if you've been in the career of trucking for decades. This episode has so much for all of you. We're going to touch on all kinds of topics. So stay tuned. Share with us your friends. Tell them to join us in. If you missed a part of the show, come back and check it out later, because a lot of great things. So, well, without further ado, let me introduce our first guest, Melinda Fox Wellington. Welcome to the show, Melinda.
Hi, Cindy. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited.
I am thrilled. I'm thrilled that you are here. You have so much experience to share. That's your big rig back there. Tell everybody a little bit about what you're driving.
I'm actually an independent contractor. I lease my truck through Schneider Finance, and I drive a 53-foot box van.
And how long have
dry
you been?
van?
How long have you been in the industry?
Almost 5 years now.
Now, who is this we see coming in the screen? Tell us about your baby.
This is Tia. Actually, one of the main reasons why I decided to go IC is because the company I worked with wouldn't let me have a dog on the truck. And I've always been a dog person, and having one on the truck just completely changed the way I drive. And it's just, most days makes it so much better. So there's some days it makes it worse, but it's worth it.
Well, Melinda, I know that you have 25 years in the medical field, and then you transitioned to trucking. Can you tell us a little bit about your career that you had before you started trucking, and then how you made this transition? Because that's a pretty radical shift that you've made. Can you tell our audience a little bit about that transition?
Sure. Actually, I got into the medical field back in the 1990s. And I transitioned or grew through. I was a medical assistant. I was a combat medic in the Army. And then I taught medical assisting, phlebotomy, and EKG training. And then I became a director of the school. And I did that for a couple of years. And I was just like, being a director of a vocational school for medical assisting and everything, that's just not me. I wasn't happy chasing people, students down, getting payments and stuff. So I went back into the medical field back into medical assisting. And my last job, I worked with family medicine practice, and it got bought out by a corporation, and it just, the passion wasn't there anymore because I couldn't spend time with the patients that I like to do and help them and talk to them and answer their questions. And I was to the point, I was just coming home crying, and I was getting headaches to go to work. I was just full blown out,
Yeah.
burnout. And so my husband, he's like, "Well, you got your Class A license." He goes, "Why don't you just go drive for a couple years and then decide what you want to do, if you want to stay in medical or just stay trucking, or, just to kind of figure it out, just to get out of that burnout phase." And 5 years later, I'm still driving.
Okay, Melinda, I want you to tell everybody the story about how you got your Class A, because I know when you got your Class A, it had nothing to do with trucking. Tell us that story.
So we had a fifth wheel RV toy hauler. The trailer was about 43 feet. And I kept asking my husband to teach me how to drive it, teach me how to drive it. And he's like, "No, no, no." Well, we were coming back from a camping trip one time, and my husband had a kidney stone, and the poor guy was in a lot of pain. And, the loving, compassionate wife that we all can be, I was just like, this is why you need to teach me. I need to know how to drive this thing. And poor guy was in so much pain. He finally was like, "I'm never going to teach you how to drive." And he's like, "We're either going to get a divorce or kill each other. And I just like you too much for that." So about a week after that conversation, I happened to drive by a truck driving school, and I just whipped in and asked them, "Hey, do you have part-time classes? Because I still work. And I just want to learn how to drive my RV." I had my Class A license for over a year before I even thought about driving.
Wow, I love that. And then it's just so random that you ended up in the trucking industry.
Yeah.
I love it so much, and you love it. You're still doing it and thriving out here in the industry. So I'm gonna share a little bit about your career path, because you and I took very different career paths. So I'm gonna tell a little bit about my journey, how I got into trucking. Just because the sheep trucking community, they need to know my story as well. I drive a 26-foot box truck over the road, and I love it. I love to travel. I'm a travel junkie. My family was military, so I have military background. So I just feel like I have a little bit of that nomad in me, that gypsy, and I like to go, and I love to explore new places. But I would have never picked trucking. My story is kind of similar to yours. It kind of happened in a random way. I was doing a sales job, which I liked, but I wasn't making very much money. And, there wasn't really a growth path there for me. And I was ready to make some changes. This was back in 2019. And I was like, I got to do something else. And you know how you do, you start dreaming about what you'd like to do in your next position. And, you pick out, I like this part of this and this part of that. Well, I was just still kind of toying around with all those things and put my resume together. And I told God one day, I said, I'd really like to be my own boss. My next position, I would really like to be my own boss. And I didn't even know be my own boss of what. There was no big dream I was trying to fulfill. There was no entrepreneur spirit rising up in me. I just thought, that'd be nice. Well, the very next day, somebody presented me the idea of starting a trucking company. And I just said that prayer. I just said, I'd like to start, I'd like to be my own boss. And then the very next day, somebody presents the idea. So I was like, this is crazy. I mean, it's still crazy, right? It's a crazy idea. I didn't know anything about trucking. So I just thought, well, I'm going to look into this, because maybe this is a thing, And so I started doing some research, and, I want to be my own boss. So I got my own authority. So I started a box truck company, and I found a friend in the area that I was doing it. And, so I had somebody that I could ask questions, of course, got familiar with the FMCSA website, and I started studying all the regulations. I'm not like a person that likes to know how to do everything right. And I don't want to have to be stressed about, getting caught doing something funky. And, so I was really doing a lot of study, but after a few months of study, I thought, I could do this. And the rest is history. I've been driving and, making some mistakes along the way, but I really love the life, and I love being able to travel and see the nation. What makes you enjoy the work so much, Melinda? What makes you stick with it? 5 years is a long time. So what makes you love the work?
It's a variety of things. One and number one job perk for me is obviously just the nature, getting out, different parts of the country, working. Being in the military, I saw more of Iraq during deployments than I saw in my own country. So that was one motivating factor for sure. But I like going to the shippers, not knowing exactly, what challenge am I going to have to overcome to get this thing where it needs to be. And I, the trip planning, I love the trip planning and the researching. And I mean, just so many different facets of trucking as a driver just absolutely just fits with my personality.
I love it too. There's a lot of freedom, and I don't have somebody looking over my shoulder, and day to day micromanaging the choices that I make. And I know there are some trucking companies that drivers experience some of that, but for the most part, we get to kind of choose our own path, and that's obviously very appealing for me.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty much as long as you make your appointments on time and you don't like burn a whole bunch of extra fuel, because you never did company, right? You just went
no,
straight into owner.
yeah,
I
yeah.
did the company path first, and as long as I stayed within 10% of the route. So if the route was supposed to be 500 miles, I had 550 miles without getting into trouble.
Okay.
And and as long as I made my appointments on time, they didn't care how I ran my clock. As long as I stayed safe, legal, and made my appointments, they left me alone. So that's what made it really nice.
Well, that sounds great, Melinda. We're going to go to commercial break in a minute, but I want to hear a little bit more about your path, how you got into your own truck, and we're going to touch on that a little bit after this commercial break. So y'all stay tuned. Melinda's got a lot of great stuff to share, and I can't wait for you to hear it. Well, welcome back. I'm so excited to finish this conversation with Melinda. My guest is Melinda Fox Wellington. My name is Cindy Tunstall, and I'm your host. Melinda and I are both one of the lead team members of the She Trucking Facebook community. We have 30,000 women in that group, and there's a lot of activity that goes on there every day. And she and I are part of a team that help to keep that information relevant to our community and safe. And it's a great place for people to share their journey and ask questions and get a serious answer, because sometimes on some communities people ask questions and the answers that they get are not factual or helpful in any way. So I love the Facebook community that we have. And if you're listening to the podcast and you aren't familiar with that, please encourage you to join, because we're doing some great things there. And check out the She Trucking website as well, shetrucking.com. Hey, Sheila, I see you in the chats, and we're glad you're here. If y'all have any questions for us, be sure to shoot those in the comments, and we'll try to address those as we go along. Okay, Melinda, help me pick up where we had left off. You started as a company driver. And how long did you drive in that way? And then tell me a little bit about what made you start to think about doing something different.
So I started driving as a company driver, inexperienced driver, and I was lucky enough to get on what is called a regional dedicated run.
Okay.
And so I just stayed within 4 states and delivered from a distribution center to the store. I was out Tuesday through Saturday, sometimes Sunday morning, depending on the appointment times. And then I had Sunday afternoon and Monday off at home every week.
Oh, very nice.
And I did that for 2.5 years, and I was starting to get kind of bored with it because it was the same stores, the same route, and it was just getting very redundant. But actually, I was driving probably about a year. And I was like, I think I'm going to stick with this for a while. And my husband and I started talking about, getting our own truck and everything. And I just did a lot of research. And while I was researching, every paycheck, I took a minimum of 10% out and put it into a money market fund just to start building a nest egg for, because all my research says you got to have a nest egg. You got to have, oh, ain't that the truth? I've been doing this for a year now. And yes, that nest egg has saved me several times.
Well, I love it that you took some time to research it. That's one of the things I really like and admire about you. I could be a little bit jump too quick and kind of learn as I go and just hop in. But I really love the path that you took, and I admire it. I think you have a lot of wisdom, Melinda. I always say that about you. I always point people your direction because I love the way that you've journeyed in your transition. Your puppy, sweet dog. So you were saving money. You didn't even really know yet what your next steps would be, but you knew that you would need some money to have some flexibility to make those choices. So I really love that. I admire that. Tell me about getting started. When you got your CDL, what kind of schooling did you do? I know that the rules changed recently. You have to have a certified school to now, and that before you started, that rule wasn't in place. How did you begin your journey toward getting your CDL and starting on? Was that company the one that did your training, or did you do something else?
I actually went through a private school because remember, I got my license to learn to drive an RV, not to become a truck driver. So I say I'm an accidental truck driver.
So what happened when you began and you decided to start on with a company? What was your path toward getting rolling with that company? How did they begin once you were hired?
I was researching several different companies to see which one I wanted to go with. And the company, I don't know if we're allowed to say what companies we did or not, but the company that I chose with, I like that they're an inexperienced training program was very short, and I didn't have to team drive with another driver for months on end. I like that.
Team drive. How long did you drive with somebody in the truck?
1 week.
Oh, really?
And they sat in the seat. We never did team driving. They were in the passenger seat the whole time, and that's what I liked working with them. And and I started with Schneider, and it was so funny because the first week was like just paperwork, DOT physical, all that stuff. The second week is maneuvers, parking lot maneuvers, and they have an obstacle course to go through and everything. And then you had your road test, and then you got put in the truck with the trainer for 1 week. And since I was on a dedicated account, I got to actually do my 1 week training on the account, so I wasn't like bouncing around. So it was really nice.
Yeah.
And the trainer was in the passenger seat the whole time. And so after 3 weeks, they gave me keys to my truck and said, good luck. And I was like, oh, Snyder's crazy. I can't believe they just gave me a set of keys. But they had it set up for that dedicated account. They had one dispatcher that worked only with the inexperienced drivers for the first 6 months that they were driving. And I really liked that because they were really patient. They answered my questions. I had a couple tricky situations. I'm like, hey, I really need more training. I don't feel comfortable with this. They're like, okay, we'll set you up with more training. And, even after I was on the account for a while, I became a mentor and I started helping people. And they even sent me to a different distribution center to work one-on-one with another person for a whole week and for additional training. I mean, so the environment that I had with them was really, really good for inexperienced drivers.
So Melinda, do this for me. If there's somebody that's listening to our show, we have a lot of women that are in our community that are really just toying with the idea about getting into trucking. Hey Tia, they're not even sure what steps to begin. And you're a researcher, and you did a lot of steps to prepare. When somebody's looking towards starting with a new company, what advice would you give for a new CDL holder that's considering what are the questions that they should be asking? They don't even know what to ask at this point in their career. What do you think is good advice for that driver?
Well, the very, very first thing that I did was I listed my priorities. Yes, we all want to get paid. We all want to make money, but some people need to be home more than other people. Some people need health benefits more than other people. So definitely figure out what your priorities are, and then you find the company that can fit those priorities in the sequence that you need them to be. Because some companies, all of them offer time at home, but some companies, that's a higher priority for their drivers than other companies. Whereas some companies, they got some amazing medical benefits, where some of them, they're just fly by night, and it's really hard to, get your bills covered through those benefits. Some companies will let you do time at home anywhere in the United States as long as you put in the zip code for there. And if that's your priority, so know what your priorities are, and then find the company that matches them. And it's like looking for a house. You're never going to find one that fits at 100%. Then you just figure out where you're willing to compromise a little bit, and then that's the company for you. To me, that's the best company, because they're all good and they're all bad, depending on where your priorities are at that time.
Sure. I love that advice, because one thing I see in our community, and I'll see somebody go, "Hey, who's the best company for starting out with your as a brand new driver?" And they ask that question, which is a great question, and then people will just say their company. I work with Schneider, I love this, and I work with this company, I love them. And but the question that I'm always asking when I see that is, ask them why that they like that. They might have liked it because they were home every weekend, and like you said, somebody else might have said, that's I'd rather go out longer, or either way around. But I think asking really specific questions that meet your needs, because your family is different, your financial needs are different, even your medical needs are different. That's a great thing. I wouldn't even consider thinking about the insurance issue. Honestly, I'm in good health, and that's not a challenge for me, but that's important. And then I also love about the She Trucking community is because women will ask in there, "I'm considering these two companies. Can anybody give me some feedback about what's happened here?" There might be one person that hops on and says, "I've had a great experience there." And there'll be another person that hops on and said, "I had this issue, but it was because of this." So we have a great community of people that can give really practical feedback and can really give some sound advice for people that are new to the industry. We have women in our community that have driven for decades, and they'll say, "Be sure to ask this when you interview, be sure to do that." And, we need that. We need to help each other. So I really love that. Okay.
And another thing also is make sure you get it in writing, because if it's not in writing, they didn't say it. If it's not in writing, it didn't happen. So whatever you're promised or whatever you're told, get it in writing.
Great advice. Okay, so you were driving for a company for about a year and you started saving. So how long were you company driver before you started transitioning? And then what were you looking for next? Because I think this is helpful for drivers to think that are thinking about making a change.
So I drove with Schneider for 2.5 years on the regional dedicated account, and I already had pretty good nest eggs saved up and everything. And I'm like, before I get my truck, I need to make sure that I like over the road, because as a IC owner operator, it's easier to get loads over the road than it is to be on a dedicated account. So I talked about transferring in-house with Schneider, but for that, I would have to get a pay decrease, and I would also lose miles because I was capped out on that dedicated account payway. And so I was like, well, I'm not going to take a deduction in pay just to see if I like over the road. I mean, that's just mind-boggling. So I did some more researching, went around, looked around and everything, and my second choice that I went with was Variant. They're part of US Express, and I worked with them for a total of 9 months over the road while I went through the process of getting my truck. And I really liked them. And if I ever go back company, they will be one of my top competitors to, look at again as going back to, because I really enjoyed working with them.
Okay, I always like to hear, companies that are treating women with respect and have good training programs. What do you like about your experience there? What would make you put them back on your list?
Well, two of the top priorities for me, number one was that it was one of the companies that you can, as long as you let them know in advance, you can put a zip code in and do time at home anywhere. And I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is they 100% pay for your tuition to go to college to get a degree. And they will pay all your dependents too. You can only do 2 degrees at a time. But like me and my daughter, or, if I had 10 kids, only 2 can go through at a time the whole time I work with them. So, but a full college tuition for free. I mean, you're talking bachelor's degree.
Wow.
So those are the 2 main reasons why. I mean, and they're full 48. So I got to go up to Pacific. Oh God, Pacific Northwest is absolutely stunning.
It is.
And
Beautiful.
and I got to go through Utah. I mean, I got to do West Coast, which with Snyder I never get to do. So
Yeah.
I really like the variety that they offer in their transportation.
Yeah, that's crazy. I've never heard of anybody in trucking paying for college tuition. So that's amazing. So I think that if one takeaway is like really do a deep dive into the benefits that the companies are offering, because there's a big variety of benefits, and that's amazing. Okay, so tell me about the transition of getting your own truck. Did you lease to purchase, or did you pay cash, or did you finance it? What's the path? Do you mind if I ask you that? Is that too personal?
Yeah, no, not at all, not at all. So I did lease to purchase, and the reason why, I'm the kind of girl, just kind of get your feet wet, see how it feels. That way I can jump out if I wanted to, or I can go a little bit deeper if I wanted to. So I did lease to purchase. I went through Schneider Finance, and a couple of the reasons why I chose them over other places is that, one, most importantly, I can take this truck anywhere I want to. That's on their approved list. Now, the reason why they have an approved list is not to contain you in a box, but it's to protect you, because this is their asset. They want you to pay it off. And they don't want you to go to some fly-by-night place and then, hit bankruptcy and have to turn the truck in. So that's why they have an approval list.
Okay.
But I can also do my own authority through the Schneider Finance truck. So I like having those options if I decide to go that next step.
That's great information. Great information.
Another reason why I chose to go with Schneider Finance is if, Lord forbid, I have a medical issue, or my husband has a medical issue and I have to get out of trucking. It is a binding contract. It's not a walkaway lease, but you can, based on your contract terms, can pay X amount of dollar and you can cancel that contract and it doesn't affect your credit score.
Very nice.
So I still have the option to, back out if I have to, but I like having that X amount of money. So if I have a bad trucking day, I'm not just going to walk away, because I still have some skin in the game. I have to pay to get out, and I like having that.
Well, I really love that. People ask me often about getting into the trucking, and when I started, I had similar thoughts. I was considering, brand new to trucking. I was like, I had options to buy an older truck, that I could pay cash for, risk of breaking down and mechanical issues and things like that. That risk to me was very heavy on my mind. I didn't know. I knew I was going to go over the road, and I wasn't sure if I would, even love this. So I like the appeal of, having a truck that I could, just get out of it quickly if I decide to leave the industry. But then I had to consider myself. I was like, but I like the reliability of being in a brand new truck that was still under warranty. That was appealing for me. So
Yes.
I always tell people, look at the, pros and cons of both of those issues. Same for you with the lease. And, look at the, what's going to be important to you, what might come down the road, and will you be prepared for that? And what's it going to be like if something changes? Because I think, this is big money when we're talking about truck purchases. And if you can't get out of that contract, I mean, that's a bummer.
Yes, yes,
Like you said, you
absolutely.
have to consider that there may be a family issue or something, or even a health issue for us drivers personally, and then what's going to happen with your financial obligation. We don't want to be ruined financially. So I always say, look at all of those things, because I really love, that's why I wanted to have you on the show, Melinda, because I really love the way that you process those decisions. I think you're really smart about the way you've done your career. You and I both took very different paths, but both were very mindful about the risk assessment and deciding what's important to us and what risks we're really taking on here in the industry.
Somebody's asking a question. Can you put a driver in the truck? Yes, you can. There are owner operators that have 3 or 4 trucks through Schneider Finance, and they have other drivers driving the trucks for them. So yes, it is possible.
Great question. I love that. And another one in there, would you recommend a lease or a buy? Now that you've done the lease purchase, any regrets on that? You wishing you made a straight up purchase, or what would you say the pros and cons are those two options for you?
Um, I think it would really depend on your financial situation on which way to go. I like. There's some days that I'm like, especially when the market's bad, or where you have a couple loads that cancel on you, and you still got to make that lease payment, or when my turbo went out at 55,000 miles, and thank God for warranty. Yeah, thank God for warranty. And but it was down for 6 weeks, so I still had to make 6 weeks worth of lease payments.
Wow.
Which is why I was grateful for that nest egg that I was so encouraged to get, that I listened to, because it has saved me.
Okay, Melinda,
but
I don't want to move past that just for a minute. Like, what kind of number you think? You've got, that's a pretty big expense. That's a lot of downtime on the truck. Whether you were on a lease purchase or you had purchased a truck and you were making a truck payment, that insurance payment's still coming when you're down. That even if it's covered in warranty, yours is the best case scenario. Your truck was still under warranty, but that payment's still coming. Your insurance payment's still due. All of that stuff is still happening. What kind of nest egg, what advice would you give somebody? I'm sure people ask you like they do me, how much money you think they need?
Well, with my money market account, I had $20,000 in there when I signed that bottom line of the dollar for the truck. And but and I'm down half of it now. That 6 weeks out, plus a couple other things that's come up, and I've already blown through $10,000 in a year, and that's just from my nest egg because of trucking issues that came up.
Sure.
So I would recommend, especially now with fuel prices, the more you can, the better off you are. That's my bottom number.
Yeah.
The more you can, the better off you are.
I often say when people ask me, I say a minimum of 20,000, and then it also depends, I think, on your what your personal credit situation is like. If you come into a situation where you need to borrow some money and you got some your other finances, it all makes a big difference. Do you have available credit? This month on my truck, I'm having a problem with my hub seal. I've had it replaced 4 times. I'm still not sure it's fixed. I've spent over $3,000 on maintenance on the truck. I've had 4 different times the truck's been in the shop. I don't know, Lord bless me, I somehow made some money this month with so much time in the repairs. But I mean, that happens, and it's like those little things, it's all just random, and I'm trying to get it worked out, and but stuff happens, and that's a little minimal thing even, it's not even a super expensive thing. So I love the way that you planned and you have a safety net, and I really admire the way that you've thought about all the things that could happen, and will you be prepared? Well, tell me, I want to talk a little bit about your journey as your personal journey in trucking. I know that you've had some health issues. Melinda, would you mind telling us a little bit about your healthcare journey, your personal health? And I know you had a DOT physical, I think, one time that kind of scared you a little bit. Would you mind telling us a little bit about your health journey?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was driving for, I don't know, probably about 6-9 months. I mean, I didn't start in the best health to begin with. kind of ironic since I was in the medical field, but that's a different story. And and so the stress. Yeah, stress. I mean, stress totally. I was completely burnt out, and so I was not in the best of health when I started out. And but by the time I was driving for about 9 months, you can see a picture right there. I was 220 pounds. I'm only 5 foot, so that's significant weight. And I was diagnosed with pre-diabetes, which is what I say is the diagnosis that saved me. It scared me healthy. I had an aunt that passed away at the age of 48 due to complications of diabetes. So when I heard I had pre-diabetes, I was okay. I got to figure something out.
That is very young. That's very scary. Yeah.
Yes, it is. So I tried the traditional methods that most medical providers will tell you to do, that I have told thousands of patients to do and trained them on how to do it. And
what kind of things? What'd you try?
Well, the traditional, exercise more, reduce, highly processed foods, watch how many carbs you eat, and just the traditional modern medicine.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, none of it worked. Don't eat out, cook at home. Well, hello, I'm in a truck. I can't do that. So, just the modern medicine advice I was having difficulty with in the truck. And I started looking around for like a health coach or somebody who understood the trucking lifestyle that could help me find strategies to help me. And I couldn't find any. And I talked to my husband and I signed up for health coaching and life coaching program.
Yeah.
And so while during 2020, I believe it is, I drove 130,000 miles. I did health and life coaching school program, and I adapted all those tools that they trained us on, and I adapted them one at a time into the life of the truck. And that picture that was popped up earlier, that was that 1 year journey of 120,000, almost 130,000 miles.
Wow.
And I lost over 60 pounds, and I lost my pre-diabetes diagnosis. 3 years later, I have kept it off, and I'm still not pre-diabetic.
That's awesome news. Okay, Melinda, we got to hear some details because many people are. Are you cooking in the truck? Let me ask you that. Are you cooking food in the truck?
No, I am not. So when I started my journey, one of the first things I did was I bought a freezer that has a compressor in it, and you can plug it in either 12 volts or 110. And I started out with just buying healthier versions of TV dinners and just cooking them that way. And now the process where I'm at now is when I go home, I usually stay out for 3 weeks, and I'm usually home for 5 days. And during those 5 days, I will cook 3 weeks worth of meals, and then I would freeze them and put them in the freezer. And so I'm having home cooked meals without having to cook on the truck.
Okay, Melinda, I know a lot of people don't like to cook on the truck, so I want to hear more about the kind of meals that you're cooking and how you're preparing and what kind of stuff you're doing, because I know a lot of people don't like to cook on the truck and they would like to do what you're doing as well, and they need maybe some new recipes. So we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna go to commercial. Hold on just a minute. Hold that.
Okay.
And we'll get to it when we get back. So let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back because I want to hear more about that.
Okay.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon, get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43. There is a code on there. Listen, You can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby, you're about to get on the interstate.
Oh
so
my
slow
God.
the truck down.
Oh God.
Slow the truck down. For real, slow the truck down. Stay over here on the left, okay? Take your high side. Go up here, okay?
I cannot believe I'm getting on the interstate.
Accelerate. Stay on this side, accelerate. Go faster. Go faster. Faster, Bobby, faster.
Crap.
Look at all this traffic.
There are cars everywhere.
And then we're going to take it to the highest gear that you've ever been in. We're going to take it to the 10th gear.
Now?
Now. There we go.
10th gear right now!
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She gon' take care of her kids, she truckin'. Yeah, she a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She truckin'. She a boss, she do it big, she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'. She truckin'. Ah.
Well, I love the story that Melinda's been telling us. Our guest today is Melinda Fox Wellington. She's one of the lead team at She Trucking Foundation and our Facebook group, and she has so much wisdom. If y'all missed it, she had just shared that she lost 60 pounds while OTR driving. She had a pre-diabetes diagnosis, and she found a way to lose some weight on the road. She's actually a certified medical coach now, so she's really an expert. Not to mention she's got all that experience in the medical field. So, Melinda, I want to hear a little bit more about the really practical ways that the changes that you made to lose the weight. You said that you tried a bunch of other stuff that didn't work for you, and you started preparing your own meals. Tia, set it down. And you started preparing that's what you do now. You prepare your own meals at home. What types of foods are you cooking? And then when you're on your downtime, tell us a little bit about that in case some people need some inspiration.
So I cook a lot of casseroles and soups and stews because those freeze very well. If there's a recipe that I like that has potatoes or noodles in it, then I just leave those out. I might replace them with cauliflower or something like that just to have that texture. But other than that, I mean, just about any recipe can be frozen. You just might have to do a little tweaks on it just to make it better. One of my favorite things to do, a lot of people don't know, is that you can freeze raw eggs. So I love to make an omelet, and what I do in a Ziploc bag, I'll put 4 eggs in there, some bacon, some ham, and some cheese, and then I'll freeze it. And then when I fix it, it's perfect, and eggs stay frozen for 6 months to a year. So that's one of my favorite recipes to do.
Wow, I love that idea. So great. Okay, this is what I think about when I hear people that do their meal prepping at home. I would be concerned that I would get tired of eating the same things. Are you eating a big variety, or how are you not getting bored eating the same foods? That would be the problem for me. So in case there's other people like me that think they have to have something special every time they eat.
Well, like right now in the truck, I have a lasagna bowl, which I replace the lasagna noodles with cabbage.
Okay.
I have stuffed bell peppers, except for I don't stuff the peppers. I just keep all the stuff.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
And then I have, what else do I have? Cordon bleu casserole. I have a taco bowl. I have a fajita. I got steak and rice. There's 2 more meals that I can't think off the top of my head that I have in there. And I mean, so, every week I have a different meal. I actually have, I have like 12 different meals in the truck right now that I just rotate out, whatever. Oh, I have a pizza bowl. A couple other things I have in there too. Yeah.
Well, I love that. It sounds like you're eating really, really good. Okay, Melinda, I have some other things. Now you said that traditional things weren't working for you, and I hear when you're talking about the recipes that you're eating, you're tweaking the carbs a little bit. Could you give some specifics, and what would you say to somebody that's been like you, that struggled to lose some weight, and they're really trying to eat right, and maybe trying to cut sugar, they're trying to trying to do low carb or trying to do zero fat, or all those different things, and they've been on that same roller coaster that you were on. What actually, I know you made some little simple tweaks, and there were some little things that worked for you that you learned along the way. Can you share some of those tips with us? Because you walk in that truck stop and you park for the night, and they got that big old candy aisle, and
Yes, the sweet tooth. Oh, gummy worms. Oh, I love gummy worms. So what I do, I actually found a recipe to make gummy worms. So if you're ever interested,
girl, you've been
sugar-free
holding
gummy
that long.
worms. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Gummy bear recipe. You probably know that there's a cheesecake recipe that's a healthy cheesecake hack. So I'm like, okay, please do not forget to tell our audience about a cheesecake hack, because that sounds
Yes, yes. So, but when I go into the truck stop and I see all the tempting foods that I absolutely love, I just pause for a moment and I look at what the sugar count is in them. Hold on, fixing to get clothesline. And I look to see how much sugars are in them, because sugars is my weakness, especially with my pre-diabetes diagnosis.
Yeah.
And that's the main reason why I watch what my sugar intake is.
Okay.
And so I look and see, and if it, like gummy worms is like 32 grams of sugar for 3 or 4 gummy worms. And I'm like, yeah, does this really align with my goals?
Yeah.
Or am I just wanting this because I'm stressed out or emotional or, whatever. And just that little pause and pondering, it realigns everything. And I'm like, no, I don't need it. And I'll put it back. But every once in a while, I'm like, yeah, I still want it. It might not align with my goals, but it's okay this one time. And
Yeah.
then I'll get it then. So I don't ever tell myself, no, I can't have anything, because I found out that I binge eat. If I, because no, 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 no. And then that inner rebel kick in and says, oh, well, I'm going to do it anyways. And then, you binge eat. Or at least that's the cycle for me.
Well, when I remember when you first shared that with me, and that one little tip was so helpful for me, because I thought, I try to do these rigid things, and then I beat myself up because I'm not disciplined and I can't stick with something, and I get to, it's just a bad roller coaster, and just emotionally it just feels like crap, like I'm failing. And I like it that you give yourself permission once in a while to make a choice, and really, really very helpful. So thank you for that. You have any other tips that you would share? I mean, I know you do some coaching for people that have had similar struggles. So what types of things would you share with somebody that's coming to you as a coach, a health and wellness coach, and on their journey? Where do you begin on the path?
Well, one of the main things that I really like to emphasize on, especially when you're learning about nutrition and what to eat and how to eat, is, you hear all these gurus that says, eat this plan, eat that plan, but, not everything works for everybody, whether it's religious reasons, whether it's personal preference. So what I like to do is I like to educate. And one of the biggest things that was really wonderful for me is to actually learn proteins is what helps sustain your body. Proteins is what builds your muscles and builds all your good stuff. And proteins is what keeps you satiated. Hardly any of us get enough protein, so up your protein for sure.
Okay.
The war between fats and carbs, okay? Both of those are nothing but energy sources.
Okay.
Think of a truck and a car. Your truck is diesel. It's a slow burning fuel that can go longer distance, and it can do heavier loads, so it can take you further. That's what your fats are.
Okay.
But you want to use the healthy fats. You don't want to use the highly processed trans fats or any of those other vegetable oils and stuff like that. Because that's like getting bad diesel, and it's going to clog up your engine, and then it's not going to work anymore. But your healthy fats is good diesel fuel, and it's going to take you for that slow, steady, long haul. Now, your gas engines in our cars, we get in it, we hit that gas, and boom, we're gone, and we get what we need to do, and we're done. That's what your carbs are. Your healthy carbs are your gas. They're for those quick bursts of energy fuel sources. And so once you learn that, then you can figure out what is the right diet for you and for what your needs are. And your diet's going to change as you change, as your needs change. So that's why it's so important to understand those three main sorry.
I'm gonna look
She's
over
got
the
a hold.
here. I
Yeah,
know.
she's got a hold of me. But yeah, once you understand that, then you can figure out what the diet you need for you for what your goals are. And that's the main thing is knowing what your goals are and where you want. Because it's just like a load. You can't plan a load if you don't know where your destination is. You can't plan your rhythm, your needs until you know what your actual goal is. And it needs to be a specific goal, not I need to lose 10 pounds, but why do you want to lose 10 pounds? What would 10 pounds give you? So once you understand that why, and that's what we go really deep on that first session is, what is your why? So for an example, one client, her why, she wanted to lose 10 pounds. Well, why do you want to lose 10 pounds? Because I want to look good in my clothes. But why do you want to look good in your clothes? Because I want my husband to look at me again. Well, why do you want your husband to look at you again? So getting into that deeper why is what really, really works on keeping you on track.
Well, Melinda, you have a lot of experience in the medical field. You've got a lot of practical life in the truck and your own health journey. I know that you're going to be one of the hosts of the She Trucking podcast. Can you tell our audience a little bit about your show, the name of your show, and then what kind of things can they expect to hear from your episodes?
Yes, so my show is going to be Healthier, Happier Truckers. And we're going to be just giving advice, tips, strategies. I will have question and answer sessions. I will have guests, long-term truckers, on how health has affected them and how preventive care can really do a lot of good. I am planning on having experts onto the panel that can give different strategies and just y'all give me what you need and I will regurgitate it to what you are asking for. We can be healthy, we can be happy. It's just finding what works for you, and it's a choice. It's a choice to find what works for you.
So those of you that are tuning into the show, if you're tuning in and watching on YouTube, you can put comments in there because Melinda and I are having this conversation now, but she and I will both be reading the comments later and responding to you. So if you have a specific need, and if you're in the She Trucking Facebook group, you could write a message in there. I know Melinda's posted some questions in there recently asking about what kind of health issues are you facing, and she's going to be able to address those things because our goal, and always with She Trucking, we want to equip you to be the best version of you. We want you to be happy in trucking. I care a lot about work-life balance. Melinda's passionate about health and wellness, so we want to be able to meet your needs. So when you get a chance, hop in the comments, let us know what's interesting you, because our desire is to benefit the community. We care a lot about the mission of She Trucking, and we want to help you succeed in your career. You have anything else that you'd like to share before we wrap up, Melinda? I'm really grateful for the things that you've shared with us, and any other thoughts? I'll let you make some closing remarks before we wrap up.
Oh, thanks for putting me on the spot. No, it's been a pleasure being here. I have absolutely loved She Trucking. I've been a member of them for a short time, and they are truly trying to do some wonderful work with the community. And I I'm glad that I'm a part of it, and I just love to see where it's going to go. I truly am. It's about to blow up. I know it will, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too. If y'all have not been to the She Trucking website, be check that out, shetrucking.com. You have an opportunity, it's a 501c3, so it's a nonprofit. So, if you care about the mission of She Trucking and you have personally benefited from, maybe you've been in the Facebook community for a couple of years, or maybe you were really active in the beginning when you were new and you're asking a bunch of questions and you've never had even thought about giving back financially so that other people can continue to benefit. We have a lot of things that we want to do for the community, and there's lots of things that we have big dreams for ways that we can help women continue to thrive in the industry. We want to create opportunities for women and just do so much more, and even networking and marketing and really just changing the culture so that it can be safer for women out there. So we're just doing a lot of great things behind the scenes, not to mention the Facebook community itself, which, we have a lot of active things that we're doing. We're giving away a lot of free content. The She Trucking community has a lot of really helpful resources on the website that can help you grow and thrive and transition into the different aspects of the industry. So y'all be sure to check that out. Well, I'm going to close out this show for today. I've been really grateful to have you, Melinda. I knew you had a lot of wisdom to offer, and I'm just so grateful for your time. And I'm looking forward to your show. I know I'm going to learn a lot. I've already learned a lot from you in just this episode and hearing your story. And I'm so grateful for the things you shared, both about your trucking career and your journey toward health. So I know you're going to help a lot of people get happier and healthier, and we're looking forward to your show. It's going to be a good one. So thanks so much for coming on, and I appreciate everybody for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
I don't like this. There are cars everywhere.
Bobby's, you about to get on it.
Electricity is cheaper than diesel fuel, and charging overnight means you never have to stop at the diesel stations again. Maintenance costs are lower because EVs don't require oil changes or replacements of high-cost combustion engine parts. You'll also be eligible for tax incentives and grants funded by programs like HVIP.
While we lean on our decades of proven industry knowledge and expertise, Canal is continually moving forward as a disruptor and innovator in the marketplace. We have developed Canal Test Drive with that same forward-thinking mindset. Our telematics-based pay-as-you-roll insurance product is pioneering the future of trucking insurance, one fleet at a time. We know that starting a new
DJ Tony Dunn. She gon' take care of her bitch, she truckin', she truckin'. She a woman with a rig, she truckin'.